If the children crying for starvation, just don't smoke. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't smoke. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't smoke. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't smoke. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't smoke. Yeah, don't smoke. Yeah, don't smoke. You from Funjama, Maryland, don't smoke. Yeah, don't smoke. If you eat kebab, congratulate my brother, don't smoke. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, don't smoke. Yeah, don't smoke. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? School TV. Yes, what you got today? School TV. School School entertainment. Go to there. Go to there. On the spoon, to get such information. On the spoon, to be such Spoon television. Yes, I do. Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the south and bend. Charges on the beat. On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon.
Oh yes, tune to sport.
My brother, don't spoon.
To get all of the basic information that you need to know right here in Minerva, Liberia. Listen, good evening and welcome to this Friday's edition of
Rastafari
favorite talk show, the Spoon Talk right here. Spoon FM 107.5, Spoon TV,
Yes, Majuba.
Fabric 101.1 FM, Super 95.5, Super TV. So wherever you are and whatever you are doing, it's good to be here. As your producer this evening, another very fascinating edition of the Spoon Talk. My name is Yekezi Rubel. I'm going to be here with you, producing until 11 o'clock tonight. So don't go away. Please invite someone to listen alongside you or view alongside you, because as usual, the show promises to be very, very, very interesting. So in the first segment of the show, we declare the lines open so that you can call us and tell us what's on your mind, what you want to talk about. Just before the CEO and his team of panelists join us, what is on your mind? What do you want to let the public know about? Call us on 0777 771 075 0777 055 Call and have your say here this beautiful, beautiful Friday evening. Today happens to be the 29th day of the month of December, and we've got just a couple of days to 2024. So yes, let's get to the lines and talk to our callers here. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Okay, we lost that person. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Johnny Louis, and I do call you from Station number 3 from my TB2 community.
Okay, Johnny Louis, let's hear you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, actually, what is on my mind is those people that die in the explosion on the also in Toyota. You see, so I listened to a radio station yesterday. I don't know how you call it, the Cook event, and people were calling, giving their opinion. But the main one that happened was the ability to say the people went to see the result again, and that what they got from there. I mean, it actually played on me. Those human beings that died, Liberians, people went to the gasoline was pouring. Should I say gasoline or fuel? It was falling. So some of them went there to at least get something from there to see how that, even though that's not a good habit. Let me follow me. It's not a good habit. But they wanted to have certain something from all of it, so that's why they went there. And so when they die in the process, I don't think it's something for someone to say they went to see. You see? And where the 17 year is the confirmation of, I don't know how they call it, Musa G or whatever they may call him. I don't think it will be necessary because that man is already been in the cooking jar or correction saga for the Ebola loan and all that stuff. So it will be confirmed. Many President we are and others want to have behind him and a community admission. So we appealing to our senators, they should confirm him. Because if they do, they see where we got really all the proof from the six, we will also get rid of them. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
My name is Ruben.
Ruben?
Yeah.
Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you for the program. What is on my mind this afternoon is that right now we know in this country it's very hard. Everyone can leave on a real home to go on the street to hustle. But we, the citizens, are ready would like set into the intersection. It's not good for us. We're already praying that we should be able to listen to advice. That anytime the incoming president, when he comes up to advise us, we should be able to leave this place. Because any accident that comes about, now we the work let's say we the work they're ready feed the weight from that particular accident. So I beg let they set up to the real junction, like red light, like the Douala, like the even here the junction. We're talking about development. All the development I was talking about, if we can start, we can leaving the place that was supposed to go sell the market ground, we leave it from there, we come on the street, we deadly the place there. At the end of the day, we sit down, we say one development. Development, you cannot count that. So I'm really begging the youth ready can go on the road to sell. I'm very appealing to them. That listen to every time they put coming up to advance or to leave the street. They not leave the street in a peaceful way to go to the market ground to be able to do our selling there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Hello. Your line is terrible. You want to adjust and call us back? Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from? You are very low. You want to be audible.
Hello.
Let's hear you. Okay, we lost him. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, my name is George S. Lincoln, and I join you from Mauritius Farm.
George, let's hear you.
Yeah, what's on my mind is tonight is that those people that died during a fire explosion. I want to urge the Liberian government to carry on awareness about all these things, especially on the highway. These things are normal on the highway. When there is an accident, you see people always run there just to go get what they can get, instead of running there to help those that are involved in the accident. So I would want the government to carry on an awareness or even the radio station and tell the people they are very dangerous to every one of us.
Okay.
That's all on my mind. And like I see, I don't come into the station there for more than 5 times now to get your number, but I can't get your number.
Okay, so I'll be here Monday morning. So once you reach here, you see me. Are you there? Okay, thank you for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Hello, let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from?
I'm Peter calling, speaking for Town Hall.
Peter, let's hear you.
I have a program. I came to the station today, but I said I should call on the show.
Okay, what is it? Go ahead.
Yeah, the program I was doing security work, and then people came on the attack, and then the people stole. So they say they're responsible for the table to code. So now to Central, they said they will carry out service. So I came to the station. I met with nursing Kola, and he told me to call on the show. So I appealed to people who listen to my voice to please help us. Even the CEO, stakeholders farmers or stakeholders to please help us in the process. Because right now we have no one to help us. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to call you on the show for.
Thank you very much for calling. Folks are listening to you, and I hope they can just heed to your call. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
My name is Mohammed.
Mohammed, walk away from your radio.
Hello?
Please walk away from your radio, Mohammed.
You getting me now?
I'm getting you. Let's hear you. Go ahead.
I'm calling from district number 2, the Margarita Wash.
Okay.
Yes, man. Rather, I want for the government to take some measures on those who already on the war, the incoming government. Also, the government should systematize those bereaved families who they have into the incoming government.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Consent.
Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. Thanks for expressing your concern here this evening. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello, are you there? Okay, another person. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, this is Junior Hina calling from Mambakle.
Junior, you want to be audible? What's on your mind?
What in my mind tonight is the people that are selling in real. I want the police people to be very careful because what they are listening to, they speak the content. Innocent people, innocent police people that they first hating in real that the people must move from there. They kill innocent police people plenty. So the police people should be very careful this time going. Because
hello? Okay, we lost him, but you can call us back. Let's talk to this other person. Hello?
Hello?
Your name and where you join us from?
I'm Tom Kola calling from Johnson City.
Okay, let's hear you.
What I got to say, I want you and that of the CEO who is sent over with us for to listen to it carefully.
Okay.
One of the things we are forgetting about in this country is the land issue. And the land issue will be the next problem in Liberia.
So I want to say to the incoming government, now, very listen very careful. This law. Let it put it into place. Because you got people in Jerusalem selling one land to more than 4-5% causing chaos. And when 2 or 3% fighting over one land, it can create bad things. When it take coalitions go against each other, it's bad. We are experiencing it yet. We see people being grown people with coalitions do all type of things.
Okay, thank you for expressing your concerns this evening. It's been a pleasure. All right, let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah. My concern has to do with let's say first
Your
Hello?
Your line is cracky.
Yeah, are you getting me? You getting me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Is it much better?
Yeah, let's manage to hear you.
Okay, yeah, I said I'm not to record from Brooklyn. Yeah, my concern has to do with the enforcement of law in this country. Our country is 175 or 176 years old. Then we are not having law in this country. So therefore, I'm asking the incoming government to be very free with the law. Because when you enforce the law, most especially when it has to do with the common people, when you enforce the law on the common people, this will get better. Your country will, my brother, our country is too dirty people, just good man to that drink. That tongue, they bottle all on the street. At the end of the day, the country get it, and who get the feedback? We the common people. We are the one that get seriously sick. We are the one that get, all the diseases start around what our leaders are living comfortably. So therefore,
Thank you. Your line is bad, so let's hold you there.
Hello?
Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
My name is James Flomo. I call from Sobine.
James Flomo, let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, my concern has to do with the police who go on the street. I want the incoming government to get rid of the police who go because there are men that are just passing with blue.
Who do you refer to as police zogos?
Yeah, there are men that they are not police. They didn't go through the rank and file of the police, but they get their police cap, blue cap, or any color of shirt, calling yourself police.
You're talking about the task force?
There are plenty there.
Okay, all right. Thank you for calling. Thanks for expressing what's on your mind this evening.
Thank you.
Welcome. Let's talk to this other person. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you join us from, please.
My name is Woji, the public defender calling you from District 4, Moserado County.
The public defender. Let's hear you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. I want to call on Liberia, specifically those from District number 4, from where I'm calling, in or out of Liberia, to find means to help develop District number 4 through our elected lawmaker. If you get it in the yellow machine, it can be fire truck, pick or any other thing, you can contact on Thomas to help make District 4 a better place. Number 2 to that, we want to call on who be the PCC boss and the MCC boss to prioritize their priority, meaning they should be there to perform their duty because leadership is not about title, it's about our function. Moreover, it's so dirty as we see, I see plastic all around my house. Even if you clean it, those are passing by, we'll be dropping it. So if you find me to talk with the water company, those are producing the water, at least so we can help to clean our city. Nobody will come from out there to make Mama Liberia better for us more than we, the citizens of Mama Liberia. And before I leave the land, I want to appreciate the man who is providing all the opportunity for our voices to be here. Thank you for the opportunity, my brother.
Thank you very much. Okay, so folks, if you just joined us, it's a reminder that you are listening to the Spoon Talk right here on your favorite dials. We are coming to you live on Spoon 107.5 megahertz, Super 95.5 megahertz, and Fabric 101.1 megahertz. We're also coming to you on our various social media platforms. My name is Yekezi Zogwel, and of course, we're still talking to you, our cherished listeners and viewers, to tell us what's on your mind. What is that brainy issue that you want to talk about, that you want to let the public know about? So let's go back to the line and talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello.
Yeah, my name is Sylvester too. I'm calling from Sinzwe, Pipeline Coast Spoon Hill.
Sylvester, let's hear you.
Yeah, my concern has to do with the entire thing here.
Hello, your line. Yeah, your line has gone thin. I don't know what's going on, but let's talk to another person. You want to adjust and call us back. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Peace community.
Okay, you just want to repeat your name?
I'm Ezekiel Tanu, for Peace community.
Okay, let's hear you, Mr. Tanu.
I just want view how to do our former president Erin Jones study. Erin the prime minister is said that Mr. Baka will not become a president of Liberia. Whenever Mr. Baka becomes a president of Liberia, she must turn to mayor. And I want to ask Erin Justice Study, let her tell who she is now. So I want to be ready after the inauguration of Mr. Baka. After the inauguration of Mr. Baka, she will be going for a transition.
Did she really say that?
Yes, sir.
Did she really say what you just quoted?
Any judges said that Joseph Imabaka will not be president of Liberia. Whenever Joseph Baka be president of Liberia, she will tell the man. So I want to know whether she men or she stay woman. If she men, she needs to go for second position after the inauguration of Joseph Baka.
We wouldn't tolerate that, please. Okay, so let's talk to this person. Dualo. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Huh?
Your name and where you join us from, please?
Hello?
Hello, let's hear you.
I'm Moba J. Kekla. I'm calling from Soul Clinic.
Okay.
My mind is concerning what we call highway police in Liberia.
Okay.
You know, we have a lot of checkpoints along the road from here to Banga, from here to Sanikole or Ganta. I think the highway police should be people who are going on the road to see what's happening. Unfortunately, the highway police are at number 7. We create another checkpoint there. We will have a checkpoint at Mount Barclay. We have a checkpoint at 15 Gate. Then you go to number 7, there's another checkpoint. You go to Kakata, there's another checkpoint. You go to Banga, there's another checkpoint. Why are they called highway police? Let me tell you a story. I went to South Africa. I saw a highway police, people moving along the highway to see what's happening. But our highway police in Liberia go and create another gate on the road. Why? To collect money or what?
Okay, thank you very much. Let's talk to this person shortly. Would be Mr. Dalu. Welcome to the show. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, you guys.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
All right, my name is Josiah Smo, calling from the Congo Peace SO, the station.
Let's hear you.
Let me say thank you. You guys, let me express my condolence to our people in Bon County and the son of Bon County. My name is Josiah Smo. First of all, let me say my name. We are grieving. We are down high tech with the Bongis, like bro, a large with the kind of capture the Israel that went on. We hear a lot of things. Look, when we see things, when something happens, let's be careful how we speak to issues. So that lot like accident is defined as unexpected. And they expect that particular thing. They will not go on there. The only thing we need to be doing here is that our government, our police, our law enforcement officers, these people should increase their patrol, highway patrol. They should increase their awareness to educate us. That many of us are ignorant of some of those things. Because we see the thinker, a radio on there, dangerous goods, a radio on there, flammable, and all the kind of things, those words and things. That actually explain to us the danger when it comes to the gas finger and what have you. Not because it happen. in Montserrat. God forbid if such a thing happen, you will see him be running there because they want to something. So the education, the advice should.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. We've got just 2 more minutes.
Hello?
Up to 9 o'clock. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, my name is Emmanuel. I call for Barum.
Emmanuel, let's hear you.
Yeah, I just called to tell the residents since the thing happened in Bongane, we are not hearing them going there and saying them nothing like that.
Okay. All right. Thank
Yeah,
you.
all right.
Thank you for your concern. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, hello, my name is Daniel David. Daniel David calling from the Princess Giacomo community, member of the GMB Motorcycle Tag Team.
Okay, let's hear you, David.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the so many listeners. Also, that they are still getting the statement with us, please. And my concern have to do with the legislature. And I would like to appeal to the president in which comments our sector so in so many instances to reaching at that level. I would like to appeal to him in line with the fifth legislature at least to please help us reduce the liability cost. Indeed, to bring a referendum in the country because we know the legislature are there to serve us. But many of them are not serving on the web manners. So let them be able to bring a referendum for the nations who can decide their salary and their allowances, including all the tenure position. So the country can decide their salary and their allowances. That should be included in referendum. So we can go through it and vote apply. Then we'll know the real Liberian who wishing to serve the country or transform this country in a better direction.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Okay, so let's take the last call. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Your name and where you join us from?
My name is Junior. He's not calling from Mambakle. I was explaining to you about why the phone call off.
Okay, so just conclude.
About the police people in Relay. The way they sit and they contact listening to one woman explaining police people, the time the Joya release them to take the market from Relay to bring their Omega. The innocent police died there plenty because some of them were there, they not get down to take their market and carry to their horses or carry to the depot. When they say they will spoil it there. So some of them start going through menacing killing the police people. Jogging Kura on there, some of them will go to Menifee and kill the police. So this time now, the way the police in Relay, they should be very careful with the people that in Relay there because some of them dealing with Menifee. They could go lose their life for nothing.
Thank you.
That's my concern.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all of those who called and expressed their concerns, what's on their minds here this evening. It's now over to you, Mr. Dualu, for the continuation of the show.
Hey, Mr. Yegezi, thank you, Liberian people. Yeah, thank you plenty, man. Look, my brother Isaac on YouTube, we do see you. When I'm reading the list, it's fed in from every platform. It feeds into this one, so it goes a lot faster. So we see you on YouTube, we call your name, we try to call your name as it comes in. So we recognize that. To our people all around Liberia, yeah, hello, my people, how you doing? How Liberia doing? To our brothers in Tototal, the families in Tototal, we continue to keep you in our prayers. Things are in the works to see how we can help. We have work to do, a lot of work to do in Liberia. While we're waiting for the guys, let me recognize as many people as I can on the platform here today, just to make sure you guys come on board. Hey, Baker Ramsey, I know the first is your birthday. I hope I don't forget about this. You keep reminding me. William McDavis, how you doing? Cornelius Hunter. Mr. Hunter, how are you doing? Robert Zawo. Louis B. English Sr., how are you doing? We got Stasi Scott. We got Vijay Abu Danzo, Joyce Bakam. How you doing? Thomas Moba. Helen Tukba, how are you? RB Davis, George Sumo Jr., Pearl Campbell, how are you doing? Madam Kona Guitar, how are you doing? My sister, Jige Kamada, how are you? Wade Thompson, Martina Bayo Plu Yamna, how you doing? Kazuru Mutz, over here we got Armstrong, Y Binda, we got over here we got Aaron Mannon. How you doing? We got Precious Guama, Lapu Ziga, my sister. How are you doing, Lapu? Tommy King, Daniel Gula Lamalia, Aaron Mannon, how you doing? Love Peen, Daku Grandpa Do Moba, Mr. Moba, how are you? Sandy Brunel, hello there, Marshall Williams. Let me see here. Momodu Manaba, Rosling F. Doe, John Manuel Jr., Lorena Gator. I just call your sister's name. How you doing, those girls? I see Lloyd Powers. I see Sam Dobson. I see Sam Zoll out of Cox City. Mr. Zoll, what's going on out there in Cox City? Robert Ngonen, how are you doing? With Ventin Jefferson Johnson, Siata Tembe out of Providence. My own girl Timber, how you doing? My best to the husband as well. We got Murphy Edma, we got Ase Ta out of YouTube, we got Joanne Cully, we got John Joseph, Tana Tua Kiamu, how you doing? Eli Hook, Stone White, Christopher Decker Guy, Quia. Over here we got Esther Batua, we got Elizana Wabi, we got Meshi, Vabla, Nouvelle, Othello Momo, Randy Sando. We got Kamara Arsenal, M. Siku Sr. We got Elton Papi Gray. How are you doing, Mr. Gray? We got Gallo. What's going on? We got Esther Batua. We got Vanu GV Tukpa. We got Alexander Bobby. I think I called your name earlier. We got Ibrahim Alabai. Hello there. Look, man, Liberian people, you can't let talk Liberia. You know, one thing I want to say about the guys in the audience, I let it where you can be engaged. And sometimes I do my best to take up some of the pointers from the audience. Sometimes I may not give you credit because it's going so fast, but I will try to pick them up. If I can, the credit will be due to you. Everybody has to get involved. Liberia is not going to change. We got Famata Kamara. We got Apostle Dr. Elspeth Walker. How are you doing? Clinton Yama, Julia Smith, Jefferson Lockey, Victoria Kellen. We got Lamin Jabate, Mr. Jabate. How you doing? Eman Johnson, Ibrahim Amar Dunar, Mika Mialu, Yata Sumo. How you doing? We got Cleopatra Dwyer, Columbus Prince, and Naomi T.G. Davis, Vivian Eastman, Madam Eastman. I wanted my, I got Sandra Brunel. I think I recognized you earlier. Roger G. Ba Jr., Paul Singbe. We got Rachel Bashu. How you doing, Mr. Bashu? What's going on over there, wherever you are? We got Babalu's son, Hamilton Green. How are you? Hamilton Green is from actually YouTube, watching from YouTube. Naomi G.B. Davis, watching from VARRA Highway, Beatrice Tapla Pupo. We got Vero Lippins. We got Lakbo Boa Duo. We got Mr. Johnson, Stevie Johnson. Hopefully you're joining us today. We got Philip Marlin. We got Paul Singway. I think I call your name. Erickson Zigor. We got Seth Badua. We got Vani Kroma. We got Mayo Wilds. Bowen. We got Nancy Bender. Clinton. I think I call Clinton's name. Bobby Toe. Look, man, all across Liberia. Before the guys come in today, I want to speak on something that is hurting a lot of Liberians. This has everything to do with Air Morocco. Air Morocco, about a year ago, I went to Liberia about 6 months ago now, almost 7 months. They lost my suitcase. Up to today, I have not gotten my suitcase. I did everything. Air Morocco does not pay for these suitcases. Air Morocco has the poorest customer service imaginable. For Liberian, that is. They do well for other people because their governments hold into account. Air Morocco continues to do this to Liberian. They don't care about what's happening to Liberia. Most Liberians go to Liberia for 2 weeks to 30 days, sometimes 5 weeks. They lost your suitcase. There is absolutely no redress. They don't attend to you. You go to the offices. They are extremely belligerent. They do not care about how you feel. You pay thousands of dollars to fly on a poor airplane. They don't treat you right. They take you to Casablanca. They don't attend to you. When they lose your suitcase, they do not attend to this. Liberians, let me tell you something. If your government cannot fight for you, you have to find a way to fight back for yourself. You have to boycott Air Morocco. For me, I can never, ever ride Air Morocco again in my life unless it has to be a rerouted flight where I have no control. But where I have controls, I cannot ride Air Morocco. If Liberia has decent options, I don't think anybody will fly Emirates. Emirates' goal is continuing to just sideline Liberians as if to say we are not paying money. I think Liberians pay some of the highest fees just to get to our country because we have a negligent government that does not understand the basic concept of air economics, how much money that brings to the country. Emirates just go ahead and does whatever it wants to Liberian citizen, whatever it wants. How can we continue to accept this? Right now, I've had 7 people call me over the last 2 days complaining about the suitcases from Emirates. Emirates has refused to address those people. Emirates does not care about Liberians. Emirates just take a lot of money. The bulk of Emirates money in the region right now is coming out of Liberia because they're like one of the major flights that is going into Liberia. So they don't care how they treat you because they figure you have no option. If you can avoid Emirates, my recommendation to you would be avoid Emirates completely. They do not respect Liberians. They do not care about Liberians. They don't care about nothing about Liberians. They look at you like as less than a human being, even though you're paying them thousands of dollars. We cannot continue to allow other people to come to our country, provide services in our country, and disrespect Liberian citizens with impunity. If we continue to do this, every single person around the globe are going to subjugate our interest to theirs because we do not protect our interest. Our government does not care. If I went to Liberia today and I sue Emirates, the courts will actually protect Emirates more than they protect me. What kind of country is that? When Emirates understands that they can mistreat Liberian citizens however they do please. Emirates lost my suitcase about a year ago. Up to today, I've not gotten my suitcase. I did everything. Emirates refused to even listen to me. They will give you the runaround. You will be in a dirty place at RIA. They got some dirty warehouse. You yourself have to go in the warehouse, looking among those old suitcases. If you can't find your suitcase, nobody wants to listen to you. The people that hire, they are complete idiots. They don't do no customer service. Emirates does not care. And yet and still, we have less options to fly to Liberia. If the road between Freetown and Liberia was top quality road, most people will fly into Freetown and then drive into Liberia. Because Emirates is a horrible, horrible airline. Let me continue to recognize more people because I'm coming right back to Emirates. We got Beatrice Tapla people. I think I recognize you. Stephen Silly, how you doing? I got James Yanfor. I got Victoria Goldman. How you doing? Mr. Carson, Bill Carson. My brother Ahmed Freeman, Mr. Freeman, Jonathan Calhoun. We got Samuel Cooper. Mr. Cooper was popping out there wherever you are. Look, listen. At the end of the day, if we do not sideline Emirates, look, Reverend Solomon G. Reeves, if we do not sideline Emirates and somehow try to boycott Emirates, Emirates will continue to treat Liberians this way without any care of any kind whatsoever. They just treat us any way they want. For me personally, I boycott Emirates, but I can't make beam up because there are not too many airlines going to Liberia. I would not personally buy any plane ticket for Emirates. I'd rather pay an additional $600-700 on my plane ticket than fly with Emirates. That's how far I've gone with this. The only way I would take Emirates, maybe my airline dropped me somewhere in Ghana and they reroute a flight and they put me in Emirates. But for me to consciously take my own money and put it to Emirates, it can never happen. Because Emirates is a horrible airline when it comes to Liberians. They don't care about you. All those Liberians that are going to Liberia, they're losing their suitcases. They don't take any care to protect Liberians' interest. And we have absolutely no recourse. No recourse of any kind. The aviation agency of Liberia, there is absolutely no recourse to protect Liberian citizens. Let me tell you the reason why it says aviation agency of Liberia. You assist to service the interest of Liberians. Some of you don't know this. You take this government job and you don't understand who your bosses are. Your bosses are Liberian citizens, Liberian interest. If Emirates is making Liberian citizens' life difficult, you sideline Emirates. We are paying for a fee. We are paying for a service, and they are not providing this service. They are a total mess. Every single Liberian citizen that flies with Emirates got some form of complaint. They take you to Casablanca. Sometimes you just sit there. They don't care. They provide the most horrible service to Liberian citizens. And all we do is we say, oh, at least the people flying to Liberia. You see that small money we're paying Liberian people in Liberia. So now they fly Emirates at $3,000. $3,000. $2,500. If you look at you will pay that maybe $1,700. That means you bought it way in advance. What's wrong with them? Is it not free money we're giving them? They treat you any kind of way they want. And our government officials are sitting down there, they can't do nothing about Air Morocco. Air Morocco losing people's suitcases 24/7. Nothing you can do. Since last year, Air Morocco lost my suitcase. I never received that suitcase. Today, I never received the suitcase. I can't fly Air Morocco if I have my choice. Maybe I'll get rerouted. So for that reason, I will not make BMO because we can get no decent plane going to the country. This is what I'm hoping Honorable Bwaka comes in. And he really, not because somebody ran the campaign for you, but people that are truly prepared to occupy a certain position, those people should occupy that position. Honorable Bwaka has said this, and I hope he sticks to this, because we cannot continue to treat Liberian citizens this way. I suffer in our brother 3 months. Imagine you go to brother 3 months, somebody lose your suitcase. I had to buy everything all over. Emra ain't give me 1 cent. You know how expensive it is? From a medication to everything I should have done. Emra don't care. No feeling. It's not about calming down. It's what these people are doing to us. They don't care to protect any Liberian interest. Then what they get a job for? What kind of nonsense is that? Let me recognize a few more people here. I got Famata Sewell. How you doing? Amers Conley, Rebecca William, Ezekiel Semi, Sidiki Kasia. How are you doing? I got Rebecca William. I got Henry Moore, Emmanuel Mai Coleman. How you doing? Yata Sumo Cecilia Seyu, Beatrice Tapla. I think I recognize you over there. Cornelius Hunter. Mr. Hunter, yeah, my man. The thing made me very too bad. Eddie Santiago Solari Sapro. How you doing, Cecilia? You're popping up. Mohammed K.S. Masakwe, Mr. Masakwe, how you doing? And Tofu White, Mr. White out of Canada, I believe. How you doing? I say Flumo, Oritha Momo, my brother Randall Thomas. What's going on? Follow Somalu. I got Adolphus winning. Over here, I got Kimo Bayou. I got Daniel W. Freeman Jr. I got Love Bondo. I got Yawala Jala, my girl. I say, oh, yeah, one large BL, mama. I got Connie Smith. I got Joseph Saki. I got Saturday Yalota. I got Elton Teddy Kanga. I got Beverly Omagia. I got Florence Samuel Coopers. I got T. Harris Taylor, Margaret Early, Rebecca William, Lasana. I got Zoe F. Robert, Elijah Cotto. I got Aaron Passaway. I got Jay Carter. I got Jay Benedict Colo Sonda. I got Sita H. Herman. I got Seba Fotoma. I got Albert M. Wilson. I got Moses Kamara. I got Nora Willett. I got Rebecca William. I got Beatrice. I think I said your name. So I think I said most people on here name already. So I'm going to go back to Air Morocco. This thing about Air Morocco, Liberia, let me tell you something. All across the globe, if somebody provides you with a bad service, you boycott that person because they got no respect for you. Hey, Philip Bala, how you doing, brother? They have no respect for you. Air Morocco has absolutely no respect for Liberian citizens. Princess Bono, how you doing, mama? Have no respect for Liberian citizens. They don't care about our well-being. I can guarantee you most of the flights that even they send to Liberia, they're probably poorly maintained. This is how much they value our lives. They don't value our property. There is absolutely no redress to actually call Air Morocco and say, listen, my suitcase is missing. Most other airlines will actually give you some money so you can purchase your material back, because they're trying to maintain certain reputation with their customers. Air Morocco does not care about maintaining any kind of reputation with their customers. Air Morocco don't care. They don't even think of us as actually human beings, if you ask me, for that matter. In fact, let me repeat that. Air Morocco does not care to think of Liberians as human beings, or people who are paying their fees. I have Liberians here in America now calling the local attorney general's office to actually lay the complaints to Air Morocco, because Air Morocco does not care if you lay a complaint in Liberia. They don't care, because they do nothing will come from inside. But I don't blame Air Morocco one bit. I blame government officials in Liberia who do not understand what their duty is. Their duty is to the people. Is to upping the standard of living for their people. Is to providing every single thing to do for their people. But most government officials, when they take a government position, they think the people are beneath them. This is lunacy. You are beneath the people. You serve the people. They don't understand this. When they wear that cheap Chinese suit, they sit in a place that they normally would not be able to sit in a decent office. All of a sudden, They don't even want to cater and do their own freaking job that they are paying so much money for to do that job. All they do is they just push Liberians around just for their own suitcases. They don't care about us. Okay, they're making millions out of our country, yet and still they don't care about us. And the very people that we have appointed in government, that the government has paid so much money to, the government does not care about the Liberian people. They treat us anyhow. Air Morocco personally should be boycotted by every single Liberian if you can help it. Buy your tickets in advance if you want to go to Liberia. Boycott Air Morocco at any cost. This is the only way they are going to change and cater to a Liberian citizen. If your suitcase is missing, they're supposed to pay for that suitcase. At least be reasonable. Even if you give the person $500 or $1,000, say, listen, your suitcase, we cannot locate your suitcase. That's something. But they're not even willing to even talk to you. They are very rude. They do not care about you one bit. Like I said, I spent 3 months in Liberia to lose my suitcase. I could not get my suitcase. Today it did. Since January, they didn't get my since January this year. I've never gotten my suitcase. Over 7 Liberians have called me. MRI just mistreat you however they please. And we got a government that does not understand that the sole purpose of them existing is to protect Liberians and their interests. Whatever interests Liberian citizens, this is the government's business. The government is instituted just to make sure Liberian citizens, the standard of living is improved. But you don't understand this. You take a government office, you walk around like you've achieved something. This is what happens when you take people that should not be near responsible offices and you give them this position, they think they're not arrive. They take the position and they walk around with their chest in the air. People that were ordinarily can make even $300 in the private sector. They take this position and they do not kill the Liberian citizen. They walk around that they've achieved something. You need to stop this nonsense. If you hold a government position, and a citizen comes to your office, and our citizen purpose is to access the services that our office provides, you drop everything you are doing and you cater to that citizen. This is your job. But we don't understand it. All we do is, my man, and the minister the minister in your office, he then in your office filing your fingernails. When they take the job for him, then he go to some kind of dirty Dura church. He say he's praying for God to deliver him and give you another job. How do we treat each other like this? Something wrong with us. You hold a government position, you don't want to do the job that is given to you. But yet instead you're getting paid for that position. Go to the passport ministry. But today, I'm focused on the aviation arm. I don't know the name of the agency, Liberia Aviation Agency. Somebody help me. What they call them? Liberia Airplane Monitoring Agency. I don't know. Liberia Cake Agency. Whatever
it's Liberia Aviation Authority.
Liberia Aviation Authority. Liberians are bleeding thousands, if not millions of dollars because you are not doing your job. Air Morocco feels it has no responsibility to Liberian citizens. Liberian citizen is superior and above any other citizen on the globe of the earth as far as Liberian government is concerned. Let me repeat. Liberian citizens are far above any other citizen on planet earth as far as Liberian government is concerned. If you hold a position in Liberian government, your interest, your primary interest is the protection of Liberian citizens anywhere in the globe. But we don't do it. We cater to foreigners. We subjugate our interest to that of foreigners. And we sit down and we think we are somebody. There is nowhere else on the globe that you are going to go. Nowhere else that you are going to go on this earth, that you are going to be treated with certain dignity that you need as a human being than in Liberia. I don't care where you go, but we refuse to protect us. And then we expect other people to respect us. I'm in control, and Air Morocco will do that nonsense to Liberian citizens. If they cause a Liberian citizen to take 3 airplane before they reach the Liberia, they take 3 airplane. Around the globe now, you have these agencies that are willing to work with responsible government. We have to make our government responsible so the likes of Air Morocco can recognize that Liberian citizens are valuable above all else. Let me repeat. Liberian citizens are valuable above all else. I say so, all else. I don't care where they're from. They can even be from heaven. Liberian citizens should be above them as far as Liberia is concerned. I don't know when we will get this basic concept. We have this inferiority complex in our country. We believe other people are better than us. When we will learn this basic lesson, nobody is better than me as far as I'm concerned. I believe I'm better than everybody else. That's how I think about myself. But you hold a government position. When Liberian citizens get to the airport, we prefer to give preference to a foreigner over a Liberian citizen. Something wrong with you? Go across the globe and see how people treat their citizens. They give preference to their citizens. But in our country, we give preference to foreigners over us. What's wrong with us? What kind of complex is this? I mean, this is the 21st century, for Christ's sake. Go to see how the Indians treat us. Go to the Arab world and see how they treat us. Go to Europe. Go anywhere else and see how they treat us. And then again, we come to our own country. We have foreigners coming to Liberia and treating us anyhow or however they please. I'm not asking you to be xenophobic, but what I'm asking you is to give Liberian citizens preference. If Air Morocco refused to cater to Liberian citizens, Air Morocco should not be operating in Liberia. You say, oh, but Dwalu, it will cost us so much. Yes, it will force us to improve our own system. Better yet, it will force us to get Air Liberia. People think this is a far-fetched idea. It's not. We can get Air Liberia within the span of 3 years if we put together a proper team to vet them and we bring an airline to Liberia. You don't need all the money. Most of the airlines that run around the world, they don't have all the money. At least, seriousness. We have to attach seriousness to governance. Seriousness to governance. Look, you got small airports here. I want some of you guys to Google airports like Providence Airport, small airports. They're generating $3-4 billion a year. Simple airport. Liberia, RRA, has the capacity to generate north of $1 billion in 10 years with proper management at that airport. But we just sit down and we just let other people to just use us. They think it made my blood boil. They just use us any kind of way we want. We get foreigner who come to our country, they're pregnant or Liberian woman, they just get there and leave. They just treat us any kind of way. Then you take a government official in a cheap Chinese suit, don't know his duty. But when you see, especially a Western foreigner that comes to our country, then what's wrong with Yankwe? Who's going to cater to Flomo and Fala and Tama? Who's going to cater to Cecilia and Little Favor? Who's going to cater to Diamond? Something is wrong with us. This complex is killing us. You are a government official. Your duty is to glorify the Liberian citizen in life and in death. That is your duty. And you should be willing to die for the actualization of that duty. But you sit and you have the likes of Air Morocco get treated any kind of way. Any kind of way they want. Something, I say, anybody who get it means boycott Air Morocco. If they don't want to get straight, you boycott them. If they're not getting passenger, they're not going to fly to Liberia. We cannot continue to have foreigners treat us any way they do want. Dr. Francine, welcome to the show. We are talking about Air Morocco. They are losing people luggages. They don't care. Since January, they lost my luggage. I have not seen it. Over 7 Liberian call me. Oh, Dwalu, the people just lost our luggage. When you call them poor customer service, they don't care about you. They treat us like dirt. We pay $2,000-3,000 for one plane ticket. That how much to come to Liberia? Because we got an irresponsible government that refuses to allow decent airplanes to come to the country. Dr. Francie, I'm gonna have you coming.
Charlie, you're so right, about Air Morocco. I have my own story about them. I try not to take them if I can avoid them. They put us Africans in some kind of dungeon, I call it. They don't speak English to you. They speak, even though they speak English, but when we go to order to eat, because we're there for 16 hours, they act like they don't understand what we're saying. I have had those experiences with them. If you, like, I had my elderly dad with me when I used to use them. I don't use them anymore. My elderly dad, who was a green card holder, because he was a green card holder, he was sick. They decided that they would keep him in some kind of dungeon, and they wouldn't allow him out. Like, they would allow other people to go out, and it was just a mess. So we also avoid Air Morocco. If we have to take 2-3 planes to where we got to get to, we will. We don't, and nobody speaks. Nobody. The last time I traveled, they were so late. Nobody had any reason why they were late. Nobody had any valid reason to me why they were late.
No reason, Dr. Francine. No, give you no reason. One time, my wife and 3 kids were flying. I was in London or Paris, and my wife called me and said, "Oh, honey, we bought." I said, "When you bought Air Maroc?" I said, "Well, honey, it's too late." So they got to Casablanca. They put them for 18 hours, put in this dirty hotel.
Mhm.
And when they try, I had to call and change the hotel to a decent place. And then I had to literally charter another vehicle to be able to get them back to the airport because Air Maroc entirely refused. They put it in this dirty place. Air Maroc don't care nothing about Liberians.
Mm-mm.
This is wrong to us.
Yes, it is. It is.
Mr. Wilson, welcome to the show.
Yes, Denton, welcome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dr. Richardson, how you doing? Mr.
I'm-
Duarte, how are you?
How you doing, Chief?
I believe this was so personal, and it is so personal because Duarte's wife lost all her luggages, and they put her in a hotel that make him mad.
Tell
That's
her
why he's so
hotel.
mad.
Oh, my children too, that won't be their own blood.
And the chair, oh, so the man mad. It's personal to Duarte. It's personal to Duarte. I mean, the best, I think we just need our direct. I think we need our direct flight to Liberia.
It's easy to get Stanton.
That's it. 8 hours, 9 hours max. From
And there's
New
a way
York,
to do it. I'll
from New
present you a
York,
way to do it.
no walk, straight there.
Straight there.
Max. Mhm.
Straight
I think
there.
that's what we need. We need our direct flight, and I think this administration
They
should
have to
promise
work
the
it.
Liberian people that it will be done. Jose Yima Buakai, the president-elect, something like that on his agenda. That Liberia have direct flight. And the other thing,
It's
wasting
possible.
our time.
It's possible,
It is.
Stanton. Hey,
It
look,
is.
most of the airline, the routes right now overcrowded. They're not even making the money. Look, do what other countries have done in the past. I presented this case here before. Liberia doesn't have to have the money. Liberia can go and get a loan. If they don't even want a loan, they can go to a rich, somebody who's rich. And listen, Delta Airline, we don't have the capacity to have a direct flight to Liberia. However, we want to go into a partnership with you. We'll get one plane, we'll call it Liberia Airline. If possible, the entire crew comes from
But
Delta.
man, you can. And
So many
people
ways.
can, but Duadu, and people can do car note here with
Thank
car.
you.
Liberia can do car note with plane.
We paying
Plane
too
note.
much.
And, it's too much of that, but I'm happy that, we get the former ambassador, Nat Barnes, coming on. We're going to ask him, let's squeeze in on some of this issue.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the foreign, side of our country. Let's talk about what is happening. Because you're right, a lot of people reach out to me, Stanton, man. For example, you know what I just did last week? I think I can say it, though. I think I can say it. We have to send 1, 2, 3 luggages from the vice president details.
Imagine.
They both forgot it when they were checking in. They forgot it. The people the people that can put the handlers, that can put the thing on the belt.
They don't care.
They don't care.
They don't care.
The man just got his stuff Tuesday. Christmas or Monday, Tuesday. He got his stuff. Because we sent it. It's like thank God somebody was traveling the next day and they took it. This is bad. This is so bad for our country. So we want to welcome every one of you. It's going to be interesting today. Well, we're going to have all the crew coming on. We got Ambassador Nat Barnes. We got the Bon County people coming on. I see the Chairman Joe in the back. And we got Prince Moyi will be joining us. Johnny Kwehe will be joining us. Our sister Moiman Bridge Mensa, the representative, or another Liberian sister that working so hard with the Bon County issue. They call her Madam Cooper. She will be joining us. And we expect to have with Amino Jala. We're going to discuss the issue about the Tango blast that killed a lot of people in Liberia. Today, we will not be collecting any money today. We make the decision because we want to have all the proper things in place. We just cannot rush to collect money, but we want to allow the leadership to explain the story. Eduardo, what do you make of that before I bring in Ambassador Nat Barnes? We want to allow them to explain. Yeah,
it makes tremendous amount of sense because when it comes to the issue of money, we have to protect it, especially other people's money. So everything has to be organized properly before you even attempt. Because one of my biggest fear that I have in life, if anything that has to do with Liberians and money, I don't want my name ever involved in it. So
yeah, we're not doing no collection today. We'll keep the collection for Sunday. Oh, you know what? For Wash Night. Wash Night. We'll keep the collection for Wash Night because it will be Happy New Year, man. Everybody will be coming. Wash Night will be powerful. So we're not collecting any money. We're just going to discuss the issue about what took place in Bon County. But while we're saying this, let me bring in the former ambassador, our longtime friend here on Spoon Talk. He's joining us right now. Ambassador, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, Stanton.
How you doing, sir?
As always, you're welcome. That's Mr. Duado. Yeah, that's Mr. Duado and the Peoples. He missing the S. We call it and the Peoples.
Oh God.
And the Peoples. Okay.
One group of people.
All right.
People.
Right.
It's a pleasure to be on with you, actually. By the way.
The pleasure is mine, sir.
Good. We're going to be in and out because I'm saying Chairman Joe. He's in the back. He will be coming on along with the rest of the crew. Once they are ready, we're just going to call segment and bring them in. But let's hear you out. You're on Spoon for a very long time. What's your overview since the election? Since everything, now the election is over. I mean, how you looking at the country? How you looking at the transitional team? I mean, talk to us. Welcome to the show.
Well, first of all, I would like to express sincere congratulations to my fellow citizens, my fellow Liberians, for conducting themselves the way they did, from the first electoral process to the runoff. We all were very, very anxious as a people, but we exhibited a certain amount of maturity and a certain amount of foresight. And we have to be congratulated. We must congratulate ourselves for the way we conducted ourselves. I also this is something I don't do often, but I have to give kudos to President Weah for being understanding or indulgent in understanding that he had lost, and in a very diplomatic and mature way conceded against, I'm sure in the background, quite a bit of resistance. But that particular act requires some level of commendation because that took away a lot of the anxiety of the people. Now, I've said this before and I'll say it again. We Liberians need to understand that we are coming to the end of an era. Okay, these 6 years that we are about to embark upon is the end of an era. So one would think that the astute leadership will begin to prepare themselves to hand the baton over at the end of 6 years to a different generation. A new era of Liberia is about to come into birth at the end of these 6 years. So I think that it's important that our new leadership keeps that in mind and works very hard to preparing a foundation for the future after these 6 years. But I believe we are coming towards the end of an era. With reference to the preparations and the inauguration preparations, the transition preparations, I have to commend the Buckeyes team. They have played the cards very, very close to their chest. But it's about time that we the people begin to see some actions towards what's happening. I saw the inauguration activity list released by Chairman Amiata Famule. Looks very, very comprehensive. It also looks very, very inclusive, which I think is a good thing. But we need to begin to prepare ourselves to again, end this era with a bang, a positive bang, so to speak.
Well, speaking of the issue concerning the transition team, we will delve into it later. But what you're so good at, and a lot of Liberians admire you, your skill that brought you to prominence, if I may say, our foreign situation and what is happening right now. We discussed it yesterday in Brussels, Europe. The mission, the lack, our embassy out, the lack, the building. Our folks are not in the building. Ambassador Asa Yamlo, I reached out to him to appear on the show. He's still trying to get permission, as you know, as per your blue book on foreign policy. He cannot speak except given the opportunity to speak from the minister proper. So we hope he can appear on the show. But they are locked out. They are on the street. On the street per se, they are not operating from that building. What do you make of that, Ambassador Nat Barnes?
Our entire foreign policy is in shambles. Let's not kid ourselves, okay? Look, there are two aspects to Liberia's foreign policy as we speak today. The first is we have to re-engineer and reinvigorate the institution. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is totally dysfunctional. Okay, so we need to re-engineer the institution so that it's more responsive. So things like these that you are talking about, like an embassy being shut down, doesn't happen. That it don't happen in the future. We must remember, from an institutional perspective, our envoy, our diplomatic envoy, represents the eyes, the ears, and the mouthpiece of the head of state. And as a result of that, they are treated with certain courtesies, diplomatic courtesies in these foreign countries that we have relationships with. So we must maintain a certain professional image. And it doesn't speak well for our nation, neither does it speak well for our head of state, when we have an embassy, a representation, a diplomatic representation in a rather prominent location, Brussels, the EU, to be closed down because of the absence of paying a lease, more or less administrative type expenses. That is not acceptable. Okay, so and the truth of it, unfortunately, this isn't new. Okay, I think, if I may express a personal opinion, for a poor country like we are, we have too many embassies. We need to begin to create an environment where we can maximize our presence, our diplomatic presence, our global interaction with a minimum number of physical locations. Okay, it's controversial to say that, but it's true. We need to look at it, as I said, from an institutional perspective. We need to re-engineer the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That's the first aspect. The second aspect, of course, is our global interactions. Okay, and we must always understand the fundamental driver of foreign policy and foreign relations is national interests. What are our national interests? And we should create a policy of diplomacy that more or less serves those interests. For example, the great United States of America. What is America's national interest? I tell you right off the bat, America's interest is the security of its homeland and its citizens. That is America's national interest. And all of the diplomatic interaction, the global interactions, is a manifestation of upholding and solidifying those interests. And so the question becomes what is Liberia's national
interest? Yes.
My basic approach is our national interest should be very simple. It should be development. There is a concept in diplomacy called development diplomacy. So we should work a diplomatic arrangement, global interactions, where our focus is our national development, whether it be infrastructure, economic, whichever. But the focus should be our development.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Again, permit me, it will be very, very important because I want you to join us. You know, we're going to talk about the foreign policy, and I see Mr. Dwyer clapping, our brother Stephen Johnson joining us, ready to start shooting those bazooka and Prince Maxwell from that end. But let me say this: we have Madam Derma Yekesin Kofa. She will be joining us. We have Prince Moi, the senator of Bon County. I want you to be part of this conversation. If you don't mind, it's very important to our national interests. We have lost almost over 50 individuals in the Tango Blast you're aware of. So we want to pivot a little bit, and then we're going to come back on that conversation because they are not with us for too long, and I don't want to waste the time.
Can I ask him one question?
No, he's here. He's not going. He's here.
Oh, okay.
No, he's here. We asked him to be here. Yeah, he's not going. So, yeah, let me bring in the Senator Prince Moi. Senator Prince Moi, Prince K. Moi, welcome to Spoon Talk, my friend, my brother. I talk to you all the time. Let me bring in our sister, Sister Daman Yekesin Kofa. Madam Kofa, welcome again. And I will bring in the Chairman Joe Bamakoli. Welcome. Let's talk about Bon County. Let's talk about the incident that is so huge right now on the minds of our fellow Liberians. People are going wild crazy. But I think, Prince Moi, you have a message from the president-elect and their involvement in meetings that were held today. We want to give you guys a chance. Let's talk Liberia. Let's talk Bon County. Let's talk about the incident. For the time you're going to spend with us, we're expecting to have Madam Mensah, Representative Mensah, on the show, and also probably Minister James Erto. Sorry if that whole name, Minister Jala. I would say Minister Jala will be joining us shortly also. But welcome. Let's start with Madam Kofa. Madam Kofa, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Senator Moy? We're not hearing you, Senator. I'm sorry, Senator. We are not hearing you.
Maybe somebody try to call you and you got to log in, log back out, Senator.
Yeah, when they call you, it will interfere with the connection. So go out and come back in, please. Let me bring in. Oh, sorry, that's not Chairman. I'm sorry, come on. I just spoke to you today. I thought it was Chairman. Sorry for my bad eyesight, but welcome to the show. Come on.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, there you go. We have Representative Mama Mensah. Let me bring her on. She's going to start this. And welcome, Representative. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sandra.
All right. So let's make this happen. Since we are not raising funds today, can you guys please give us overview the way forward? Where are we right now with the situation at hand? We're going to start with you, Representative Mensah.
Thank you, and thank you to the Spoon family. Thank you to Madam Kofa, and then our own chairman from Minnesota. Everybody that take up upon your time to come and be part of this process. So as we stand, we couldn't carry the body, the 5 we have today. We left it to JFK. We're going to be taking it tomorrow. We have 49 deaths already. So it's about 51. If we add this, what we have. And we had a very good meeting today with all of the partners, the disaster management team, the Red Cross, Madam Kofa representing the JFK, and Tata Jala came on through the radio because she has taken some donation to the other hospitals. And we set up a committee that the chairman will be coming in. Jetty did some donation. He's been dividing it around, and he's just leaving 14 military hospital. And the chairman having to be Tono Lavapla. So he will come in later on. Tomorrow we have a meeting in Totota, the area right to the church at the incident took place. We're going to be having a mass meeting there with the victim family and other members and people that died in the family, and everybody going to be around. So we have 10 person in 14 military hospital. We have 5 in in Cali Hospital. We have 21 in JFK, and we have 19 in ERWA. In Phoebe, have grown from 17 to around 45 because last night, at least, we were on the local radio station in the district, and people been keeping themselves home. They didn't come out, they've been home, so we talked to them that they didn't need to pay any money. It wouldn't cost them anything. They should just get to the clinic in the district, and we were able to get 28 persons that we requested for the ambulance, and it took them to Phoebe. But most of them, we talked to them today. We talked to the doctor at Phoebe. Some of them are not too critical, but they need attention. And some were sent home, medication, and to go back for dressing. So for now, this is where we are. And I show the full team going to be here. Maybe it could be rotational because of the size of your guests. And anytime, so this is where we are, and we are grateful that we own this panel. I can see Senator Moy is here. Madam Kofa is also here, and Chairman. So we all just want to appreciate the Spoon family, and we look forward to having our people being helped.
Thank you very much, Madam Representative Mensa, thank you. Let's bring in from the side of the medical side, actually, the team. Let's bring in Madam Kofa before going back to our brother Prince Moyi, the senator. Madam Kofa, can you give us what's the hard take over here right now? Unexpectedly, you woke up in the morning, you went to work, believing that all is fine, good day, though it would never be a good day. But the group, the trauma, the force that came over, you guys said, no, we are not going home. You were there 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and you spend the next night. Talk to us. Where is our country in these times of such a disaster?
The country is in mourning. Um, Unfortunately, this incident has touched many lives. As I said today, we're all interrelated in Liberia. It just takes a couple of people, a step from you, to have some relationship to someone, whether you went to school with them or you're a cousin or distant relative or what have you. So we're all interrelated. So the entire country is mourning. This is a national disaster, and we need to treat it as such. We are losing our young men, majority men. We've lost some children, pregnant women. Um, you know, we are just in dire straits right now. You mentioned waking up and going to work. Unfortunately, my night actually started around one. I think it was 1:10 when the Honorable Briggs called me and said, "Dama, we're bringing people over to JFK." We had already started preparing because I believe this incident occurred on the 26th, if I'm not mistaken. Um, and so we had gotten some word, but we really did not know the gravity of what was coming to us. So when she called me from 1 o'clock, I honestly did not sleep the rest of the evening. Um, Went ahead and went into work around 4:30 that morning. When I entered the trauma center, you know, even though I have a vast experience in working in burn ICUs at the JC Burn Center at Johns Hopkins, University of Maryland, UNC Chapel Hill, what I saw there was really devastating. And it just really had me in a state where I knew we had some major challenges ahead of us. So we received a total of 28 patients at the JFK, two of whom were dead on arrival. So those two cadavers were taken back to Bon County by their family members. We have since lost 7 patients. A total of 7 patients have died, two of whom died today. One died in the presence of the Honorable Briggs. And, it was really devastating witnessing those families crying. We hear a lot of crying on JFK sometimes because a lot of people come in very late or in very dire straits having been afflicted, in horrible accidents and what have you. So the crying is not new to us, but every time, for me, every time I hear it, it really stirs something up in my spirit. It's not something I've gotten used to, and I pray that I never get used to hearing people lament and cry like that, and then not having empathy for that. So obviously, we're all devastated, but I can tell you, the entire team at the JFK has been working, tirelessly, um, under the direction of our CEO, Dr. Jerry F. Brown. He's been extremely responsive in meeting our demands as it pertains to medications, medical supplies, our consumables. Um, we've had numerous donations from several different individuals, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention a few of them. The Ministry of Health, Dr. Jala, has been extremely responsive. She has mobilized the EMS to continue to to bring patients to us, to take bodies back to Bun County, and just coordinating all of the logistics as it pertains to travel. Um, we had the disaster management agency come in. Mr. Henry Williams came in to assess the situation on ground. He's been one of our partners as well. Senator Johnny Behe came in with an assorted array of medical supplies and consumables as well. We had the Great Commission come in today. We had Vox, we had Jetty, WHO, the Texas Nurses Association. We've had numerous people come in. We had the deputy speaker come in and give monetary gift of $2,000 for medications, and also promised another $6,000 next week. And if I'm missing anyone, my sincere apologies. It's not intentional, but we've had an outpouring of love, donations to the institution for the care of these patients. We are still in dire need of supplies, and I can't overstate that. We need ceftriaxone, it's an antibiotic. We need flagyl. We need gauze. And let me just give you a description of what, like you said, what we have on, at the trauma center. The trauma center we have right now and the ICU were both the brainchild of Madam Safua Gray of NOCAL. And under his leadership, our president, Dr. Josh Manawia, she selected JFK as a CSR project. And I tell you that trauma center has truly, and the ICU has truly been saving lives here in Liberia. We were able to get quite a few donations, but we still need Silvadene ointment. It's the ointment that's needed to place directly on those burns. And then those burns have to be wrapped with gauze and gauze bandages. Those things are extremely expensive in Liberia. And we use several rolls of gauze on each patient at least 2 to 3 times a day. So when you have a total of 21 plus patients, 19 patients, I'm hearing 40 something in Phoebe, and you're having to use this much gauze per patient per day, you can just start to imagine the exponential need for these dressings. And it's extremely critical right now. One of the biggest enemies of all of these patients is infection. They don't have the integrity of their skin. The barrier the barrier protection of the skin is gone. A lot of them have anywhere from 30% to 82% burn. If you can only imagine somebody being burned from the top of their head to the bottom of their feet, and I'm not exaggerating. We have people burned from the top of their head, their faces burned, their thorax, their entire chest, their backs, their legs, their arms, everywhere, their privates, everywhere burned. And so the reason we're having the kinds of deaths we're having right now is because of the degree of burn that you have in these victims. Sometimes we say, oh, people got burned, but you don't really understand the depth of those burns. You have 1st degree, 2nd degree, 3rd degree, 4th degree burn. When you start to look at the surface of the skin at the top, you have 1st degree if it's just superficial. Like when you burn yourself with a little hot water in the kitchen, you're cooking, you burn yourself a little bit. That's a 1st degree burn. When it goes down through the layers of the skin down to the bone, you imagine you go from 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. That's the direction of that burn, all the way down to the bone. So when you have that level of injury to your tissue, your kidneys start to shut down, you're going to hypovolemic shock, and everything else. You have multi-organ dysfunction or failure in the case of when death ensues. So you have a lot of complications that these patients are going to face as they heal. Healing for burn patients is not quick, it's not easy. They have contractures as they heal, so meaning that their hands right now are burned. As they heal, those hands will get stiff. We're going to have to involve the MRC, our physical therapists, and the nurses to continue to do physical therapy, range of motion exercises with these patients. So it's just a plethora of different things that are going to, that these people are going to face as they continue to heal. And we pray for the families out there. We pray for everyone who's been afflicted by this. It's not going to be an easy road. We will not lose everyone. We will still lose a few people. We have about 8 extremely critical cases at JFK right now. We're worried about them, and I spoke to the families today and tried to make them understand. I like to be very honest and candid about what is happening with patients. I think if you give family members a realistic, idea of what exactly is going on, they can start to also prepare and also pray as hard as they can, in addition to whatever medical attention their patients are receiving I think with those concerted efforts, we can all make a change in this direction for those patients. So we need supplies. We need gauze. We need Silverding ointment. We need surgical blades. Sometimes, if you imagine putting, and I hate to use this analogy, but imagine putting, like a goat or something on the fire. You know how that animal, you know, uh, kind of almost bursts, right? When the tissue is inflamed from burn, all of that gets swollen. You end up getting compartment syndrome in some of those extremities, your hands and your legs. And sometimes they have to go in and cut through the tissue in order to alleviate that pressure. So it's a lot that patients are going through. The pain, the excruciating pain that they're experiencing right now, you can't even begin to imagine. In the States, what I was telling some of our anesthesiologists, when we talk about managing pain in Liberia, sometimes the nurses and other people are they're a bit conservative and feel like, oh, people are going to develop addictions. You don't develop addictions acutely. If you're in pain and your body is actually feeling that pain, those receptors respond to the pain medication you get. The time that you start to get addiction is when you start giving people medication above and beyond their actual need for that medication. So as long as they're breathing, we try to make sure we keep medicating them so that they're at least comfortable in that situation.
Thank you very much, Madam Kofi. Again, for the record, can you give us your 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 position at JFK?
Certainly, I'm the Deputy CEO for Administration at the John F. Kennedy Medical Center.
Thank you very much, Madam Kofi. It's good to have you. You went in depth. These things that you find them over the counter, $19, $19, as you can see. They are online. Some other places they are very cheap. Silverding, we all know this is 1%. You don't need prescription for that. It comes in different grant. Just listen. When we start raising fund, we ask you. We're showing you this because if only like Madam Kofa said, they have this thing, it will help with a lot of girls and a lot of fluid. This thing help in a very, very reasonable time. As we end up losing a lot of folks, and even those that will recover, they will have the deforming of their body parts. Because as she said, go ahead real quick, Madam Kofa. You want to say something?
Yeah, so I just wanted to give you a reference point here. That Silverding ointment you just showed, we're using about 7 tubes of those on each person per, just to give you an idea of what I'm talking, that right there. So when you squeeze that, you have to lather it over the wounds. We have people with full thickness burns to their entire backs, their legs. So just imagine when you put in lotion on, when you squeeze this thing, you probably get a good, blob of it. You can put it on the arm. You got to get another tube to put all over the back. And you need that ointment because it has the properties to try to dry out those wounds and to prevent infection. So that's why it's so critical that we get those supplies in, just plentiful.
And you use it 7. I'm going to bring Duado. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Richard. It's good to have Ambassador Barnes here as well. Let's have a real conversation on this. I saw our brother Tonala in the back. We'll be bringing him on once we open a room for someone. But again, folks, we are not collecting money right now. We want to get the full picture, the full story. We don't know how many patients at 14 Mediterranean or Phoebe Hospital, the family awareness, the engagement. That's what exactly we're going to call Senator Prince Moyi to speak to. But we're going to ask Madam Kofa to stay with us extremely well as we move our questions around. Mr. Duado, come in, please.
Madam Kofa, thank you so much for what you do and for coming on the show. I know it's a little premature, but I want to ask you this. How prepared was JFK before this incident to attend to these kind of wounds?
Welcome.
Realistically speaking.
I'm sorry, I had a call coming in. I didn't hear the question.
I said, how prepared was JFK to attend to these kind of wounds before the people came in? And then obviously after the fact, what preparations you guys would make in the future just in case this happens again?
So as far as our didactic strength, as far as our clinical strength, the John F. Kennedy Medical Center, we have the best doctors in Liberia. And again, I don't say that out of arrogance, but it's just simple fact. We have consultant doctors, we have surgeons, we have anesthesiologists at the hospital. We have nurses, ICU nurses, trained ICU nurses. So we have the staff to take care of our patients. Our doctors were all preparing. We had to engage our vendors to try to secure or procure supplies so that we would have those on hand. We reached out to several of our vendors. They were very responsive in ensuring, because there were specific items that were needed to treat burns. It's a certain algorithm that you use to treat burns. So, we may have certain things in the hospital, but if you need ceftriaxone and you need metronidazole to take care of those patients, and you need gauze and silvadene ointment, that's what you need. So we had to get those specific needs for the patients. Central lines were another thing that we needed to, make sure we had enough of. We had gotten donations before. We don't sell central lines here in Liberia, and those are accesses that are put in the central vasculature of the patients instead of peripheral IVs. Like when you go to the clinics and they put IVs in your hand, they don't have any skin. You can't locate veins in these patients right now. So they have to.
Madam Kofa, I beg you for this. I understand the staff portion of it. I understand JFK does have the staff. But my question was specifically to supplies. Did you have enough supply in storage to attend to these kind of wounds?
Absolutely not. We do not have.
The question. Okay.
No, we do not.
Okay.
If I may interject.
Yes, go ahead, Ambassador. Go ahead, please.
No, I just wanted to make two observations on what Dr. Kofa has said, and I thank you very much for a very detailed briefing.
Sorry, that's a point of correction. I'm not a doctor. I'm an anesthesia provider.
Been there, done that. I know exactly what you mean, and I'm so sorry about that. I must commend you for your very detailed coverage of this. I want to say there are two things I want to say. Number one, this particular incident just reassures me of the resilience of Liberian people. And we always tend to underestimate ourselves as a people about how resilient we can be in the face of trauma, in the face of terror and bad things. So to hear you speaking the way you're speaking and to observe the outreach sort of is a reassuring that regardless, we will be okay. The second thing is we need to already start to develop lessons learned. Yeah, it's only but a few days into this, but the question that my colleague asked earlier about preparedness, okay, we need to take this particular experience and say, okay, what have we learned from this and what can we do to avoid or be prepared for, because these things will happen. Accidents by definition will happen, okay? Being prepared for it is another matter. So hopefully we can also, in addition to dealing with this particular experience, which is quite gruesome, we must develop some lessons learned. What have we learned and how can we implement those things we've learned to be better prepared for future incidences?
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And we want to hear from, thank you very much, Madam Kofa. Again, it's just good having you, man. You went into the, I'm seeing the picture of the central line. We work in the hospital, so we know what it is and how important it is. Again, you are not even going further as to other things that you need immediately, like right now, like yesterday, because the strength of the hospital, actually, we need more of those things. Let me bring in Senator Moi to talk to us now about the county, about the central government, the local government, the role you guys playing. Since we do not have our sister representative Mensa on, then we'll bring in the other guys for questioning. Senator Prince Moi, thank you for joining us, sir.
I think he's muted. Sir. I think he's muted.
No, he's good. Go ahead, Senator. I don't know what's going on. You are not muted, but your volume is not coming through. All right, so I'm going to call you. Just stay put. I'm going to call you. We're going to do what we did with Representative Mensah. There we go. So let's call him. Yeah, can you hear me? Senator Prince Moy. Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me better now, right?
Hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you tell us, like I asked the question, go ahead and talk to us, please.
Thank you, Tempton, and good evening to the panelists and the guests appearing tonight. Firstly, I want to say I'm saddened by this tragic incident that has engulfed our county and by extension the country. As a matter of fact, the Honorable said it rightly, Honorable Member Bruce Mensah, that during the morning of the incident, we gathered at Phoebe, tried to help in making sure that we send some of those that could not be handled by Phoebe. And I was there up to yesterday. I stopped to Totota and then arrived late last night. So this morning I proceeded to brief the president-elect, and our briefing went very well. As a matter of fact, he was shocked and he expressed his regret, and he has set up a team to give him more detailed analysis as to how he can intervene. As a matter of fact, there's a scheduled trip to Totota for him to lay wreath at the mass grave of those victims that have passed. So that is working, and we move on to the meeting, the stakeholder meeting, which the Deputy CEO for administration, Madam Kufa, clearly articulated some of the things that has happened. And I think the coordination and the response team are doing everything humanly possible to attend to those victims that are still in the different hospitals. So I want to say thanks to all of you that are making sure that our people are catered to. We appreciate the initial response, and we think that only coordination can help us to get them treated the way they should. We are devastated as a county. You wouldn't imagine how pitiful the situation is until you get on the ground and see what is happening in Totota. So, I mean, I just came to make those few words. You see too many calls coming in, and I can't even get through it because of the different information that coming out at every movement, because people are still in the community. She said it rightly. Today, 28 came up and they were transferred again to Phoebe. So they are still calling us that people left and they hate themselves. I don't know for whatever reason, but we have to encourage all of them to come so that they can be taken to the nearby hospital for proper treatment.
Senator Prince Moy, thank you very much. I will ask only one question and bring in Stephen Johnson, Dr. Richardson, and Prince Maxwell to do their question, and one question each, because we got to go more into this story. You just said the president-elect, Ambassador Joseph Yimabwaka, will be leading read. Is that Sunday?
Yes, tentatively, we are trying to work on the schedule, but I'm sure it's going to be Sunday.
Okay, my next question. I said one question. Let me stick to it. Stephen Johnson, please.
Thank you. I can ask one question. Anybody can, either the senator or Dama can take a stab. I listened to Dama as she eloquently narrated the story, the ordeal that many of our compatriots are faced with after this tragic incident. One of the things I see come out of that story is the fact that if a hospital like GFK is overwhelmed with just 28 patients, I can imagine what will happen in the case where we have double that number, or what is already happening to other smaller hospitals, like, for example, like Phoebe and other referral hospitals across the country that are heavily underfunded. My issue is, Senator, too often we've seen incidents like these happen without any closure in terms of adequate investigation to really understand exactly what happened. In most countries, there are protocols for movement of inflammable material. If you're moving gas, for example, or if you're moving setting flammable materials to different places, there are protocols. And instead of us just being reactionary, where wait for stuff to happen before we try to intervene, what investigation is being launched into this matter? And if so, how soon do we expect to hear something? And the B to that is, are there plans by the hospital to just not just deal with victims, but also to extend their activity towards awareness, creating awareness, so that our people can understand the danger of some of these things and not just wait for it to happen? For instance, tell them the danger about gasoline or stuff. Let the hospital be involved in the beginning stage of the entire health pyramid, instead of just waiting for patient to come and treating them. Those are my two concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator, and then we'll bring in Madam Kofa.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Stephen. To just attempt answering your question, Stephen, you would not believe it that we had 2 police officers that were trying to just drive the citizens away from not attempting to break into the tanker or get any gasoline out. As a result of that, they themselves got brain, and they are now hospitalized. So it tells you how incapacitated our police and other paramilitary institutions are supposed to be responding to this kind of a situation prepared. There are good laws, public safety laws, if it comes to what we have in the country. But the execution, the enforcement of those laws are the problem, because when the tanker fell, I'm told it took almost 2 hours. 2 hours laying down. And that's how people got brave, started going around and tried to knock it and get gasoline out. So if we had that element of our governance system in place to adequately reinforce either the police on ground by calling swiftly in Banga for reinforcement, I think they are going to deter some of those that really got victimized. The next one is Stephen, like you said, the response team. Today we had a meeting with the Red Cross, the National Disaster Agency, and the Deputy CEO instead. Madam Kofa, and Dr. Wilhelmina Jala, the health minister, flew into that major meeting. And to date, they cannot even collect the exact data as to how many persons have passed and those that are in the different communities. So I'm told the coordination meeting will be next week, Tuesday, so that all the agencies involved can come together to do a thorough analysis of the different data they have. And I'm told Red Cross is in the community, their presence is in the community, the National Disaster Agency presence also in the community, and trying to do outreach to encourage some of those that are running away for fear of being arrested or whatever they run away for. We don't know, but they have to go in there and establish. 28 came up today, so there are more. There are more out there. So we just hope that those that are coordinating the response can be fast enough to get those that are running away at that have, kept themselves somewhere else to just come on board so that they can be catered to as soon as possible. Other than that, the situation will just get out of hand, and those individuals will sometimes die and be buried somewhere else.
Thank you very much, Senator. Just for our viewer, just to bring you up to date before Madam Kofa come in to answer Stephen's question, I want to just take you back. Viewer, again, is on to you. Your own viewing description is advised. We're going to show you the 30-second clip that led to this thing. And some people say it was like 3 hours. Some people telling us it was 2 hours, but we got to show this. We got to show this for our audience to see exactly. And we want to really hear from Representative Mensa, again, Madam Kofa, and also our brother Senator Prince Moyi. Let's play this one more time.
You.
Okay, the reason why I will pause it, I want people to focus, because when we talk about this disaster, understand that we're asking you to support once we open the line for support. I know Representative Mensa left because it's hard for her, but can you imagine that people under the truck? I want you to see people standing underneath the truck, people all over the truck. And then imagine when we got to the area where the blast took place. That's why I say it's another Hiroshima. So let's play it. Look at those that bring in the cans, everything. I love to be dramatic, by the way. They went as close under the engine and under the tire, everything. And this is horrible.
You.
Well, that's it. The course will be established later. With a long vehicle carrying fuel at the back, God's willing, 9,000 gallons.
So imagine you have like 6 individuals on top of that truck. I'm sorry to show it, but we got to be very, very, very straight up here. Let people see it. All right. You got 6 individuals. If you count those that are underneath from front tire to back tire, there were like 7. You have people in a white t-shirt, in yellow t-shirt. And what about those that were standing on the other side very close to the truck from the front and the back? So to say that we have only 28 is an undercount. But let's just bring you guys to ask a question. Madam Kofa, you can address the question of Stephen Johnson and also add to what you just witnessed again.
Yes, thank you. Yes, just quickly in response to the question about national awareness and the hospital being involved in that, I couldn't agree with you more. But I think I would like to take that a step forward and say that, or a step further, and say that it needs to be on the national level. And it needs to start by us educating our children. There's something, they tell you you can't teach an old dog new tricks. One of the things I learned growing, from the age of 17 and getting older and then having kids in the US and having traveled to other countries is that you find that these things are indoctrinated into into children at a very early age. So they start to understand what it means, what fire safety means, what calling 911 means, and all of these things. As people get older, trying to really get them to adopt some of these habits of safety and precautionary, activities and stuff like that, it's much harder. So I think one of the things we need to do as a nation, and that's something that all of us need to be involved in wherever we are, whether it be church or in our schools, in the hospitals, wherever we can educate, but also on a national level through the Ministry of Health, through Ministry of Information. You go to countries like Ghana and other places, you hear people talking in their different dialects, in their different mother's tongues. They're teaching about diseases, about, infection control and things like that. And I honestly would like to see more of that and as it pertains to us really bringing awareness. We don't only need to do awareness for disasters. There's so many areas of awareness that we need to start teaching our population about. So, like I said, I couldn't agree with you more. From the hospital standpoint, it's not so much that we are overwhelmed with the patients that we have, as it is that we need supplies to continue to take care of our patients. Um, we have supplies at the hospital, but you have to remember that we have a trauma center. You still have patients coming to the hospital that are afflicted, by gunshot wounds, by stabs, by, motor vehicle accidents, horrible fractures, and all of those kinds of things. So we still have to take care of those patients. We have pretty much transformed the trauma center into a burn ICU, is what it really is right now. We only have burn patients in there. And so now you have to start thinking of where else can we put the other trauma patients that continue to come? just as I was leaving JFK tonight, they brought 2 patients in, having been in a horrible car accident. So these patients will continue to come to the hospital. We continue to need supplies because, this is something it's not a normal occurrence to have this number of burn patients all at one time. So, obviously we all have limitations. There are different facilities that have certain limitations. I think we have the largest trauma center, or I think the only trauma center in the country. But even at that, we do have, a lot of critical needs as it pertains to the medical consumables and medications that we need for these patients in the hospital.
Thank you very much, Madam Kofa. Let me bring in Dr. Richard Singh, and then we can go back to Senator Moi, while we're just going to hear from with Brother Kimon. Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, it's great having everybody on the panel. Is Thank you so much, Madam Kofa, for your explanation. I kind of joined in late. I was going through some of the pictures, and I noticed that there weren't any bed sheets on some of the burn victims. Is there a medical reason for that, or
no? There's not a medical reason for that. If I can just give you a picture of what's happening, the exudates, the drainage that comes from these open wounds, they saturate everything they come in contact with, the bandages, the beddings, and what have you. As far as having stuff on the bed, we're using impermeable sheets right now to also protect the mattresses. Because if you just use regular bed sheets, that drainage, when you cut yourself or you have a blister, the water that forms under that blister, if you imagine having a big blister all over your entire body, the kind of fluids that are now seeping out of you, they're practically in a pool of their own fluids as they lie in those beds. So we need to be able to keep whisking it away from their skin with those bandages, and also have an impermeable sheet or gown. What we've done, the Red Cross came in and brought us impermeable isolation gowns, and we cut them so that we are also using some of them as sheets for now, especially in this acute stage where the patients continue to have to lose all of these body fluids. So we can continue, we could put sheets, actual cloth like cotton sheets on the bed, but it's not going to do us any good because as soon as you put it there, it gets soiled.
can I ask another question? Or
Certainly,
yeah. So I know that the physical wounds will be healed, but I'm also concerned about the psychological and social wounds. What plans do you guys have to deal with that?
So the minister alluded to the fact that the families, the patients, their loved ones, their communities, the district in which these patients were afflicted, all of these individuals need psychosocial counseling. We do have our psychiatrists at JFK. They're mainly involved in mental health issues. And when you talk about mental health, you're talking about being able to have experts that are well versed in what it takes to counsel people and things like that. We have also been counseling as nurses, as doctors, at the bedside, at the hospital with the families. But again, it's going to take a concerted effort, even from the churches. We're going to need to have religious leaders coming into those homes to really pray with people for those who believe in prayers. Whatever it is that you need as it pertains to your mental health in being able to deal with this, I think it's going to take a concerted effort of all of us, the healthcare providers, our religious leaders, our communities, our families and friends, to really provide some of that psychosocial counseling for all of these people who have been afflicted.
Thank you very much, Madam Kofa. Let me bring in Kamon. He said exactly. Kamon, talk to us. Thank you for joining us. Then we can excuse you because I want to get a Prince Maxwell and Ambassador Ban on this issue. What's your take, Kamon? You joining us from the United States, if I'm correct. You are also representing the Bond County Association. So talk to us as to your involvement here from the United States, sir.
Spoon TV for the work that you're doing to highlight the plight of our people, and the work that you have done over the years. Our country, our nation has been blessed by your undertakings. I first want to say thank you in that direction. I'm a little bit emotional because just sitting and going through the videos and what we're encountering here. As by the way of introduction, my name is Kamok Bamokoli. I'm the national president of the United Bond County Association in the Americas. It's an institution that represents different Bond County interest organizations. We are a chapter-based organization across the country. And so I represent that group of people specifically from Bond County. We are a nonprofit 501c3 organization, and I just wanted to make that clarification. But I first want to take this time to express our condolences to us as a people, to our nation, and also take this opportunity to really thank our national leaders, especially our county leaders. Honorable Brice Mensah, she's a sister. We were hoping to have much more a different celebration after elections, and all the we're hoping to be there so that we can join some of the platitudes of the elections after the elections. Until I got a call from our board chair, and he said, "You got to get up and leave everything, and we got to see what is happening." And the picture that I saw that is remaining green in my head is just seeing kids around a car and having a 10-year-old daughter here is just literally blew me out, and it's been a sad for our nation, but largely for our community. So what we did as an institution is just seeing that picture and talking to my sister and Honorable Prince Moid and Honorable Kwei and the rest of the folks there, Honorable Vapla, and all the work that they're doing. We also want to be part of this process. This is, as the doctor, Mistress Yekesin Kofa indicated, this has the short term, it also has the medium and the long term picture of what we want to do. And we have to show our country that we as an institution are going to be along with them all through the process to our people. Beginning when we first launched our effort to fundraise, because there was a lot of questions asked, where were the police, this and stuff. Those are keenly very important questions, but what we expressed to our community here, we will answer those questions. Right now, we need to save lives. So we ran into our fundraising committee. We reactivated our disaster committee. We have not handled anything like that on our disaster stage. Usually when somebody die in our community or somebody having immigration issue or some other reason.
So you guys have raised some funds? Is that what you're saying?
So currently we have used our platform, our internal platform right now. We have a few hours before, we have more than 40 or 45 people who have donated cash to this effort. The committee is meeting tonight, and with the expectation that they will be able to update us on this report. But what we have told this committee, whatever money we raise right now, we got to jump right there and be part of the emergency process, because we don't want to raise money and keep it 2 weeks from now. There's a need, and Dr. Madam Yekesin Kofa, thank you for giving us detailed information. I'll send this recording after this program to our committee to hear some information and know some of the needs. So what we did is to activate our fundraising platform that we already have as a community through our WhatsApp group. So we have had more than 45 or 50 of our citizens that have donated, and it's ongoing. From here, the committee is meeting tonight. We'll be able to get information. We have 501c nonprofit organization. We fully registered with the IRS, so we'll be able to account for every penny that we raise in the process. We already have a protocol in place. We have a Liberian team. We have a fully functional office in Bon County. We engage in the community already there, so our presence is there. We're doing community farm, computer literacy program, skill building stuff for women. So in our life, we
Thank you.
already
Come on.
yeah.
So on this note, it's just that because it's 5:32
Yeah.
and that is 10:32, we're not going to keep those in Liberia for too long. They've been working like crazy. We want to say thank you. Come on, you have my number. You can reach
Can
out.
I just make a appeal? Can I just make as 5 seconds appeal?
Go ahead, come on.
So I'm ready taking this opportunity to appeal to our community. You got access to our platform for fundraising. I've already told the community that in 24-hour time, we need to get involved. So by tomorrow, we want to start the process. We want to be talking to Honorable Mensa and see what can we do right now to be part of it. So please donate to our effort. We want to really appeal to the national government, His Excellency Dr. George Bernard Weah, Her Excellency Madam Joa Howard Taylor. Let us please activate the national emergency, whatever program you have. Let us save lives. This is SOS. This is pretty much emergency to the greatest proportion that we as a community has faced.
Thank you. So come on, you guys are the global Bon County Association, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. And I know we'll have you back again, but I want to say thank you for appearing, though. And I hope folks from Bon County can listen to your need. This is a national global need. It's not only Bon County. So therefore, we'll be coming back to raise more money and we'll bring you on again. Thank you very much, Kim.
So UnitedBond.org is our website. Please visit or go to our Facebook page. It's United Bond as well. And please be part of this effort. Thank you, Madam Bridge Mensa, Honorable Moye, and all of you in this together. My phone is open. I'm not sleeping. Call me anytime, 2 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning. Let's get this going. We got to save our people's lives. Thank you, Stanton. We appreciate you all. Thank you to the panel.
Thank you very much and have a good one. So let's just go back. Thanks to the Bon County Association. It's good to have come on, and we'll be talking more about the issue. So, Senator Moye, we back to the question before we bring in Prince Maxwell and Ambassador Nalban. Your overall view now. Then we're going to keep you because we want Ambassador Barnes and Prince to ask you a question. So just stay put before we let you go. Let's go to Prince Maxwell first. Mr. Maxwell.
Yeah, may I defer my position to Ambassador Bounds, and then after him, I'll speak.
Thank
you
very much.
Senior diplomat, I cannot take position before him.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Bounds, please.
Mr. Maxwell, I'm honored. Thank you. All I want to say and reinforce to the senators and all of the officials of Bon County is, again, we must remain resilient. But as we go forward, we must do the appropriate activity and take the appropriate actions to gather lessons learned. I heard it said in many different ways, the psychological aspect of it, the clinical aspect of it, but we also need to look at lessons learned from preventative perspective by educating the public about safety and all of that. My good friend Stephen mentioned the fact that there has to be some rules and regulations about moving hazardous materials across the country that we must implement. You know, we are great at having ideas and writing papers and writing policies, but then when it comes to the issue of implementation, you know, I will appeal to leaders like the Honorable Moye to please let's, number one, do an investigation of what happened. Okay, and when we do that investigation of what happened, we are not trying to catch culprits. That's not the primary reason. You do an investigation as to what happened to develop appropriate actions for prevention in the future. Okay, so we need to apply these rules, develop them, apply them, and more or less develop some lessons learned from a very, very expensive experience we've had. This is not just a Bon County experience. It's a national experience. So it's not a question, it's an appeal to our leadership to let's take this very, very regrettable period in our national lives and make sure we learn something from it. But more importantly, we implement what we learn from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Senator Moye, you want to take a piece on this one?
Yeah, I mean, the ambassador is right, and I think this is one of the biggest disasters we have had in recent times. So we're not going to sweep the lesson learned under the carpet. We're going to catalog everything, document them, and then we can derive means as to how we can mitigate, situation of this nature when it shall happen again. So the county will have a full documentation of what we will be going through, and I think the caucus will take proactive measures to keeping us a light on similar situations that we encounter in the future. So definitely, we're gonna take that into serious consideration, Ambassador.
Thank you. Let's take one from Prince, and then I know you got to go. Allow Prince, please. Prince Maxwell.
Yeah, Senator Prince Moy, first and foremost, I'd just like to thank you very much for elevating this to the president-elect through a full briefing. Having a full political and active support on this national matter is crucial. And I hope that the outgoing president is also fully briefed so as to have a coordinated transitional approach to this. Our people would like to see their leaders united on this front so as to show the strength in our leadership and our democracy. So thank you for doing that from my side. As it pertains to Madam Damak Kofa, I heard many things that you said. I was taking note down. I heard assessment and triage, stabilization, pain management, wound care, fluid resuscitation. I can go on and on and on, all the things, including psychosocial support. My question to you, and closely, I will thank you for eloquently laying out to Liberian people what has been happening and what the GFK has been putting in place to assist our people. But there are two things I would like to bring to your attention so as you can speak to it more. In terms of long-term care planning and infection prevention, because what would the JFK and your colleague in the medical field be doing to assist our people in that area as we go along this tragic event?
I believe, enemy of our patients right now. Like I stated before, all of these patients have a break in the integrity of their skin. So infection is one of the highest risks that they have right now. The infection risk is very high, and it's one of the main causes of death in burn victims all over the world, all over the world. If you have a 30-degree burn, research shows that your prognosis is maybe about 50 to 70%. So when you start to look at that degree going up to maybe 30, 40, 50, 60, we have some people that had up to 82% burn on their body. So you can only begin to imagine how poor the prognosis looks as the degree of burn increases. However, all of our patients have been receiving antibiotics. That is your number one measure that you use to try to prevent infection setting in, because infection, is something that we expect a lot of our patients to be afflicted by very soon, especially if the nature of their wounds. So we're using ceftriaxone, we're using metronidazole. Those are your two primary drug of choice for these treatments of wounds, of burns. Sorry. And then you also have, like I said, we've tried to transform that center into a burn unit. And what I mean by that is this: if I have burn patients, the last thing I want to do is start having them in the room with other patients that are not burn patients, because again, they're highly susceptible to infection. So we try to just keep all of the burn patients in the trauma and put other trauma cases in another called the blue room, the old trauma room. It's where we're having most of the other trauma cases now. So we pretty much contain all of our burn patients in this area. All of the nurses taking care of the patients of wearing impermeable, barrier gowns, the isolation gowns I spoke of. That's not only to protect the nurses, it's primarily also to protect the patients. So you have these barrier protection. People are wearing masks. Again, we have bacteria in our mouth when we speak. So that every single measure we can use, we have head covers, we have antibiotics, and anything we can continue to do. Sanitizers are used throughout the facility. We have visitors come into the burn center right now. We're having them, sanitize their hands before they go onto their. And like I tried to explain to a lot of our patient family members today, I know you love your loved ones. You need to be mindful that you carry bacteria on your hands, on your clothes. When you walk across the hospital, you touch a door, you push the elevator button. Anything you touch, those surfaces have bacteria on them. The taxi door that you close. So many other people have touched that. If you don't wash your hands, sanitize your hands, when you're going to your loved one, you're patting them on the back, trying to encourage them, you could be them closer to their death. And I don't mean to be, to sound like I'm exaggerating. That's pretty much what might happen with someone who has no skin on that back, on that hand, or what have you. So infection prevention is key to saving lives on the um, the second thing you spoke of was disaster. No, sorry.
That's it.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, inflation, which compasses everything, but you are quite correct. I hope our folks they are listening to you because that's an easy path, easy entry that will lead to more death as you guys fight to resolve some of this issue. And before we let go of Senator Prince Moyi, Senator, can you talk to us now from your area as a senator? Uh, the county, the county, you, those representative, or Johnny Behe, he couldn't be here today. What you guys putting in place now to help resolve some of these issues? What are you guys putting in place to take care of Phoebe, to help create more laws, actually increase the budget for hospital? Sorry, our sister Kofa would just pause on this one. She will not leave because she's not in politics. But let me squeeze you a little bit on this one, Senator. Don't you think it's a need now to increase the budget for hospital to help them, to empower them?
Definitely, Tempton, and that's one of the issues we ran with during the campaign. Phoebe, as the only referral hospital in our county, going with all subsidy paid months, they cannot receive allotment that are in the budget. I think it's something that we're not going to contend under this new administration. And we want to be very clear with that. And the president-elect has indicated, even during most of the tour, even when he went to Banga, he stated that the support for those referral hospitals, even the clinics in the different villages and towns, will be supported through the Ministry of Health. So it's a commitment that we have as an incoming government. And I think we at the Senate will ensure that those budgetary appropriations that are necessary to run a referral hospital like Phoebe, I have to practically pay for full drums of fuel to get ambulances going to Nima, coming to Monrovia and other places that they needed to refer because they could not handle the number of persons that were taken to Phoebe. So, like you said, members of the caucus, our colleagues are going to be joining us after the 15th of January. We have both of them there. We have Eugene Qualley in our coordination meeting today. We had the like of Fode family honorable, and then my own honorable from District 2, James Cole, and then District 4, Honorable Robert Fomo. So we are together in this. And those that didn't come, not that they didn't want to come, but they are making efforts in other places. So like you said, we are coordinating as a county. We are together in this. I want to say thanks to all of those, even including your institution, that try to flag this thing at the level it has reached. So come on, we want to say thanks to the Bunkande Association with the work people have done and continue to do for the county. And we are together in this, like you said. We'll brief you. We're in that meeting when you form him. So we're going to be reaching out to everyone. And thanks to the JFK and Khaled, EAWA, and the 14 military hospital, and even to the administration of Phoebe for the massive work they have done to shut down. CB Doma Dictors were all called to be at Phoebe, given the gravity of the situation. But like Madam Kofa has articulated well, that's how heavy this situation is. And we are now a medical practitioner, but just what she outlined, the degree of burns at different level is so pathetic that when you enter some of their ICUs in their hospitals, you want to shed tears. So I want to say thanks to everybody. And like I told you, the president-elect is saddened by this. When I briefed him in totality, I mean, he took almost 5 minutes just to understand why this should happen when the tanker fell 2 hours prior to the explosion.
So, Senator.
And then we have
the Senator. Sorry to interrupt you because we really got to go. I don't want to keep our mothers, our sister here for too long. But right to you before we let go of you, sir. So, will you propose? You guys, your caucus, will you guys ask them to recast the budget to have some money for these for this situation?
She said it rightly that the brain is not going to go, within a week or two. The budget would not be deliberated on. So that's why we're calling on everybody to be of a help to this process. When Wilhelmina Jala, the health minister, formed into that meeting, she was very clear that she had established contact with the finance minister and the president, His Excellency George Manawia. So let's see what's going to happen from that end, as the president-elect is also planning and moving into a Bond County, specifically to the.
I hate to squeeze you, but because we have that relationship, I beg you guys. I know Eduardo want to come in, but Madam Kofa, I'm trying to advocate for you guys. It's not about Bond County, Madam Mensa. It's about the senators now. I mean, she spoke to the president, the outgoing president. She spoke to finance minister. Are you assuring the folks that money will come from somewhere within this government to help, instead of us going online to beg? Because if we beg, the biggest amount we get maybe will be $10,000 or $15,000. That's nothing for one patient. Can you give some hope to the hopeless today as to what you're going to do, what you're going to put forward? Because guess what? You have DeLon. You have Yombly Kanga Lawrence. You have folks that have bones in this thing. You have how you call him, Vice President elect Jeremiah Pancom. I mean, can you tell us something to look at? For example, let's go off the limb. We have Fonati Kofa. We have other members of the House of Representatives. Can you guys do something to allocate some funds that we shouldn't be a beggar to come on social media and beg for $5 and $10? Can you give us some hope, Senator Moi?
But sure, Stanton, it's not something for the budget year ends December 31st, but then the PFM law is clear as to when execution ends. It ends in March. So there are appropriation under the Ministry of Health that funding could be made available. And the president executive order is clear, and the instructions are very clear that any amount more than $10,000 United States dollars should meet his approval. So not that the government doesn't have money. They have money. But that approval and that willingness for the government to move in is just what the government needs to do right now. So Stanton, government has not shut down. And I think we're going to raise it by Tuesday to ensuring that the Ministry of Health be given the appropriate month to attend to this national disaster that's happening in our country. So it's not something that somebody has to beg for. The appropriation, the budget is still being operational, as we speak. So it's just a matter of the president giving that approval. because in the restriction given, it is clearly stated that you cannot spend over $10,000. So anything more than 10,000 should meet his approval. So by the Minister of Health informing us in that meeting that she has contacted Minister Toye and the President, we are quite sure that by next week, those institutions, medical facilities will be provided some good amount of money. But the only good thing is those institutions, even the private and public, have been asked not to collect any fees from any of the victim family members. So that's a fresh start of commitment that we have seen so far. So going forward, it is just to address the emergency ones that that all of us trying to look at. But it is something that the government can do without not even taking a day or two to respond to that, because they have money to address the kind of situation under the Ministry of Health budget.
Thank you very much. We'll take the last question from Ambassador Barnes. Then
I have a question. I have a question.
Go ahead, Ambassador.
I have a question. I'm so sorry. Makes a lot of sense what the senator has said, but do we know how much has been projected? How much is needed? We are talking about providing money, but how much money are we talking about?
So, if I may,
you're going to hang with us, Madam Kofa. You will stay with us. I want Senator Moyi to give his last answer on this. We can excuse him, then we'll come back in studio.
Okay. So in the meeting today, Madam Kofa clearly stated that the accident and those victims are burned with different degrees. Some of them are not going to recover within 5 months, within 2 months, within even 3 weeks. So to sit and project what it would take for the entire patients at the different hospitals, we would not have that information right now. She was advising, I said, look, if government can, or whatever we're trying to write it, whatever we're trying to get, if we can deposit at least 150,000 or 200,000, that could be a startup, funding that could be shared on the different hospitals that are making the different intervention. So she said that in the meeting today, and based on that, we can begin to solicit and push the government, like I said, to input either 90% of what she just stated today, and we're going to start doing that next week.
Thank you very much, the Senator Prince Moyi. Again, we wish you well. We hope in this fight that we can find some peace and unity. Thank you for joining us, Senator Prince Moyi, and I will talk to you tomorrow, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. That's the voice of Senator Prince Moyi from Bon County. I want to put the same question to you, Madam Kofa, and to our sister, Mama Mensa, the representative of District Number 6, Bon County. But Madam Kofa, you go first. You were trying to chime in on Ambassador Barnes' question.
Pretty much stated what I had, reiterated what I spoke to today during the meeting that we had at the Capitol. We, when you start thinking of these burn patients, as I mentioned before, you have different levels, different degrees of burns. And so people are going to heal on different, at different times. You may have someone who just had some minor burns to the arms and legs that can be out of the hospital. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, we have a few patients who are already ambulating. They're walking on their own. They're feeding themselves. So they will be out of the hospital a lot earlier than the ones that have the 80, 70, 60% burns all over their bodies, who are still lying there, who are still having to spoon feed and, take care of wounds, go and take them to the OR to debride those wounds and what have you. So again, I'm only speaking for JFK. You have patients, throughout all of these different hospitals, at Elwa, at Military 14 Catholic Hospital, and Phoebe, So right now, I think the meeting that they were talking about having with the national disaster, where we're talking about coordinating all of the different hospital facilities to truly understand the depth of this, of the disaster, and just how badly these patients are injured, and what we need to take them through, what their prognosis are. So we need to get the medical teams together. We need to get the national disaster team, the Ministry of Health, all of these different entities together, in order to be able to have a concerted effort in figuring out, because there's going to have to be a lot of projections, right? Like I told you, the Silverdane ointment, if I'm using 6 or 7 tubes per person per dressing change, 3 times a day, you start to do that math. You look, then you realize, okay, I need about 21 tubes for one person. How long are they going to be in the hospital? How long do they need this dressing? So with each of those dressings, not only do I need the Silverdane ointment, I also need the gauze. I need sterile gauze. So all of these things that it has an exponential growth when you start thinking of just how much you truly need to take care of these burn patients. And because there's so many of them, that figure is going to continue to grow. But I think what is most important right now that we all need to be aware of is the initial response. When you have burns like this, you don't want to wait to start putting and making the most impact. So whatever we have right now is what we need to work with. And I want to be very clear on that. Whatever you have, I don't care how small, even if it's a pack of gauze. As citizens, if you can go buy some gauze and bring it to the hospital, even if it's 2 packs of gauze, you can put in a plastic bag and bring it. We can sterilize it to use it. We don't have to wait for these large sums of money to come before we start making the impact that will change lives or the prognosis of these patients, for the future. So what we do now is what is most important. As they continue to heal, different people will fall off the wagon, go home, rehabilitate earlier than some will. We might have some people for up to 6, 7, 8 months. We've had those kinds of patients in our hospitals before. So some people might lose limbs. Some people might have to get amputations. So the degree of burn you will find, because when you burn yourself, they tell you don't put, a lot of people think you should put butter or some kind of oil or something on it. And you're not supposed to do any of those things, because when you have heat enter the body, that heat continues to stay in those cells. So you need to cool, that area. So they'll tell you, try to put your hand under cold water or something cold, right? Now, the degree of burn, we will not know until maybe a week out, meaning for you to know if the tissue is viable, if that tissue will continue to be a healthy tissue, or if it's dead tissue that needs to be cut out, in the OR for these patients. It will take some time for us to see if that tissue is starting to necrose or if it's healthy tissue. Again, it comes with time. It's not something that you can just look at a burn patient and say, okay, this spot here is burned all the way down to, these different levels in the body or what have you. So as we continue to change those dressings and we see the changes in the wounds and the sores, we're better able to tell where we need to maybe take someone for debridement, or where the tissue is more healthy, and what we need to do to salvage those wounds or what have you.
Again, I want to say to you, Madam Kofa, before we bring in Representative Mensah, and we'll open the floor for questioning. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Tobot Yenswai. Madam Kofa, how long have you been with JFK?
I've been at the JFK since my appointment in 2018. February.
The reason I asked, a lot of folks, they are appreciating your explanation on this issue. And that's the reason why social media or the press is very important, that you guys can avail yourself and educate our folks and explain in detail like you are doing. I really appreciate. I have seen no negative comment since you started talking, and I must say it's a good thing. So let's continue to speak on these things when it involve the national issue of our country. Thank you very much for joining us. Representative Mensah, again, before we go to the rest of the team to ask questions, what's your take? You have heard from everybody. Talk to us. Can you hear us, Representative? Apparently we're having technical issue. Dr. Richard saying before we go to Dr. Toba, yes, why you want to
May
come
I
in?
say something?
Yes, Ambassador.
May I please
Ambassador, can you
say
give one?
something?
Ambassador, can you give us 1 minute? Let's bring in Dr. Richardson. Then you come next, please.
Sure.
Yes. Go ahead, Doctor.
Actually, I want to defer to the Mr. Barnes because I'm still formulating my question in my head. So
okay, you have your finger up. That's why. Go ahead, Ambassador.
No, I'm sorry.
I just want to, in my humble way, give you some advice, Ms. Kufa.
Yes,
Everything you have said is very, very significant from a medical perspective. But my counsel to you is do not go in front of a political body like the legislature, knowing exactly what it is that you need. You talk about adjusting the budget, about doing this to the budget, doing that to the budget. They will be more focused if you give them some guidelines, a framework of exactly what your needs are. We listened to the senator just now, and he was giving ballpark numbers of $150,000 to start with. Okay, you are dealing with a political group. You must go in there with analysis, analytical information that can be substantiated, that will make your case more justifiable. You know, in my humble opinion, again, I don't know the medicine behind this, but $150,000 sounds like absolutely nothing in terms of my own observation of the need. Take your time, and this is counsel and advice from your humble servant. Take your time, regardless of what state or stage the various patients are in. Put together a forecast, a realistic forecast of what you think you will need. When you do that, you pressure those politicians to do the right thing. But if you go there and you're not sure, you allow wiggle room for them to sort of not do what needs to be done. And I know I'm sort of walking on the political thin ice here, but given the situation, I think the more precise you are with your number, and don't be embarrassed or ashamed if the number appears large. If that's what it is, that's what it is. And that's the way you would put them in the cage, and they will stay there and resolve the problem as it should be politically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Just to do the math, thank you. Before we bring in, I want to go back again to Representative Mensa before we bring in Mr. Duadu and Dr. Toba Yenswa. This cream, this ointment that I just put up, if you're in the United States of America, you find it to be $20, $25. Now, that's American price if you want the best one. But if you go to Liberia, probably it will be $30, $35. If you do the math, for 28 patients, just on 28 patients, if you just do that little math, because she says she used 7 of these things to one patient, and let's just agree 7 to 28 to 2 weeks, you're talking about almost something $1,000. So you're quite correct. You're quite correct, Ambassador Barnes. If you go over there, like you said, 150,000, no, it cannot be. You're talking about over 500,000 to $1 million, at least for a week. We are not talking about gas. We are not talking about fluid. We're not talking about the IV lines, the central venous line. We are not talking about other stuff that they so need like yesterday. So this is not about 150, 250,000. This is over $1 million. And I hope that's the reason why I brought the question into Senator Moyi. I know we are going through inauguration. I decided not to do this today, Toba Yenswa, because I don't want to make this show a show to raise money for just anything. In Liberia, we have a government, we have budget, we have emergency fund. And I think we can discuss it when they leave because they are not politicians. But that's why I said, no, let's pause. Let's understand the whole thing, you know? Then we will already have a sound discussion. Mr. Duarte, go ahead with your question, and you can bring in Representative Mensah, please.
Yeah, I got a question directly from Madam Kofa, and I'm so glad she's on the administration. This year, JFK has received what, approximately $8 million, give or take?
Sorry?
How much JFK has received this year's budget so far? Approximately, give or take.
We've received about 40% of our budget so far.
So that's approximately what, $4 million?
No, the allocation for JFK was a little over 500,000.
the total allocation for JFK.
Yes.
Where you come from with 8 million? Where you come from 8 million?
For our operational budget. Now, if you include our staff, because majority of our staff is paid by the government.
Correct.
So when you look at the budget, most of that money goes towards paying our staff.
That's
we
where
have additional consultants. Yes, we have additional consultants that we pay out of pocket. We've also had CSA adding some of those consultants onto the payroll to be, to be taken care of by the government. But even those individuals are going to be reverted back to JFK at the end of the year. So majority of what you see in our budget goes towards our payroll.
Okay, excellent. And Stanton, I'm trying to establish this because Manakofa is telling me that they receive approximately 40% of their budget. JFK budget hovers around $6 million every single year. About 90% of that goes to actually paying staff. The question I'm trying to ask is, nothing lead there to buy any medicine, to service anything, to go food for the patient. Then what kind of hospital will run it so when nothing there? That's the question I want to ask.
So JFK has the unique opportunity to raise what we call fees for services, and majority of what we raise is what has been carrying the hospital. If we did not have the ability to charge patients for the care that they receive at the hospital, our care at JFK is not free for everybody. We have certain subgroups that are considered our indigent patients, some of our handicapped patients, infectious disease patients, under 5, there are certain subgroups that have been designated, our geriatric patients over 70 that get a certain discount for their care. There are certain subgroups that are considered for significant discounts or free services. And then the rest of our patients have to pay a certain fee for service provided. However, what the John F. Kennedy Medical Center does is we try to ensure that because we're a government hospital, even though we're autonomous, or what we call ourselves sometimes semi-autonomous, because we're 18 years old, we're not quite out of our parents' house yet. But we don't pay rent, and they're still giving us a little bit, an allowance to pay for our employees. So we're not completely autonomous, right? But what we try to do is to ensure that we're not charging our Liberian citizens high cost for care provided. So we look across the entire country and we try to see what is being charged for certain services, and we make sure that we're exponentially below that charge. And that's how we're able to not only provide what I think is the best service in the country as it pertains to our doctors and our nurses.
I'm so sorry. I know you're trying to get to the details. Stanton, this is so important. I know you're trying to get to the detail. Just keep the answer very short because this is important. Internally, I was born in JFK. Let me just say that to you first and foremost. Internally, can JFK raise more than $2 million United States dollar by itself every single year? Or that number is too small?
Absolutely, we have the potential.
And who accounts for that money?
So, Santo, I think
when you say who accounts, what do you mean?
Like
raises money internally.
You want to pay, you come there.
The hospital accounts for that money.
So the hospital accounts for that money and redistributes that money as they see fit.
We spend the money to take care of our operations throughout the year. I just said at least 90% of our operational costs comes from fees for services. So you're talking about purchasing drugs, you're talking about running the hospital, buying fuel when we don't have LEC from the national grid. You're talking about ensuring that we can pay our additional consultants, that we have 2 radiologists at JFK. Let me just give you some small numbers here. We have 2 radiologists at JFK that are not on payroll, that we have to pay out of pocket. They run the radiologist center, our imaging center. They have increased our services at the hospital to where we're doing CT scans, we're doing MRI guided procedures and image guided procedures and what have you. And each of these people could make anywhere from a ballpark of 5,000 to between that and about 6,500. That has to come out of the fees for services that we raise. We have other doctors, we have maxillofacial surgeons that are there to reconstruct people's faces. There was an accident in Banga that involved some young ladies that were going for the CDC campaign at one time. One of them had her entire face split open, literally split open. You could see her sinuses and everything in there. This man put that lady's face back together in a way that you had to step really close to her to see the work that he had done. These are the kinds of experts that we have at JFK. And what we need is the continued support to be able to get the instruments, the medicals, consumables, the medications and what have you that we need in order to continue to be more efficient.
Thank you very much, Madam Kofa. Man, for 6 years, you should have been a regular follower of the show. You so come every you so come every day, but I know how to invite you now. I know how to invite you. Let me bring in Representative Mensah. Representative Mensah, you've been in and out, but overview, where are you?
Don't thank you. I need to protect. Ooh.
Go ahead. We listen to you. Go ahead, please.
I didn't hear you because the network is giving problem.
Go ahead, please.
What I can say is, I was almost coming in to tell you, yes, I'm almost coming in to say we are here for a particular purpose. So I begin, I won't be working so hard for me. So don't get up plenty problem. You ready for JFK?
No problem.
Call for JFK another time. And then she will come prepared. So I would say thank you again to everybody. Thank you to Dama for that. She's always been available. Let me say thank you to Phoebe Hospital. Let me say thank you to ERWA and the 14 Military Hospital and the Cali Hospital. And even the Health Ministry. And let me just mention a few people that have really been standing by us. Please. We have the disaster unit, they've already been doing well. The Red Cross, they even in the district, they have been in the one picking up people and bringing them forward. The health ministry, the minister, been very proactive. For some reasons, you've really been working. Senator Moy, on that night, provided like 4 drum of fuel and some medication to Phoebe for them to start working. Senator Quay, the ambulances and a huge quantity of medication yesterday, and James Collet, all of the Eugene Onwoko, and the rest of the team, and Speaker Chimas, he even drove in the district. And let me say also thank you to Jetty, Malanlema Bowie, and also the block of Deputy Speaker Kofa. They've been doing well. They were at the JFK today. They gave some money and they even made some donation to the district. They will be there tomorrow to present it in a tomb of 5,100 bags of rice. And now the disaster units are just depart. They gave some 300 and some more bags of rice to the district. And we're going to be sparking those victims and we can identify with them. A lot of people are doing so well. We say thank you to
I think Representative Mensah having a technical issue. I think I heard her saying, Fonati Kofa, Deputy Speaker Fonati Kofa, he and his block donated some money and they do more donations again. That's great. Let me just hear from you real quick, bring you in Dr. Tobadi and Swa while we reconnect with Representative Mensah. I appreciate the individual donation or the block's donation, but not to hold our sister who is very, very well on this show tonight, Madam Kofa, and that of Representative Mensah. It should be something that will be done from the national front. Don't you think so? As we marching towards inauguration, this is huge because almost 50, and this have never since the Mana River issue the landslides, and other little issues. This is big for our country, especially during the transitional period. Don't you think so, Dr. Yanswa?
Stan, thank you for having me on. And thanks to your panelist, Dr. Richardson, Dualo, my good friend, Stephen. Dema, thank you for the insight. And His Excellency, Honorable Barnes, Ambassador, thank you. Nice to see you again. Happy New Year. And my colleague, Prince Mansworth. Thanks, everyone. First of all, let me extend my heartfelt condolences on behalf of my family to the bereaved family and people who are affected from the combustion, the fire incident from this horrific, dreadful event that happened in our country. And also to thank the healthcare workers that are providing the support and leadership of the Bond Legislative Caucus and political people and everybody that are doing what they're supposed to do. Stanton, I sat and listening in my living room very carefully to what of the even since the incident occurred over 72 hours ago, on the different accounts of what happening. She gave a great narration from the JFK end. I know you wanted to talk to people from Phoebe yesterday. I listened to the honorable that just left. One thing that is lacking, and I will recommend very strongly, is to set up an incident command center. If it has not happened, it should happen like yesterday. The same day that the incident took place, there should be an incident command center, and there should be an incident commander appointed to lead this from the perspective of the National Disaster Agency. If this was a health disaster, it would have been sitting in the Ministry of Health like we have Ebola or the COVID-19 response that have just happened. The reason you need that, you listening to Ambassador Barnes stand, naming all of the things that people are supposed to do. Where is the budget? The incident command center will have incident command staff that will deal with all of the decision makers to put them in there. You will have an operational center. You will have a logistic team. You will have resource mobilization team. You will have transportation ambulance team. JFK should not be speaking for herself. Phoebe should not be speaking for herself, and other hospitals and family around the country. The command center by now should be having daily briefings. Who manages the dead bodies? Dr. Francine was talking about the psychosocial support. I heard people are still in the communities. People should be doing community engagement. Our partners should know where to route the resources that they will mobilize and who to give it to. The hospitals need to be supplied with body bags, antibiotics, infection prevention and control materials, fluids, and all of these things should be mobilized through the command center. I should be having daily briefing on the casualties, the number of people, the mortalities that die from the incident. At least I've heard about 35 to 40 people. This number might claim based on what I'm hearing people are in ICU and all of that. So the preparation for me is very, very much critical. So we shouldn't be hearing from politicians from one side, hospitals talking to us from one side. Who is the incident commander for this incident? It's very, very much important. Bringing health together, bringing logistics together, bringing the community together, and everyone sitting down in one room. And what kind of support, food supplies are we giving the environs and the patients? The government should come in and declare national disaster. The number might increase. When you declare national disaster, then government make allocation. Planning aspect is where the budgeting come in that Ambassador Barnes have been calling for. But now we should have intra-action review in-house. What is going on? Planning, tentative budget. It might increase, give a wave between this and this is the lower end, conservative figure. They might be the maximum end, and ask the government for that support. And China, all of the support from private givers to the incident command center. So by tomorrow morning, I want to see people at the Ministry of Information briefing the country, our politicians, of the gravity of the situation, who's infected, who's affected, who died, who in the hospitals, what kind of support they need, whether they have the beds, the mattresses, whether the beds are not broken, whether the people are just laying down in the street, whether we have enough fluid in the country. Because as the number increases, supply will increase, and the country needs to be briefed thoroughly from the incident command.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Yes, so we're going to keep you because you know why? This is the reason why we brought you on the show. You handle the Ebola crisis, you monitor the COVID crisis in different countries. Now you pose a very, very good question. With everything you have said, we go back to Dr. Sorry, not the doctor, but we go back to Madam Kofa. Madam Kofa?
Yes, sir.
Your response to Dr. Yenswa.
Oh, I mean, who am I? I mean, I could not agree with him more. I'm sitting here listening to him, and you're so right. We absolutely do need an incident command center. We've had, this is not our first mass casualty at the hospital or dealing with a mass casualty at the hospital. We had a school bus overturned on the highway before. We've had, most recently the Unity Party partisans that were brought to the hospital. We've had multiple different accidents and what have you, people being brought to the hospital. And we were discussing today pretty much one of those, like a national, disaster program at the center, that where we can kind of try to incorporate our immediate reaction to these things that are happening. We don't really have anything like that is set in stone. We do have emergency response as it relates to someone coming into the emergency department or trauma, but when you have a mass casualty of this kind, where you have multiple people coming in with the same kind of problem, that's where I believe the challenge comes in, and that's where you need that structure in order to be able to best respond to all of those patients in an equal manner, so that they're all of them, their prognosis are all optimized. So yes, I totally agree with you, sir. That is something that I think we need to look at on a national level.
So again, guys, because in our second hour of the segment, we got 30 minutes to go. I'm going to bring in the rest of the team. Of course, that Mr. Eduardo will handle this round while I run downstairs to take care of the door. I know we are still with you, Dr. Yenswa. I want Mr. Eduardo to take this to the next level. We've got about 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Dama, I know you are not leaving us because we need more of you right now. Representative Mensa, you can also chime in. This thing run upon you like mad situation. I see where your black hat tied, you're running crazy from Bon County to Monrovia. That's why we need a response unit. That's why we need an incident management team to relieve you of that stress, that you can go onto your political duty and bring in more money and work with your colleagues. But now here you are, leaving your family. Here you are, leaving your home, running up and down, burying people. Oh, Stanton, I just buried 5 today. Oh, Stanton. So we're going to try to see how we can face this. And this is Liberia CNN. We'll do our best. Mr. Dualu, can you take over while I just run to take my 2 minutes break, please?
Mensa, look at me, go. I'm going to go directly to Madam Mensa for this case. Madam Mensa, are you the most recent elected representative for that district in Tututa, or you've been a representative before?
I'm a second-term representative.
Okay, the reason why I want
this
to
is my second.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, in Tututa, where this thing happened, I'm not saying you're responsible, but the question I'm going to ask you is, what do we have there in terms of infrastructure, to safety infrastructure? That's what I'm talking about, from the police. Was it sufficient before this happened, or it was just the same old across the country?
So, firstly, the police came and they were just stopping the people. One of the things we noticed where they were in color clothes, because when it happened, they called. So nobody couldn't listen. Sorry, I keep receiving calls and I keep telling them I'm on the line. People keep calling, so that I will be interrupting and coming back. So nothing actually was really put in place, because even a truck driver left the scene when it sat to another place and was just waiting and staring and looking. And one of the journalists just came in and started to record, which even put us on the line with it before we could even start calling. The explosion took place. Um, there was more, like Yusua was really hands-on the Ebola issue. We all watch it. He's my medal brother, but he worked very hard on it. And people, what I saw, and I've been seeing this few days, actually, Dwalu, we have people that are willing to work. We just need to put a system in place and also make sure that our leaders are willing to stand by the word and put in those systems that will also help these people that are willing to work to come in. We got nurses, we got doctors, we got people that are there willing. I can tell you in my district, I only have like maybe 5 police officers or 6. The rest of the people are community policing. I train them. I trained them about 300 plus community policing and brought in the police director. So some of them were even there and they didn't even know now I have the police commander. He's in a hospital. He also is a veteran right now because he was around and trying to stop the people. And then when the explosion took place, so I don't think we were well prepared.
Okay.
And we pray that we can put a better thing in place and we all can work with it. Because this is an eye opener.
Okay, I'm gonna go to well, actually, I think Free Priest Max where you can ask a question to anyone of the three. But before I go to Free, very briefly, Madam Mensa, do you know the number of families that were affected directly, or you don't have a figure to that number yet? Is it more than 20 families, more than 40 families?
Okay, so by tomorrow after the meeting, because since yesterday the Red Cross team and the disaster management team with the community team we set up, they've been in a community. By tomorrow we'll have a full report and we will see what we have.
All right,
Yeah.
Mr. Maxwell.
Yeah, quickly, I'd just like to tap into something. Madam Kofa has an active memory, and Dr. Yinswaya has an institutional memory of the question I'm about to ask. First and foremost, let me just say this quickly. It's a gross failure on the national police part. They should have create a secure perimeter around where the container fell. The fact that they failed to do that prior to the blast is a failure on their part, and that needs to be something they should be talking about around the table where they are and going forward. But most importantly, I know fully well that, and I'm picking back on what His Excellency, the esteemed diplomat, said today here concerning development diplomacy, right? So I'm picking back on that. We understand fully well that we have partnerships, right? We have partnerships. We know fully well currently the EU, the European Union, create and support our budget. But I want to specifically ask as to whether the JFK Medical Center, are they receiving a direct donor funding or are they receiving direct donor partnership? And since the blast, have we had humanitarian attention to the national emergency that we've had in the country so far?
Kofa, I don't know if you got the question. Kofa, you got the question? Okay, she having problem. Ambassador Barnes coming, or I don't know about Mensa. Do you have any answer to Prince's question, or?
I think Dr. Yeswa can also speak to that because it's twofold: institutional and active memory.
Dr. Yeswa.
So thank you, Maxwell. Great question. The fact of the matter is, I don't want to go into the nuances of the JFK piece. I want to speak to whether or not international partners can come in at this kind of moment. The government, first of all, you got to trickle what brings in the international partner. Trickling that meaning you have to declare that you have a disaster, that you're dealing with situation that maybe the national government cannot handle. So either from the presidency or based on the protocols, they will look at the protocol and do a triage on the level of disaster that the country is faced with. If the hospitals are overwhelmed based on the situation, the logistics and hearing from the administrator of the hospital JFK is telling me that they are overwhelmed. So whether you need tanks based on the situation, this is where the incident command team doing the intra-action assessment to know the gravity of the situation in the last 72 hours, that should have already been available. And based on that gravity, you have briefed national government at the level of the presidency. You're talking about human lives here. At least 40 people that might climb to about 50, 60 people. That's a lot of human beings, and children are involved. So institutions like WHO will start signing the airline, or UNICEF with children will start, alarming the international community that Liberia needs help. What do you need? This is why incident planning is indeed critical. But now it should be on the National Disaster Agency website. How many people we're talking about? How likely that it may increase? Minimum, maximum. That would trigger the national government declaring emergency response. Hospital like Phoebe, they were already at the brink of lack of some of the logistics. I just spoke with a colleague who was texting me right inside Phoebe Hospital itself, giving me the situation there, where there are no hospital beds, where patients, the beds are broken, no bed sheets, feeling of the patients. I just got a colleague who texted me while I came on the show that talked about it's bad here at Phoebe. And the workers are still doing their best under these very, very difficult circumstances that they are coping with. So my thing is, are they even changing shift? The administrator of JFK was telling us they're working overtime. Do we have enough staff for them to give that rotation rest? Because as they are overwhelmed, they will make mistakes, and that's how you have increased mortality.
Let has Ambassador Barnes come in.
I can speak to that because I've been around there.
I am.
JFK now, even people that were.
And normally people from this institution, I have had the experience, Dwalu and Prince. Normally people from the institution, for fear of reprisal or other things, they may not say the thing that I'm saying. They always sugarcoat and say, oh yeah, we're trying, things are okay, because they don't want their bosses to feel that they're not giving support to the hospitals or clinics and all of that. But they are overwhelmed. I know that from a distance. I talk to folks who are right in the hospital and telling me we don't even have the bed sheets here to take care of the patients.
Thank you so much. Before I go to Ambassador Barnes, Dr. Francine, you got something to say?
But Dr. Ninsua, I'm very happy that you charm in the need for specialized treatment. I'm hearing that, we have doctors, we can do surgery, but I think something like a burn unit, a burn center would be very helpful to the victims. And we talk about, I just pick up the phone and call a burn center just to inquire. And I was told that you need like a nurse who specializes in infection disease, because there's a high rate of infection. You need a surgeon who might have specialty in skin grafting. You need social workers who will be able to go out and participate in the psychosocial aspect. So there's all of these units, that are needed for these victims that I'm not hearing. I'm hearing we have these doctors and surgeons, and that's our Liberian way of doing things. I know we have, what we have. We've got to use what we have, but I really want to see some specialized help. I really want to hear about some specialized help, and I think it will go a long way in terms of caring for the patients, for the clients.
Thanks, Doug. Ambassador Barnes, any comments?
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me just say this. In the midst of chaos and disasters, there's opportunity. And I think in this particular instance, the opportunity is to learn from our experience. We are still experiencing this. People are still dying, and we are reacting one way or another. But we need to exploit the opportunities that are presented to us, notate them, incorporate them into our daily practice as we go forward. So I think that, again, in the midst of this disaster, we should exploit those opportunities that are presented to us. I mean, I don't know all the technicalities like Dr. Niswa, my good friend Tova Niswa knows, and I understand perfectly what he's saying, okay? But let's not kid ourselves. The reality of it, we were not prepared. This has happened. We are trying in the most resilient way to deal with what we have on our hands, but we must take some time and exercise some vision and learn as much as we can to implement for future use.
Mr. Johnson.
And let me give an example. We are in almost like the same thing that happened in 2018. And in going to 2024, we're talking about similar thing. Though this one is fire incident, but what I'm speaking to here was dealing with a meningitis outbreak in Lofa when President Weah was almost the 2 days before the inauguration of President Weah, we had an outbreak of meningitis in Lofa. And trust me, that disease would have killed so many people if we have not acted swiftly. And from example, this is what happened. And we may learn from this. For those of you on the front line right now with the fire incidents, there was moratorium freeze on spending, like the same way we have now. It was like you cannot spend more than $5,000 for any bank accounts that were frozen by the incoming president. He had not even taken a seat yet, but he was taking those decisions. Mr. Tua was poised to be the next finance minister. They froze everything. They told every government officials to resign. As Director General of National Public Health Institute, I could not resign because I knew we have diseases and other stuff that we were supposed to deal with, and we were dealing with an outbreak. So I took a plan and a budget and went to President Weah's home, sat with him and said, look, we are dealing with a disaster. If you want the inauguration to go on, Mr. President-elect, at the time you were just being elected, inauguration was about to take place. I gave you a plan, a budget, and he called Mr. Samuel Tuer, release the money so that the people can fight the disease that's taking place in Lofa. So while inauguration was going on, my team was in Lofa dealing with that situation because we had a plan, we had a command center, we looked for the resources, and we dealt with. Only 3 patients died from that outbreak of meningitis that we were dealing with. Similar situation. When governments are changing hands, you have to be decisive, command and control, coordination, and go to the right people to get what you want. Politicians all over the place, great people. My own woman mission with a vision is right there. They can help to advocate for you, but they are not the right people to give you what you want.
Thank you. Thank you. You saw Brother Johnson.
Yeah.
Go back to Stanton.
I'm on it.
Somebody, probably someone was calling him. He's be back.
Yeah.
Steven will be back. Yeah. We want to say thanks to our sister, Dema Kofa. Like always, we want to say thanks to you. Hope to have you again. And we want to say thanks to my own blood sister. Yeah, we are blood. The representative, Mwema Mensa. The one that will call me 3 o'clock in the morning just to wake me up. That's all she does. We want to say thanks to you, Representative Mensa. We hope we can work together. You guys are always welcome. Because if we would do this, like we have in the knowledge of Ambassador Barnes, the knowledge of Toba Yenswa, Liberia will be a better place. I think I'm proud to say today, though through politics we criticize JFK, we criticize Minister Jala and the rest of her team, and Phil, the president. But I think some way, somehow, we are getting there. Some way, somehow, and together we can do better. I want to appreciate Madam Kofa, and I want to appreciate Representative. Seeing that Stephen is back, we shouldn't shut him up, though he had internet problem. Let's just bring him real quick. Zizo, I still ask question now.
No, so it's not a question, more like as Ambassador Barnes is talking about the lesson learned. I just thought to look at futuristic just to do some futuristic thinking in terms of how our hospital and can be situated in ways that they don't have to complain about funding sources, especially so where it involves central government, and obviously knowing fully well that resources are limited. I was thinking whether the JFK can begin to look into research and development. Those are areas where funding sources are coming from. So instead of JFK just being a referral hospital, you can now partner with school like the AM Douglatic to look at, for example, one of the most common sicknesses in Liberia is typhoid and malaria. We can do a comprehensive research to determine what is the cause of typhoid. Everybody in Liberia suffers typhoid or malaria at one point in time. What is the cause? What is happening? Is it because of our diet? Is it the water? So those kind of research can attract global funding. And the second part of that is there are lots of Liberian professionals that are in Monrovia or in Liberia during the festive season. If we can put in place some kind of protocol for them to volunteer during the kinds of disaster, would be very, 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 a very smart way of doing things. So there are some nurses, there are some Liberian doctors, there are some Liberian, caregivers that are in country or from other parts of the world who are in Liberia. How do we effectively manage a volunteer system that can incorporate professionals who will come to volunteer, for in situations like these? I think those are ways the JFK can begin to think about how, one, to expand funding, and two, how to tap into volunteer expertise that you may have, passing around in Monrovia that you could tap into. I just thought to make those 2 points. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Like we said, thank you very much, our brother Stephen. I want to say thank you for joining Spoon tonight. Before we ask Madam Kofa and Representative Mensa for their own important statement, I want to say a lot of people appreciating Spoon tonight that above the politics, we are discussing issue affecting our fellow Liberians, and it is good. I want to say thank you to all of our many listeners. Thank you very much for agreeing with us not to do the donation at this time, the cash app, but to explain the real issue that affecting Liberians. And we know we have the money. Rich nation, poor people. We will discuss it after. I don't want to get Madam Daman Kofa in situation or Mama Bush in situation they can handle politically. So let's ask them to leave us, and we on Spoon can stay here and chakra things. So, Madam Kofa, you go first, and our sister Mensa will take us home.
Okay, thank you again so much for having me on this show. It's been an honor to be here. And I think I would be remiss if I didn't make a slight correction to some comments that were made by Dr. Richardson. There was a comment to the effect of how we do things in Liberia, or as Liberians we do things just generally. I just wanted to make some corrections to that comment. We have specialized doctors at JFK. We have burn nurses at JFK. I made the comment that we have transformed the entire trauma center to a burn unit, right? Because of the isolation requirements and the infection control needs that we have for those patients. So I just wanted to make that clear. We do have surgeons, we have general surgeons, we have orthopedic surgeons, we have neurosurgeons, we have maxillofacial surgeons. These are not people that are just, generalized, that just have generalized knowledge in those areas, but they're consultant doctors. They are, fellows in their areas of specialty. So I just wanted to make that correction so that, no one comes away from this program thinking that, we're just playing around with people's lives in JFK. We have qualified doctors that are board certified, that have passed examinations on a sub-regional level, that are qualified and working at the John F. Kennedy Medical Center. That being said, there was a comment made by Mr. Johnson as to whether or not JFK is doing research. We have several mandates as the nation's largest tertiary referral and teaching center. And one of those mandates is that we have to conduct research. There are numerous research projects that have been conducted by JFK in collaboration with other entities, AM Douglaty, as you stated. The Eye Center conducts research on a regular basis. We have research being conducted, by numerous different doctors, and they present it at their AISM on an annual basis. So if you visit the Chief Medical Officer's office, her office is responsible for the IRB committee. So they do they do the review of all research projects that that people want to conduct at JFK, and they have a committee that handles that. So we do research, but I do agree with you that we need to continue to do more research, because I mean, I think that is, we have the best place to be able to conduct research. We have the patient population, we have the situations that arise that require further, investigations and what have you. So, just in parting, again, we're honored to be here tonight. I just want to send out special prayers for the families. I believe, all things are possible. All things are possible through God. We need to continue to pray for these people. A lot of our patients are extremely critically sick right now. They need our prayers. They don't need our judgment. They don't need the what ifs and the retrospectives that we all have when things happen, when we look back and say, oh, we should have done this or we should have done that. Right now, a lot of them are fighting for their lives. I think we need to gear all of our energy towards our prayers and good energy for these patients so that they can come through this. As a nurse, I always made it my business to ensure that I was not in any judgment of any of my patients, because when you start to do that, it affects the way you care for people. Right now, as clinicians and as practitioners, I will beg all of our emergency responders, anybody handling any of these patients, to be careful how you say things to them, what you're saying to them, how you channel whatever energy you're feeling, because it's going to affect them negatively or positively. And right now, all they need is positive mental attitude. So again, our prayers are with all of the families out there. But I want to use this opportunity to say that I want to put out special prayers for the Honorable Merman Briggs. She called me, 3 nights ago when this thing happened. She has not rested. I watched her cry with families today as if those were her own children. It really moved me to tears. And yes, my husband is a representative as well. I know of the personal sacrifices our representatives make in this country. They take on the burdens of their constituents as if they're the parents. They're personally responsible for them. But when you have an incident of this magnitude, it's just too much for her, and I'm actually worried about her. So, Mama, I beg you, take care of yourself. You're no good to any of us, sick or, collapsing out there because you're working so hard. Find some time to rest. There are other people out here who will try to carry this burden with you. We're dedicated 100% to ensuring that that our clinicians, our emergency response personnel, our anesthesiologists, the cleaners, everybody at JFK, our doctors, our surgeons, everyone, our administrators, okay, they're all rooting for these patients, and we will ensure that we will do everything we can possibly do to preserve the lives of those that we still have with us. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Madam Daman Yekesin Kofak. We leave the rest to God. Thank you for all your great work. Will you please hang on while we hear from your sister, Mama Brish Mensa, the representative. Representative Mensa?
So Santon, you see why I'm voting for the woman husband now. Woman can work.
You want to put politics in the war? I said nothing about the woman husband. Don't get us started as to whether he will be the next speaker or not.
No,
You're going
I beg you, let me
So let me just say thank you. Today something someone called me and said the truck driver was not having any remorse and everything. But today, he called me when I listened to him. I felt so bad. And one thing he said, Oma, parents never bought even wheelbarrow. I didn't want to buy the car. I didn't want to buy the products and put it in the car. I really not value it more than the human being that gold. So then he said he has check to give. So I told him we're going to be in Total tomorrow. He said to me, I'm afraid I cannot come. Can I send it by someone? So that was so sad in it. It made me I felt so bad. And I told him, okay, thanks for reaching out. And he said he can never do that. And everybody, just concerned, like my brother said, even at this last, just now, I just received a call from Dr. Keter that is trying to reach out to us. They're trying to do the incident management team, which is very important. I will wake up in the morning, 2 o'clock, and then I will just check and call Alabama and say, "You not just to the hospital? What thing happening there? Yeah, they say somebody going. It should be like, Mama, calm down. We will check, we'll get to you." But I'm not a regular politician. I feel for my people. I live with them before getting the job. And I don't want to be that politician that will just ride a black car. And when everybody see you, they have to stand up. I have a relationship with my people. And each of these boys, when I enter, they will say, "My mama breeze." They know me. I know them. I know most of them name, especially the group I took yesterday. These were guys that are involved with me. They were like, "Leader, carry the other people are feeling well." And at the end of the day, they call you and say, they didn't make it. It's not easy, but we just ask you to pray for. Oh, Jeremy, it's too difficult. I can't, I can't stand it. But yeah, thank you. Just pray. Nobody expected this to happen, but a lot of us could learn a lot of lessons how to approach it. But it's just hard for me. Just, I just can't afford looking at young children dying by the day. But I pray that God will bring forth means for at least the ones we have now to live. Thank you, Dama. Thank you, everybody.
You're welcome.
Thanks to the Spoon family.
Thank you very much, Representative Mensah. Again, our prayers, our thoughts from the family of Spoon, from my wife, from the folks on set, the loved ones, to the people of Liberia. We want to say we're praying that God can strengthen our nation. We want to say thank you, Derman Yekison Kofa, to your family, to your husband. We say thank you. Thank you to all those that are involved at this time, to the family of the bereaved. We're standing with you with the hands of God. To those in the hospital and the family praying, we pray along with you that God can see fit to spare the life, that they can be reunited again with the family. Let God bless us as a nation. And I know together in union strong, we all will be certainly free one day to hug, to embrace, and say, "Job well done." Through the pains, through all the crying, like we see our sister crying today. Please take heart. And we say sorry, yeah. Let God bless us all. Thank you, Madam Kofa. Thank you, Representative Menza. Have a good
Thank
evening.
you. Do the same. Thank you.
All right. All right. So while we move on now to make this thing work for us today, thank you very much, Ambassador Barnes. We got but a few more minutes left. Dr. Toba Yenswa, thank you. My brother Dwalu, Prince Maxwell, Stephen Johnson, Dr. Richardson, and myself. Let's do. I don't want to, it's not the right time to use this word, so I will hold back. But let me just hear from you. This is not our closing. Let's just put a little politics in it. I know you was
first.
Say that.
The first you go first. It was mentioned.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna bring her in.
Yeah,
but you can let
No,
sometimes.
actually,
Go. But I want to bring. Go ahead. This guy can put me in
Swallow,
situation.
Swallow, it's a fair request. And today is not a day for me to,
Thank you.
respond to something that an hospital administrator who is actually a nurse background, not a doctor, for me to respond to that. And I'm saying we need expertise. We need, if she has burn victims, why don't we have a burn center at JFK? I mean, if she has burn doctors, like she says, she has burn doctors, she has orthopedics, she has all these people. Why don't we have these centers at JFK? This is a serious matter to me. It's not a joke, and I don't want to respond to it because I know she's going through a lot. She has a lot on her plate right now. But we can't underestimate that we have shortage at JFK. We can't underestimate that we need help, and we need to seek out help from the world at large. Coming here and saying, "Oh, we have doctors, we have all these people, we have nurses who has specialty in infection." it's underestimating what we have at JFK. And Dwala, I actually like your question, which I don't think she responded to, the budget. Okay, we have a budget that her husband over the past couple of years was in charge of. And I hate to make that kind of connection, but I have to. Why didn't we prepare for these events? Why don't we have a control center, money in the budget that her husband was in charge of? But I'm not even going to go there right now. I have to go for a second, guys, because I'm having a birthday party for my oldest daughter, my third daughter.
Is
So
that a third birthday party this month?
yeah, she's having a
Okay.
birthday party. So
That
all
I
right.
just thank you for joining us. And we'll see you again tomorrow, man. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, bye.
Yes. Regard. Thank you. So you know why? Sometimes I just went downstairs, right? And my wife said, "Do I do question always shut?" I said, "He's the most dangerous one." I just told my wife. I said that. I was trying to move away from Madam Kofi comment, and he brought us back to the comment just to get Dr. Richardson in this. This guy is a bad.
I got to share something with Dr. Barnes. Very quickly, if you don't mind, 2 seconds.
Go ahead.
When Dr. Barnes' book came out, Left Brain, Right Brain, Dr. Barnes, globalization, poverty, conflict, and something else, right? So I was telling my wife, I said, "Oh, I admire this man. I love this guy. He's a great asset to Liberia." She said, "What did he not do?" So she thought she was leaning over my shoulders, and I was trying to order the book, but I couldn't get through. So she ordered the book. When I came home and she was reading the book, she said, "Oh, okay, I see why she refused to give me the book." She said because the book was so good, he got a lot to say. So she had to finish the book before she gave it to me. So I just wanted to know it was a great read. People
Well, I'm so humbled. I'm so humble. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm
So
so
it was
humble.
great.
I was a
that
little
you-
bit frustrated when I first published the book. I was a little bit frustrated that I got such little feedback, especially from the Liberian audience. Much of the feedback I got, was largely out of Europe and some other parts of Africa. But I'm really quite honored and humbled by your comments and your sentiments. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So,
By
guys,
the way,
let's
the
get
book
into this.
is still available on Amazon.
The book is still available on Amazon. Talk a little about the book. Go ahead. Since Dwalu brought it up, let's give you a chance to sell your book. Talk to us.
Well, it's a book. It's called Left Brain, Right Brain, Thoughts and Musings of a Servant. And then we subtitle several issues on conflict, humanity, diplomacy, and those kinds of things. The whole idea, the book was really an experiment on my part. I believe that I'm basically a left brain thinker, rational, try to be rational and go forward. But I also have tried to nurture the right side of my brain, which is the more creative side. So I tried to provide some analyses of several very, very important global issues, like the issue of conflict. For example, one of the arguments I make in the book is the real weapons of mass destruction should be small arms and light weapons. Okay, if you look at the category of weapons of mass destruction, is atomic, nuclear, and chemical weapons, for example. But how often have those been used? In the history of warfare, atomic technology has been used once, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Okay, yes, the damage was significant. Okay, but when you take that and compare it to the damage wreaked by the use of small arms and light weapons across the globe, it's an easy decision to make. So we try to do some analysis on why has the world not decided to classify or categorize small arms and light weapons as weapons of mass destruction? And then, of course, we went through as to why, the economic reason why, who's producing those small arms and light weapons, and they are not threatened by it, so they're not going to categorize it. Those kinds of things. The issue of humanity, the issue of the structure of the United Nations, the Security Council. I call it an arrangement of, they have the Security Council is comprised of 15 members. There are 5 permanent members and 10 non-permanent members. So I created this clause I call exclusive inclusivity. Okay, so the world is really run by a small group of people. And we try to make arguments, but it's basically very analytical. and at the same time, I try to intersperse some drawings. I doodle. For many years, I've been doodling, and I do stuff like this. Okay, and so throughout my book, I have place those between my analytical side and my creative side, and then try to entertain the reader. So as you are looking at these very difficult issues, you can say, well, what the hell did he mean by in that drawing or something like that? But it has been a very, very interesting experience for me. And I hope that more Liberians can read it, because say what you may, even though we talk about global issues, many of the issues in my mind originated from my experience, my Liberia experience, so to speak, my experience at the United Nations, my experience in the U.S. as ambassador. So please go out and get it if you can. It's available on Amazon.
Do you have the copy of the book? We can share it to the audience.
Do I have a copy of the book?
Yes.
Not in my immediate vicinity.
Okay.
Before the show, I'll have my wife bring one down, and I'll show to you.
Just to share to, we're going to bring in Dr. Toba Yenswa. He just wrote a book most recently. He also spoke about Ebola. The book was all about, exactly when they went through. He and Dr. Stone, and they make mention of former Madam President, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. You got a copy of your book? You like to talk to us concerning your book? We're not hearing you, sir. We are not hearing you. Can you please unmute?
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
I was saying I sent it to your WhatsApp link a few minutes ago, but I can still get a copy as well.
That's right. And also, Ambassador, if you have yours, we'd like to just put it up. Let's give you guys the experience. You guys are wonderful on the show tonight. We really went into the issue, especially Toba Yenswa talking about, setting up. And I love that. A lot of people thought into it. The emergency unit, emergency center. A lot of people say the triage center, response unit, and all these different stuff. So while we promote your book, I'm going to upload it, and we'll talk about it at the end of the program. Let's talk about what is happening in our country today. No matter where you find yourself, ambassador or doctor or whatever your credential brings, let's talk about what is happening. Number one, today, Milton J. Tierje, or J. Milton Tierje, wrote a letter to Black Musadin nomination process, confirmation process. Your take, I'm going to start this with Stephen Johnson. We had a big show on it yesterday. We make recommendations, some of us on Spoon Talk. What's the work of the senators? Your take, Stephen Johnson.
So thank you, Stenta. Let me say again, congratulations and to Ambassador Barnes and Tobert for their contribution to knowledge. One of the things you can do in this life is to be able to significantly contribute to knowledge in whatever way possible. And the second thing is we don't, as a country, don't have a reading population, so to speak. And so it is something we have to relook at, especially so within our educational system, how we can push our young people to be avid readers going forward. Speaking on the issue of Milton Tierje's letter to the pro temp, in which he argues that the nomination of Musa Din was in violation to specific provisions of the law. One of which he argued is that for an associate justice or a judge to qualify under the law for retirement and receive his or her just benefit, that person must have served for at least 10 consecutive years to be able to qualify. The second argument he proffers is that for a vacancy to be determined, that vacancy has to be announced by the judiciary to say there is a vacancy, and that vacancy is announced to the president about a vacancy at the judiciary, and the president in turn will forward same to the legislature for them to act upon. Now, I'm not a lawyer and I don't profess to be one, but there's a maxim in law that states that anything that is not done legally is not done at all. And that when there are procedural errors in the way things should be done, and those errors violate the dictates of the law, then it means that it should not happen. So I do agree with Senator Tiaji, and my argument here on this matter has been similar to what Tiaji has argued, that the first thing is stated in the letter addressed to the president by Justice Namwe. He's making a request for retirement. He's making a request for retirement. Now, the reason in my mind that he's making a request for retirement as opposed to making to tendering in a resignation is because Justin Nambo wants to benefit from whatever package that comes with retirement. And I don't think, in my mind, this is my opinion, that Justice Nambo was okorum enough with all of the issues surrounding retirement, what it takes to retire, what are the procedures in retiring, what are a person who retires outside of the time limit qualifies for benefit or forfeits the benefit. I don't think he took all of that into consideration. And the reason being, in my mind, is that this entire resignation / retirement is a political ploy intended to allow Musa Dean, who is essentially responsible or is an active participant in all of the controversial and criminal issues that happened in the country over the last 6 years, to be able to shield himself, one, two, to also be able to serve as a buffer for the George Weah government after they leave. Because imagine a situation where we have to call a justice to explain, for example, the issue of the Western Cluster D, of which he's a signatory. Imagine a situation where we have to invite an associate justice to provide reason relative to a diamond case in which he stands accused of being a mastermind behind the illegal sale of a diamond. Imagine being, calling an associate justice to provide reason as to the explanation given in the deaths of our auditors. So do we want a situation where a justice in chamber, for example, is a key participant or is a lead witness or is a person of interest in whatever criminal or case that may ensue in the long run? So those are the issues highlighted in the letter, and I hope we can talk about it in detail as we proceed along the conversation. Thank you, Stan.
Yes, but thank you very much again. We want to appreciate you. For the sake of our audience, let's put Milton Tiaji letter up. We're going to read it. I really want to hear Ambassador Barnes on this one. I want to hear Dr. Toba Yenswa, but in this conversation, we're calling the counselor Toba Yenswa because he's a counselor at law as well. And then we can bring in Mr. Eduardo Prince Maxwell. It is important for the sake of our audience that you please follow us step by step, because this is very important. In America, it begins to open a new chapter. Whether president, we have the authority, we have established that to make that nomination. But what is the nomination or proper thing to do at this time? And the response from Abachi and their colleagues. So let me put the letter up. Now, this letter is from Milton Tiaji, who is leaving because he was defeated by our brother Donkey in Sano. Toba Yenswa friend Donkey beat Milton Tiaji. I said it because I know we're in that group. The letter reads, let me be very frank, on we are Honorable Albert T. Chia, Senate Pro Tempore, Liberia Senate, Capitol Building, Republic of Liberia. It was today, the 29th. Request for the hold on the confirmation of Associate Justice Destinate Councilor Frank Musadin. I have the honor most respectfully to thank you for the profound leadership as Senate Pro Tempore of the Honorable Liberian Senate for approximately 6 years. I write to request a hold on the confirmation of the Associate Justice Destinate on the following legal and factual grounds. I'm not going to go through them because they are two other pages with this one, but you have it. Let's talk about it for the sake of our audience. Pick your fight and let's just go into it. Like Steven said, some folks call me. This is Stanton. We disagree. We disagree with Jim Tontejo, but this is politics. I want to pause to hear from you guys, and the audience want to hear from you guys. We'll start with Councilor Tober first in this matter. Councilor Tober.
Thank you again, Stan. You brought in another complete worm to discuss. But I will give my expertise on the issue, both legal and expediency. For legality, there is still a sitting president. President Weah still have all the authority as a sitting president to do that, and you put it rightly, you clear it and said the legality has been established. Expediency, no. Even in legal, the judges, they use expediency to determine some issues, opinion of the court and all of that. They look at different parameters using the law, expediencies and precedent and all of that. And so I don't think it's expedient to do that. I have an experience, Stanton, having been an former executive member of the Liberia National Bar Association and president of the Sando County Bar. We had a situation where His Honor, the late Johnny Lewis, was Chief Justice of the Honorable Supreme Court of Liberia. And Johnny Lewis got ill, died in the process. May his soul rest in peace. Very, very good barrister, a good lawyer that I admire so dearly. And President Sirleaf then was the president of Liberia. He wrote the Liberia National Bar Association that we should nominate 3 persons. I was in that meeting because I've been on the executive committee of the Liberia National Bar Association. The extension that I was president of the Sando County Bar. At the time, Councilor Siri June was the president of the Liberia National Bar Association. And President Sirleaf wrote the bar that we should nominate 3 lawyers. And we went through a rigorous process to do background check, ethics, whether the person will have issues before the grievance and ethics committee of the Supreme Court, and all of those. Imagine in the succession and ranking of justices and chief justice of the Supreme Court, they have order. The time they got appointed on the court, at this time, Justice His Honor Associate Justice Francis Kokpo was the next justice in line. Just imagine, he should have succeeded, but later on he ended up succeeding Johnny Lewis. We, in as much as the succession clause, Justice His Honor, former Chief Justice Francis Kokpo was the next in line, we still submitted his name with 2 other lawyers to President Sirleaf. And in her wisdom and best judgment, she chose Associate Justice, who became former Chief Justice, retired former Chief Justice Francis Kokpo. That's one precedent. I also know about another one about Justice Philip Z. Banks. I was also a member of the National Bar, Liberia National Bar Association. We recommended 3 lawyers as well when Justice Banks, His Honor, got appointed by President Sirleaf and confirmed. So there have been precedent of how we select our justices of the Supreme Court. But sadly, under the Weah administration, a lot of unconventional things happen. And so I'm not surprised that in the 11th hour, he will be appointing a justice to go on the Supreme Court at this very, very critical time. So I would think the next level to stop that would be the Senate. We should send it to the Liberia National Bar Association. My good friend, who were on the executive council together, Councilor Rainey, is now the president of the bar, and they are strong people there. We got a lot of strong lawyers who are counselor of law, have the experience. Let Justice Minister Musa Din compete with them based on the law, their experiences, ethics, what they have been doing, and select 3 to send to the new president that will be installed by January 22nd. If Mr. Dean qualify among the rest of the lawyers, then we are doing things appropriately, not to do 419 confirmation and put somebody on the Supreme Court bench. I respect Minister Dean very well. I trust his legal background, but so many things have happened under the Weah regime that, people have questionable things that he done. Master has some experience with him. When he chased me out of the country, I wrote so many emails to disclose that. I wrote so many emails to Councillor Musa Day. He did not reply one. As a colleague of himself, those senior colleague, he did not reply one of my emails, text messages, people to reach out to him regarding the situation, the unjust, illegal situation that were meted against me. He didn't say anything. I questioned his judgment as the person who was leading our judiciary at the time. So these are my initial comments. I hope to come here again and speak on the issue.
Thank you very much, Councillor Yenswan. The Ambassador Vance, please.
Wow, this is very interesting. And I'm not a lawyer, okay? Certainly not a constitutional lawyer. But I have two issues that are forefront in my mind with this. Number one, what is expedient about that appointment as today, given the fact that there is a new government coming in within less than a month? Okay, but then again, I saw that those of us that have lived in America saw that happen, or see that happen a lot. At the end of one presidential term, they try to put as many appointments as they can that could have some sort of tenure, established tenure, so that their political interests may be protected. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I am just I find it interesting or depressed to a certain extent how we always politicize everything that we do in Liberia. If Councillor Dean, and I myself happen to know Councillor Dean and have some level of respect for his expertise and his knowledge and his competence, okay, why is that not the focus of an argument, whether he should be appointed or not, as opposed to all of the other political rhetorical issues? Okay, so I'm a little bit confused by this. The first question I ask is, well, why was it so expedient at this point in time? There was just recently another appointment at one of the agencies that required a certain tenure. So one begins to understand or see that a lot of these last-minute appointments are primarily for political reasons, trying to provide some sort of political collateral in the impending or the government to come. But I think it's a pity that when you read the content of the former House member of the legislature, Mr. Tiage's letter, it's so full of political rhetoric that one cannot sort of remove all the layers of the onion and go to the truth, the fact of the matter. Number one, is it the right time to do it? Number two, does he meet the requirement, as Councillor Dr. Toba Nyeswa has said? Have they gone through the appropriate due diligence to make those decisions? And most importantly, does he have what it takes to do the work? You see, at the end of the day, we just need to begin to look at appointments in government. And this is a general statement about the state of our country right now as we move into a new era, so to speak. We have to move away from appointing people based on political affiliation, based on favors. Okay, we should just use one thing and one thing alone, not ethnicity, not tribal issues. Can this person deliver? Do they have what it takes to get the darn job done? Okay, and to me, I think that the question that should be asked to the president for this real last-minute appointment, however he justifies it, is, does this gentleman have what it takes to perform in that particular function? Number one. Number two, have you done the appropriate due diligence as my esteemed colleague has said, to make sure that that appointment is, number one, legit, and it will not come back to haunt you because you didn't do the appropriate background check and due diligence to make sure that it was a good and effective appointment.
Stanton, every lawyer aspires to be justice minister of the country. Every lawyer aspires to be a justice of the Honorable the Supreme Court. And so people that we put on the Supreme Court should not have questionable character. And this is why their peers must vet them adequately to make sure that over the years, Councillor Dean might be a good, very good, excellent lawyer. But in the last 6 years, what people have on him right now to make sure that his peers can look at that and critically.
You're a counselor. Sorry to interrupt you. You are a counselor. You live your life in the United States. I mean, you are not, you are innocent until proven guilty. In this situation, and where I set the mark. But before I come, not to interrupt you, I really want to give Dwalu, Prince Maxwell, and a great adjustment, just chance at least the 1 minute to speak on this thing, because Milton Tear's letter, I would agree with Ambassador Barnes. It's just got a lot of political Stephen Johnson written all over it. Yes, I said political Stephen Johnson.
I beg you, I don't tell them that.
Let's go ahead.
Thank you. Let me come in. I want us to not make this mistake of measuring the concept of innocence as you will see in the Western location. In Liberia, I know this with complete certainty. You cannot go to court because you cannot get tried. You have a bunch of good boys. They say, oh, nobody ever tried me before, but we know what's happening in the country. That doesn't mean you're innocent just because you haven't been tried. I want to say this also. We all know this with complete certainty that over the last 6 years, Councillor Musa Dean has entirely governed as CDC pleases, not as a responsible jurist to protect Liberian citizens. Over the last 6 years, he has not governed as a justice minister that should be neutral entirely. Everything he's done is to kowtow to President Weah. This is a dangerous thing. The mere fact that we will sit here and say, oh, I don't care about his qualifications. Qualification is not the only measure as a jurist. For me, the most important measure for a jurist is a man. Is that me?
Thank you very much.
The rest
the rest Coco calling you is 724.
But is that me or is that somebody came through?
It was you. Thank you.
It was you, darling.
I'm beginning to be on my computer sometime, but let me finish my thing here. Honorable Musa Dean, it's not about whether he's been convicted, whether he got good character. It's how you comport yourself as a jurist. Look, the justice ministry is not somewhere you look around with. He was not neutral as a justice minister. He did everything CDC wanted. He did not serve the people. My issue is when you hold a government position, it is how you govern that we measure this by. But I want us not to make this mistake. The concept of innocence is not the same as in the Western location. In Liberia, I can steal heavily. And everybody know I'm stealing, but I've been trying quarters, but they ain't tried the man yet. They'll leave the man until the man get tried. This is a ridiculous measurement. And I will say that to Stevie and give it to you. We'll check the rest, Coco, real quick.
Thank you. Again, can't think the reason. Listen, on two fronts, I brought in Dr. Toba Yenswat today because he playing the dual role now from the JFK issue to that of this legal issue. It's not like I'm not supporting Councilor Minister Musa Dean. No. The issue on hand is that I'm going back before Prince Maxwell come in. I just want you to understand, Ambassador Nat Barnes and that of Councilor Toba Yenswat. My argument to all the folks since we started this conversation some 2 days ago, left with these guys, the senators. These senators should speak up. I put this stuff for 2 days ago. Aboche Emmanuel Nukwe, Sir Joseph Jala, Henriette Topa, Maurice Satoma, Edwin Snow, James Tonola, Zoe Penno, Marsha Dennis, Nomine Batekwa, Vanessa Sherman, J. Blah, Bo Brown, Francis Pay, Augustine Chia, Simon Taylor, and those are on the fans. Jonathan Cape, Steve Zago, Wellington Javon Smith. And we asked them, call us. If you say, no, I'm not going to vote for this man, because Dwaro have said everything. Stephen Johnson have said, we can talk to our folks, but people are sending this to us and say, these are committed names that will confirm Musa Dane, Frank Musa Dane. I would say yes. And no one can call. You know, so to bring it on us and say we are supporting Musa Dane, no. We want to empower the senators to make the right decision. But yes, they gave away. You have 11 of them leaving. They care less. 11 of them leaving. So our argument on the show, like somebody said, but what's the alliance saying? The Unity Party Alliance. We have not seen one of them saying anything. The only one is the man they call in school, they call the Poo-Poo Platoon, Stephen Johnson. Because he's not up there, he way down here. You know, he's not a decision maker. But can we hear from the alliance group, Dr. Towa Yenswa? Can we hear from those that are up there, the position to fight against George Manawia nomination? Can we hear from them? So that's why I'm saying I'm not going to fight that righteous fight, but I want to see the result of the senators. Maybe Delon will come up like he always does, but it's only Delon. Minus Delon, you got 28 senators because we lost Bapolu senator. You know, maybe Yombly will come on. Then you go down to 27. Borja Segwe, you come down to 26. Prince Johnson, I've already spoken. So you're down to 25. And guess what happened? That means he still got a vote. So no one senator coming out to say the list Spoon put up, we disagree, we are not in support of Musa Dane. They are still quiet. So who am I? Let's bring in our brother Prince Maxwell. I'm saying this because we should educate our people. We can go in the chat room and fight. We can make the argument, but this vote is not on us. It's on the Senate floor. And only senators will be voting. Prince Maxwell and Conor Gray, your 1 minute, please.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yesterday, I made it clear. And first, number one, let me just make it clear, and I always make it clear. Number one, I said that the instrument that the president sent to the Senate is an instrument of constitutional disorder. Because I'm preempting the problem is going to create, not just for the Senate, but even for the Supreme Court and from our constitutional practice. That's number one. Number two, I made reference to the Liberian Bar Association yesterday. And I stated that because you are a justice minister doesn't necessarily qualify you to become an associate justice, simply because becoming an associate justice is a stopgap of vetting. As long as you qualify for that vetting and shall have passed through that vetting, then now you are now qualified to become. One thing that we did not understand yesterday, the position of justice minister is a political position. Anyone can take that position. The president can make an argument for that. But the chief justice or the associate justice position is so much a sacred constitutional position that it challenges our very normative understanding in the country. The second thing is it also challenges the president's normative power of appointing or nomination. The president cannot just nominate in a blanket lack of understanding. That's the reason why he has his legal advisor. That legal advisor is not just a legal advisor, it's a constitutional legal advisor to the president as well. So the fact that the procedure were not followed appropriately means that the president, number one, was in error. Number two, his instrument he sent to the Senate was bad and was in error. Number three, the fact that he overlooked the position of the Bar Association in Liberia also sent a clear message to the judicial system that the president does not respect the judicial system because the Bar Association is a vanguard of the judicial system in the country. So the president made that nomination political. Hence, I do not disagree with Milton Tiage's position as it pertains to the political nature of it.
my recommendation was that the president withdraw the nomination and recast appropriately the nomination, or resend the nomination appropriately. If not, forget about it and leave it to the next generation, the next administration. One need to understand this. The president has been using the lame duck strategy to put people in position where he can leverage his own security. The Constitution mandates the president to leverage the protection of Liberia, not of his person. So we see that the president is now using the constitutional power to his own benefit, and that's unconstitutional. And that was my position on this issue yesterday.
Thank you very much, Prince Maxwell. Conor Gray, thank you for joining us. You just take the last hit on this one for us to move on.
Firstly, I was listening to the show and good points were made, but we can only cast our humanity on the death of all of these people and the misery they are facing right now. But Liberia almost certainly is like help is never on the way when you need it, especially under a governance system. Remember when the guy perished in the mines? It didn't even get to make this much publicity. And that's just how cruel we've become as a nation, because up there we don't have people who are leaders. We have people who are takers. Well, let me go back and say, in a functional democracy, the issue of even mastering all of these individuals you call senators, that's like those long train, those coaches those train that can carrying goods across the United States, and that portion you're showing there, my dear brother Stanton, is like the last coach. Imagine if you have a train with 200 coaches coming. That's like the last coach. That's the last aspect of the process itself. Why do I say so? Here in the United States, 293 days was what it took Judge Garland when she was nominated by Barack Obama. 209, and her term expired, I think, with the 115th United States Congress on the 3rd of January. So that's how long this thing can take. The vetting process itself is thorough. I don't know any opinion of Musa Dean. We are scholars. Look, maybe they can pass this kinds of situation on those who don't care. But scholars like us who like to know the mind, what's languishing in the head of Musa Din, when all of these injustices that have perversed our country for over the last 6 years, and he was mute. What happened with the death of Gifty Lama and the gentleman who lost his life in a car? What was his position? What was his position on the 3 guys that went missing? I mean, you just go on and name those things that this guy was mute about. How can you now take a guy to put in a corridor where justice is served at the highest level, and thinking that I think Madam Salif and others are behind some of these kinds of things, because these people are still protecting the deep state. That's what this is all about. Look, my brother, if you think that this is about Mr. Weir's right, Mr. Weir's right is the smallest thing you can ever think about right now. The right of the Liberian people in our justice system is more important and more heavier than one outgoing president, and the right to appoint somebody who is not going to serve our justice system in the right way. So if you ask me, I'll tell you, I enjoy Prince Johnson today. I listened to him. Oh, he was on the money, and I think others are beginning to make the noise. So that coach of the list you put up there, that's the last coach, my brother. We're not there yet. I can tell you that we're not there yet.
Let me say this: if we come to you, Councillor, it's your turn. From there, we'll go to Ambassador Barnes for us to wrap this thing up. Let me say this again: let's just come to some agreement here, folks, for the sake of our listening audience. If everything you just said is true about Musa Din, do we have the vote, the no confirmation vote, as it stands right now? I want Liberians to think on this. Can they call the lawmakers and say, please vote no on confirmation.
The lawmaker, the last coach.
That's what I'm saying.
Not there yet.
So we shouldn't come down. We can listen. It's very clear. Stephen Johnson is mad. Musa Dane said nothing. It's very clear what you said, Princess Cooper. But yes, indeed, he wrote an opinion during the CPP situation. Musa Dane wrote a very clear opinion that favored Unity Party at the time. You're asking for opinion. It's there. I'm not here to go back to it. But what I'm saying to you, my brother, Sherry know what I'm talking about. He wrote an opinion that favored Unity Party. Is that the reason why they are not speaking now on Musa Dane? Don't let me go there, because we know too much. But my issue here is that the senators that are there, can they block this nomination? Let's bring in Councillor Tobert Yenswa.
Thank you, Stan. Now, let even look at the chronology of the whole issue and how it unfolded. All right. His Honor, Associate Justice Namwe, and I wish him very, very well, my church brother from the borough of Newtown, the Great Trinity United Methodist Church. My heart goes always to him and his family at this very difficult time. But let's look at it. The Justice, His Honor, requested early retirement, right? He requested. I have not seen any acceptance or rejection from His Excellency, the President of Liberia. There should have been, I accept or I reject the request from the Justice. And there should have been an announcement that, frame it like this. With heavy heart, we received a letter from His Honor Justice Namwe, who served this country for all these years, requesting retirement, and I have granted his wish. Then you go ahead and say, I am nominating so and so person. We didn't see that chronology of how the entire thing unfolded. The only thing we saw from the president's office is nomination, but it's breach under the water. But Stanton, you asked me something about should the UP Alliance do something? Of course. Nomination, appointments, confirmations are all political processes. The UP Alliance is a political institution. And so if they feel that they have some stake into this, they should engage Mr. President to do something. If the thing is okay to fly, then so be it. But it's a political process. President appoint, nomination, go to the Senate for confirmation. It's all political process. But the thing is, we have precedent. The precedent has been go to the Liberian National Bar Association. That's Mr. Dean's peers. We are his peers. Let's look among three of us and see who's the best to go on the Supreme Court. That court is the Honorable Supreme Court Republic of Liberia. This is where the highest decision is made, whether I should have my life or don't have it, based on due process of the law. So I think Mr. President, the current president, His Excellency, should do justice, write a letter to the bar. Rennie is there. Chiawas Gonglo is still around. The former president, colleagues like senior colleagues that Nimbari Wanda, senior colleagues that Osho Tour, they are still around. Let's vet three people and send you the names. Musa might be among the three. And let's send the best of best, the cream of best on the Honorable Supreme Court. That's my argument. I believe in the merit system.
Ambassador, can you help us? Let's move from this conversation.
All I can say is, in this entire political process, we should not forget, number one, we are in a transition. And at the center of any political process, the power lies with the people. Yes, the senators are there. It is the last car, as the colonel has said. Okay, but the people have the power. Now it's upon it's the responsibility of the people of Liberia, if they are unhappy or happy with a particular decision made by the president and submitted to the Senate for some sort of confirmation or decision, let them call the senators and say, Senator, I don't believe, or I do believe this and this. Now is the time for we, the people, to exercise our power. It is not too late. It is the last call. But these people, these honorable senators, must understand that they are employed by the people of Liberia and the power lies in the people. So it's not too late for the people to call the senators and express their own sentiments and their own opinions about this and let their power take a play in this particular situation. That's all I have to say.
And you are right, Ambassador, and that's what I'm calling for. But let's see what will happen. I mean, Stephen Johnson, Abdullah Mohamed, Mr. Dwadu, Prince Maxwell, Colonel Gray, Eugene Fagon, they're all calling for mass protests. They're all calling for mass demonstration. They're all calling for hail with the king and go to your senator. And you see Stephen Johnson right there. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, he was included. He was included in that letter that was sent from Jane Milton Terje. Stephen, conclude on the subject matter.
Yeah, let me say this, Stanton. You know, the issue of the appointment of a justice or on the Supreme Court has always been a matter of politics. Even here in the U.S., it is about the position of the justice in terms of decisions, whether that particular justice has been leaning towards conservative argument or liberal argument, and so people want to balance the court in ways that it will favor a certain argument. In the case of Liberia, we've not been able to make a determination as to the makeup of our court. The reason being is that we don't engage to a deeper extent the thinking of those who will make it to the bench on controversial topics, on hot topics, I would say. For instance, what are their views on rape? What are their views on gay rights? These are hot topics. What are the views on land rights and ownership? What are the views on capital punishment? You know, these are hot topics that will make us to understand the thinking of the court in terms of how they address issue and how we make up our court. But this is not the case. Our court has always been about appointing people to position who will favor the appointing authority, who will make sure that decisions that are reached at the court or is tilted in ways that it benefits the appointing authority. This is why people are afraid, and this is why people are concerned. But here's the thing I would think, and this is why we have made it so political. The time frame involved in this whole process and how it played out speaks to the broader political context and the undertone in this decision. First thing is, on December 21st, an Associate Justice writes a letter requesting a retirement. Now, under the law, what are the procedures for retirement? What are the attending benefits? If a person the law says if you retire, if you serve 10 years in the judiciary and retire, you get your benefit. If you don't serve 10 years and you push for early retirement, you forfeit a certain percentage of your benefit. And that the procedure also is that the justice must inform his colleague on the bench about the need for him or her to retire, and that the colleague on the bench will announce the vacancy to the president, and that the president will then forward that vacancy to the legislature. All of these things did not happen. Now, here's what happened. Between the 21st to the 26th of December, we know between that window is the festive season, a lot of things happen. By the 26th, the president announces the replacement of an associate justice without even first communicating to the Senate that there is a vacancy, without even making a determination as to whether or not the retirement or was approved. And none of these things happen. Now, the second thing, and that is what Tobo talked about, is whether the president took into consideration the extent to which sending somebody to the court has a long-term effect on our justice system, which will require him to do appropriate vetting. That did not happen. And the third part to it is that the time frame that the president allotted to the legislature, 10 days, he extended the sitting by 10 days. 10 days not enough time to scrutinize any associate justice anywhere in the world. 10 days not enough, because within those 10 days, you only have 4 sittings of the legislature: Tuesday, Thursday, 4 sittings of the legislature. That is not enough time to critique adequately. And here's my final point, Stanton. Musa Dean has been at the core, and let me also remind our audience that Musa Dean, as Justice Minister under our law, is the only minister who can disagree with the president under our law. The Justice Minister is the only minister who has the ability or is clothed with the authority by law to disagree with the president on certain legal issues. He can state it publicly. He can state his opinion. There are a lot of controversial issues happening in the country. First thing is the issue of committing our sovereign guarantee to Eton and Ebola under a ninja loan. Musa affixed his signature, obligating the country's sovereign guarantee to a company that did not exist. The second thing also is there have been lots of deaths in the country. The Justice Minister made a lot of policy statements, especially regarding the death of the auditor. He argued publicly that the death was as a result of carbon monoxide poisoning. Those are controversial issues that should be addressed. And a long list of other issues that the Justice Minister is a signatory to, the issue of Western Cluster, how 14 million of public money was waived to a company who authorized the Justice Minister and the government to waive taxes, legitimate taxes owed by company. Do we want, and this is the fundamental question that we're asking, do we want a justice who, upon taking office, will be a subject of investigation, or the same justice sitting in chamber will be the one adjudicating cases that he should be a party to? This is the fundamental question we're asking. And nobody here will argue on this platform about qualification. And in Liberia, we often limit qualification to education. Oh, yeah, the man got 3 masters, you got 4 PhD, you got this one. That is not qualification. It's not just about credential. Qualification stretches as far as your ethical values, your moral standing on issues, your professional ethics when it comes to decision making. How do you view the public value versus your private value as a person? This is why in America, when a justice is appointed, they don't just look at your educational qualification, they look at from your character all the way. You saw when the lady that was appointed by Biden to the Supreme Court, they even went to the extent of asking her for assignments that she did while in graduate school, in law school. Because in those assignment papers, she emphasized an opinion on global perspective. And people thought that that opinion expressed in her term paper could have been a decision or could have been a thought process. And that her sitting on the bench of the U.S. Supreme Court, they wanted to know the extent to which she thought. And she saw how she struggled to answer. That I was doing purely an academic paper, and because I was exploring ideas, I expressed those views. But they wanted to know. So what can we say is Musa's view on these issues? We need to know. Look, we have to move our country forward. And the way we do so is by ensuring that we fix our country. We fix it in ways that it benefits future generations, instead of just looking at short-term political gains.
All right.
And this is what we're fighting for. This is what we're doing. Nobody is against Musa. Nobody is against the fact that he wants to serve as an associate justice. I will be happy that a man of his stature will go there. But is it fair to our people if we don't sit here and criticize or critique him and provide an alternative and speak to the issues? We will be held liable, all of us, because we have this platform. And the reason we're on this platform is for us to use this platform to educate our people, to provide for them the knowledge that they don't have. And that's why we come here every day talking about.
Thank you, brother.
President Weah, let me close on this, Balu. President Weah has to do the right thing out of respectability for the new government, to allow them to make that nomination so that the next justice can be in sync with the vision, with the shared value of the new administration. These are the issues we're talking, and I think we should not falter on it. Nobody has any personal issue with Musa. We just speak to the core of the issues, affecting our country. Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
and Stephen, besides the courts of Liberia to give an opinion on issue, the Attorney General of the Republic is clothed with the authority to give legal opinion on any matter of legal concern in the country. If a ministry, an agency, an individual is having concern or does not understand any legal issue, you can write the Minister of Justice of the Republic to give opinion of the Justice Minister of the Attorney General.
Thank you, Brother Tubber. We close at 8 o'clock. I don't mean to show you. So we're going to do our closing, but we start with Brother Prince Maxwell and we just go in the loop. So 1 minute closing, guys. With 8 o'clock, we logging out. Prince.
Like I said, for me, I like at some point in very deep and thoughtful conversations, I like to give my definitive position on that. And my definitive position is clear. President Weah should withdraw the nomination, go through the proper process, because by this, he will be strengthening the constitutional power of the presidency as it pertains to nomination or appointment. At this present moment, he's weakening that. I understand he has the political power to do that. He has the constitutional power to do that. But there are processes that enables that constitutional power. And he is abusing those processes. And I will expect that the president recalibrate and move in the right direction so as to enable the Liberian people to respect the Constitution and the presidency power as well. Thank you.
Colonel Gray, your closing.
Let me close by saying that Justice Kavanaugh, who is on the bench today here in the U.S., almost did not get a position because of what happened in high school. Group of buddies, teenagers flooding around and some indecent exposure and so on and so forth. He almost did not get that position. That's how deep people can go when people are going to represent the law at the highest level. Because Stephen said it yesterday, besides God, a judge could be the next one that will determine whether you will stay alive or die the next moment. So it's not something we can just play with. I don't know where is why the president is rushing. Where is he rushing to go? Especially when you have a few more days for him to be in office. Why is he rushing this process? This process will stay with Liberia for some time. If His Excellency the President had exercised some restraint, will not have a Justice Nangwe retiring to their age 62. Nobody would say they saw it coming, his illness. But I think this is more political, and this is about positioning himself against what will come in under Ambassador Buckey's regime. And we have to prevent it, because that regime should be able to prosecute the past fully, so that we as a people can learn from that our strong lesson going forward. We're not going to sweep anything under the rug anymore. And Ambassador Buckeye, to say if he doesn't come robustly against the past, especially this recent past, some of us will be on the other side against him. I can say
Ambassador
that.
Bonds, your closing argument, sir.
We need to be very careful to distinguish between what is and what ought to be. What is and what ought to be. And I'm referring to my colleague Prince Maxwell's comments. We know what ought to be, and what you stated is what ought to be. So as a people, the Liberian people need to step in and exercise their power. Yes, the senators are there, and we know what is. We know what we can more or less predict what they will do. But I think if people got together and decided to flex the muscle and the power as a people, we the people can get what we want. Your senators are your servants, they are your employees, so we can put the appropriate pressure on them and leverage them to get those things that we want them, our employees, to do. So let's look at what is and what ought to be and try to differentiate between the two.
Thank you so much.
So We want to say thank you to everyone. I hope we can do this again. It's always good to have you, Dr.
Two more
Toya.
closing, three more closing, Senator.
Oh, we said we're closing now, yeah, my man, because we got 4 minutes. We got 4 minutes, so we gotta go. Yeah.
I got one. So, Brother Yuswa, you're muted.
So, Stanton started with the book. This is the newest on the block. Okay, great. This is the newest on the block: Collapse and Resiliency, the inside story of Liberia unprecedented Ebola response. Everything that happened between 2014 and 2016, when Ebola struck our country, has been documented in this book by 2 Liberian citizens, Dr. Madia Stone and Yahomo Seven. We authored this book. It's published by the Johns Hopkins University Press, one of the top notch in the country. It was launched in Washington, D.C. by a think tank. If you want to know what really the inside story, what was happening during the Ebola crisis, when 3 groups were meeting separately in Monrovia at the Ministry of Health, GSA, and the president herself was chairing the national task force. You want to know what happened in West Point when West Point was quarantined, the number of international that came to fight the Ebola crisis in the country. This is the book. You can get it on Amazon. It's online. If you are a non-profit and you want many copies, there are discount prices. It's $35 a piece on the internet. I was in Zambia recently. I took copies of the book there. The day we launched it in Washington, D.C., we were short of copies, and it's exciting to read. This is the only Ebola book written by Africans, the entire continent. All of the books that have been written about Ebola has been from Westerner scientists. This is the only book that we've written. And to Her Excellency, former president of Liberia, who wrote the foreword of the book. If you read the foreword, she detailed her response and leadership capacity. So by the time JMB is leaving office, we want to see the 6 years, how the health system will be like, and we can document everything in our health system. What was done under the leadership of Ambassador Joseph Yuman Boakai will be around then to look at those issues that have been done in the health sector of our country. You can learn a lot of lessons here for incident command. We just talked about it. If you want to know about incident management system, how to put it together, how it functions. In fact, if you go on one of the pages, on page 112, you will see the incident command system that we use was drawn in this book. And every Liberian that participated, from the president down to the community, their names are all documented that deal with the Ebola response in the country. So Stanton, to the Spoon family and all of you, you've been doing a great job. Thank you very much for what you do for Liberia. Communication, information is very, very much essential. It's second on to anything that you can think about. And the role you play in our elections. Let me use the occasion to congratulate His Excellency, President-elect JMB. One song, the people, I really like this song. The people won't talk to, oh, yo, JMB won't talk to, oh, yo, see you sing the song, you know it better than me. So we'll congratulate the President and the Vice President-elect, Jeremiah Kuhn, for your elections, and the Liberian people. Congratulations. Liberia is at a new horizon. We want to make sure that we build the broken pieces over the years. I'm confident that Ambassador Boakai, former Vice President, comes with wisdom, tenacity, energy, experience, leadership, because I have worked with him before. I have no doubt in my mind that painstakingly he follow up issues and want to see the best. And once he can recruit the right people around him to do the job in every sector of our country, we will see a new Liberia. So to end, Stanton, by tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen who are on the response for the combustion of the truck, an incident command center should be set up. An incident commander should be appointed with logistic support, communication team, community engagement, psychosocial support, decision-making, daily briefings. Then the doctors will do their work. You gave them the resources for them to do their work. We don't want to see the doctors on talk show unless they want to talk about a specialized issue that happened in the hospital. But not for doctors to kind of be begging for gloves, bed sheets, food. That should be somebody's responsibility at the Incident Command Center. Thank you very much, Stanton and the panelists. Okay. Ambassador, nice to see you again. I'll give you a ring.
Thank you. Dr. Francis.
Likewise, I look forward to hearing from you.
We're going to do the closing together. I beg you, Mr. Duadu, now to take all the time. I want to give the ambassador a chance to talk about his book. We posted the picture. So, Ambassador.
Thank you. I unfortunately, there you go. My book is entitled Left Brain, Right Brain, Thoughts and Musing of a Servant. And it's more or less a collection of my analysis of various global issues, business of diplomacy, conflict, and all those things. And it's also mixed with some drawings that I do. The cover of the book was designed by me. I drew that. And it's the idea of bringing the left brain and the right brain together. It's available on Amazon. And please just go to Amazon on the books, look up Milton Nathaniel Barnes, and that should pop up. As I said earlier, I was somewhat disappointed by the fact that I was not getting the kind of feedback I was hoping for from the Liberian community, but I got a lot of excellent feedback from colleagues in Europe and other parts of the continent of Africa, and even as far as India in Asia. But it basically more or less looks at my own experience on some very, very difficult global issues. And as I said, the origin of those thoughts were my Liberianness, so to speak, my Liberia experience. So I appreciate you looking it up and giving me whatever feedback that you can. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Oh, you want me to go before you? 30 seconds, because you will want me to go before you the time around. Huh?
Not really.
Okay,
what's going on between you and the former people?
I'm going to lead it with more. Go ahead, Dr. Francina.
It's always a pleasure when I can sit on a panel with you brilliant men. You come with so much expertise in different areas. It's like a think tank. I felt like I was a bit of a think tank today. So thank you so much for all your contributions that you are making and have made to Liberia. We have a lot of work to do. I want to acknowledge that. We tend to like to do things the same old way. I tend not to think that way. I think we should be outside of the box, inside of the box, on the side of the box. And sometimes that's why I offer my opinion in the ways that I do. So having said that, I think it was a great show. Unfortunately, I was in and out. Again, I was celebrating my daughter's 21st birthday today. My third daughter. So I was in and out and not quite attentive. But thank you guys very much for the show. It was an excellent show. And my heart is with the people of Bond County. Another thing that saddens me, when Liberia moans, I feel terrible as well. So thanks.
Okay, stand to our goal. You got you there. Dr. Barnes, whether you know this or not, I'm the biggest fan, your biggest fan you never knew about. I always admire you for many, I think going on maybe 20 years now. It's always been that way. I don't know how, but I follow you very closely. But I'm going to say this. The issue of support for our hospitals, the funding for the hospital, and the provision of care for a hospital, they're not mutually exclusive. They're actually intertwined. Okay, you cannot get one without the other. I'm going to say this. If JFK has all these professionals as claimed by Madam Kofa, why are our officials leaving the country to go abroad to seek medical help? This is something, it's not a blame against the woman. Having the professionals that are coming in sporadically and doing something is great for the country. But we want a degree of permanence in Liberia where we can homegrown those professionals in different fields with certain expertise that can actually serve our people. This is crucial and important. But I will say this to Honorable Boakai. If President Weah bribes his way through the Senate and forces Musa Dane on the Supreme Court, I will advise you to play on the edges of legality as it did with Honorable Kabina Jale. The issue of our Supreme Court that I'm play toy. We want people on that court that deserve to be on that court. I don't believe Honorable Musa Dane deserves to be on that court, despite what Stanton says here tonight. He can bring the list of any senator he wants to bring. That's Stanton's business. But I can assure you, if you're sitting down there and you allow the guys to push Musa Dane through, and you're going to the Supreme Court to go sit down there and come up plenty, and you say, we don't want it one. All of them not taking the phone, they will not listen to you. You need to talk. The laws in Liberia will be nyama nyama if Musa didn't sit on the Supreme Court because he's never spoken over the last 6 years. I have no confidence in the man of any kind. He has to be removed entirely. If you left with me, he would not sit on our court. We sit on this platform to direct Liberia in a new direction. And that direction has to be based on meritocracy. It has to be based on legality. A man has to pay for his deeds, both punitively and compensatorily. We have to formulate a Liberia that's entirely based on the man's capability to deliver to the society in an upright way. That's how I see it. My name, Ensu Opazina Bulakai Dwalu.
They're coming for you. Get it at me, okay?
Again, it's okay. You know, it's okay for Opa to say his own. But I would say this though: as much as we fought George Manawia and his government, thank God that the people have removed them from power. We are under the new leadership, a new dimension that will enable us to move Liberia in the right direction. These are some of the tests. Seriously, these are some of the tests. We need to pick up the phone and call our senators and say, please don't. With everything that you guys have said, Musa Dane, he was muted. He said nothing. People dying in the car, he said nothing. 3 Mason boys, he said nothing. Princess Cooper, he said nothing. All those concession agreements, everything that was taken out of the country, people that came, you know, the justice minister legally, he should sign. He represents the country legally. But the people, the regular people, not going to vote for Musa Dane. We are doing it through our senators. Make the case to them. If we sit here, we allow our fellow Liberians to stay home and say, yes, we can make that decision, we can go vote. No. Call Sir Joseph. You just elected him. You re-elected him from Musarado County. Call him. Have a community meeting with him. They took 30,000 for community awareness, right? Go to those town houses, meet him, talk to him. Say, please don't do it. Joseph Neiman Boaka should be the one nominating somebody for this position. Tell him. Go back to Grand Bassa and remind Jonathan Kape. Say that's the reason why we rejected you. Now you got only one last vote to put down on paper. Don't do it. Go and tell Vani Sherman, don't do it. Go to Maurice Satoma and say, don't do it. But if we can't believe it, that we have another October 10 or November 14 to go to the poll to vote, no, this is not it. And that's my argument. Folks, I am under the water. I know the alligator and I know the catfish. If you see me speaking like this, it's not to deceive you. Folks may come and pretend, but they know that Frank Musa Dane, they have spoken to him. They know that they're going to vote yes on that nomination. That's why they cannot call on the show. But again, elections have consequences. Take your book, mark this down. Come the by-election 2026 or the new election 2029, you will have the power to remind them, because you voted yes to confirm Musa Dane, I am rejecting you. Say it to them. We got to empower our people with knowledge. All the Tabata, Stephen Johnson saying, Dwaru saying, my name is Opa Dwaru Ansu, no, that bluff. It's all bluff. I've been read from my Liberian people tonight, that October Yansua. It's all bluff. Stephen Johnson is on the cluster. Let me ask his cluster head. They're going to meet the Justice Department, the Justice Ministry. He is on the cluster. What are the positions? Have they written any letter? Have they frowned on this issue? To say, Mr. Cluster Head, we must respond appropriately to George Manawia and his team. The president said, do not hire. Why is he hiring? Why? We need a reply. We need a response from the transitional team, not from Spoon Talk. We have said enough. We have spoken enough on this issue. Let Steven Johnson come tomorrow and say, yes, the letter. Milton Teje is not on the transition team. Milton Teje is not a cluster head. Milton Teje ran and Donkey beat him in Sado County. Milton Teje is an angry old man sitting under the table trying to make himself relevant again. He was rejected by the people of Sando. Everything he said, that's why he heard on Spoon Talk last night. That's why he wrote today.
Exactly.
Everything we said on Spoon Talk, that's why he wrote today. That's a bluff. When Milton Teje was there, did he refuse? Did he say no to George Weah appointment? When Milton Teje was there, he signed everything George Weah passed through. Let's stop the bluff, Mr. Teje. I will not sit on this show and pretend. I will be real with my people, the Liberian people, because this network for the Liberian people, they may not like some of the decision and this position I'm going to take, but guess what? Guess what? They will appreciate my stand to come like they did during this election. And I will always speak truth to power. I am ashamed of those people call themselves senator. 11 of them left. 11 will go again comes 2029. Believe it or not, they will. They are not functioning to the will of the Liberian people. Some of them pretending I will vote no, knowing that Frank Musa didn't already have 18 votes. So there's no need for them to make it 19. So they will vote no to show themselves Mr. Clean. Guys, thank you for the wonderful program, man. I remain strong, I remain prayerful, I remain faithful to my people. These guys are bluffing. There's a reason why George Manoia sent in that nomination, because he know Musa Din will go through. The rest of it is bluff. May God bless you.
Yeah, my heart, man. Don't tell that lie.
But I want to say thank you, guys.
Honestly, talking at devil, okay, don't you want to confirm?
Yeah, don't mind Stanton. Because we blew his position out of
the 59. Why you answer that the Richardson question?
The truth of the matter is the president is exercising his constitutional right.
Sure.
He's not violating the law. He's not. He's doing exactly what the president is supposed to do. Any view on this?
That's not the answer to my question, though, Stephen.
I mean, any other thing on this matter would just be your opinion. But I mean, to say you can prevent him, no.
No, that's not what I asked. I said, where does the Unity Party stand on this matter?
I think the party will make an official statement. I don't want to speak for the party on that matter.
Oh, okay.
Because the leaders I know about is that they were consulting their lawyers.
When Steven Johnson comes on Spoon Talk and say, I think, you know that's a lie.
No, but I'm not speaking for the party.
You know that's a lie.
The party get a secretary general.
Ask Steven Johnson, why is the party position if the president nominates? What would be the party position if the president nominates Samora Wodo according to LRA? Today, he will tell you, say the party will speak today. Musa Din, he said, I think. You know, listen, that's not individual. That's a great show.
Carry to the cabinet bidding.
That's a great show.
I hope people don't listen to the senators, don't listen to the people to
I don't know what he said.
So we start.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much for joining us as always. We hope you can come back though. We got a lot of stuff to discuss. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you,
guys. My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. And I walked away smarter than when I came here because of all these statements that are being made. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Councillor, it's good to have you as always. Thank you again, Councillor, for joining us. We just said thank you a lot. We appreciate you. And you're always welcome, Councillor Tobadianswa or Dr. Tobadianswa. Thank you for your input.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and thanks to great panelists. I follow Spoon judiciously every evening, and in the background, I'm happy to be here. And Dr. Francine, we need to talk. Psychosocial support, mental health, all of those issues.
Definitely, I'll be texting you.
All right.
People ask you, they say, what ANC position on the matter?
They're asking the wrong person. They're asking that you know, UP man.
That's so good for UP.
You see that, yes, right? You see your sister, she said, 8 p.m. has come and gone, Stanton with his phone. I don't know what she meant. I don't know what she meant.
You know what she means, Stanton. Don't act like you don't know.
That's the brilliant co-author.
But I want to appreciate Maddie Stone, Madam Maddie Stone. Mo. I sent you the bill, my man. That 3 now, but you just put it together, but I sent you the bill. No, mo.
Okay.
You see,
You mentioned that French.
No, you see, that's not
Yeah,
fair.
at least they make a child. That make a child.
No, man, listen, I just saw the man asked me a question. The man said, "You don't want me to go?" And I said, "No, go. Good night." It means
That's for Lexington. Lexington, they make a true the thing at least, my man. But Stephen, you and myself.
So you can feel your vibe on that. You great.
I can try.
No, you gonna try. I know you can speak here.
I see the boys here talking. See the boys talking.
But you asked a good question, though, Stephen. What's the CPP position in this?
Look, you know, I see you guys. You know, no trouble.
I don't keep you crying this. You know, but Stephen Johnson, you would think that JMP would be speaking against this nomination. You have something to say. But you're telling me I gotta go consult your lawyer. What?
Yeah, because Dr. Francis, the thing is anything you say on this matter, you are just be voicing your opinion.
Yes.
You
opinion.
Because it's we are operating within his.
I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is like you describe voicing their opinion. Often we don't say nothing. Okay, then 6 years down the road, then we start to ask, what did this person say? That
I'm sure the alliance will speak to this matter in the coming days. I'm sure.
I'm looking forward to.
I think the weighing that option
put a moratorium on hiring.
But that moratorium does not affect the president's ability to nominate. It's only
but ANC, what ANC?
The president cannot silence his constitutional power.
Yeah, because it's his constitutional power. You can.
When he makes a declaration, isn't that part of his constitutional power?
Yeah, but it will not cover the
other.
Yeah,
they cover the operative within the executive, not him.
Well, they do.
But this is one branch of government where
I do. Because you see, Talbot said it that when they got in power 6 years ago, your man put a hold even on spending.
No, so what happened? The truth of the matter is the president at the time, Elling, was the one who had put in place most of those spending caps. The transition in 2017 is different than now. Because in 2017,
you're not bouncing more grumble, man. That's why the people having their own way. This nomination should not have happened, man. If you have been CDC, it was not going to happen.
No, by making loud noise does not mean the president have the right within the Constitution.
No, not matter of loud noise. It happened.
I agree with you, Remy. I think there would be some.
It is the same noise trying to provoke right now.
Look, ambassador supposed to stand up and say this is not happening. Leave that one with me.
I disagree with you.
No,
Sarah Johnson. Sarah Johnson.
Like people what they get into to do.
Sarah Johnson, Dr. Richardson, I disagree with Conagray. And this is my disagreement. I do believe the position of the president-elect and his team, they are doing the right thing in the right direction. Like we said before, President Weah is still the president of the Republic of Liberia. All these missteps is on President Weah. President Weah can hire 500 people right now. We will sit here and say it is not right, but it's still on President Weah. If Jose Yiman Bwaka come out tomorrow, number one, he has no authority to come out and say no to Frank Moussa-Dean. He will be going above and beyond the constitutional power that he has right now if he have in it as a president-elect. Because only one president we can have at a time. He can go through the surrogate. They can speak. That's the best he can do. That Jade operation. But nobody will advise Jose Yimabwaka to say, come up and speak.
Yeah.
It shouldn't happen.
So who advised?
Listen, let me finish, my brother. Let me finish. I beg you, let me finish. He will go ahead and make all his argument. We will come, we that support Jose Yimabwaka, and make all the argument. But guess what happened? President Weah comes January 22nd, 12 noon. He will be former president. Then everything from that end will be Jose Yimabwaka. So, folks, we just have to go ahead and tell our people. They man spoiled the team for 6 years. Let him spoil it for the next 2 weeks that we get, or the next 3 weeks. It will be fixed. One way or the other, Jose Yimabwaka will fix it. I see people from CPP, like Conor Gray, like Dr. Richardson. I see people from the opposition. They won't bring problem. Then tomorrow they will be the one to say, "Oh, Jose Yimabwaka." But let me finish that. But you can't stop me. No, you can't. No, you can't stop me. No, you can't stop me. No, you can't stop me. No, you can't. I mean, y'all talking. I said, man, you see, Stevie, just because I talk about CPP, the man getting fair. These people then that trap the setting, right? And Jose Yimabwaka come up with a long statement, right? With a long statement tomorrow. Guess what happened? By way, I beg you, Conor Gray, we can only speak one at a time. These guys are right. If the owner put out a long statement, I disagree with the nomination of Josh Manawia. I disagree that it is not in his purview. They will be the one to call. They will call Mr. Elizalde coming wherever he is and say, "Can't run for president again because the puppet that mess up." These guys, then, it's not only them. We need to educate our folks. We have one president at a time. Let this man mess up the best way he can mess up. Let him do what he want to do. Jose Yimabwaka will stand from a distance and advise and play it safe. Because when he take over January 22nd, 12:01 p.m., that would be our new government. Let's stop this thing. It's up to the senator. Now, let me end on this, because I know Conor Gray trying to interrupt me. Let me end on this. Stephen Johnson, how many senators right now from Unity Party in there? How many senators from the Alliance in there? Can they prevent this? And I put this thing up.
No.
In terms of voting, they cannot. And Jose Yimabwaka should not be on record to say you want to start an argument and he cannot win, because he is not the sitting president yet. So, Gray, stop wasting our time on this.
Brother, let me tell you something. There's a reason why they have buffer zone. They have lame duck period. It's a no man's land. You understand? Technically, Ambassador Baka is the commander-in-chief right now. The ceremonial aspect of swearing.
That's not good. That's not true.
No.
I will not let you start with that. That's not true. He's not.
No, let me tell you something.
No, you will not say that. You are military man. Don't say that. No, you are wrong. You are military man. The person that is doing a military shot right now is President Joseph, is President George Biden. It is not Joseph Yimabwaka. He is not the commander-in-chief right now.
There is a reason why there's a transition. Ambassador Baka should be getting daily briefing, and he should be part of any decision made going forward from here on. That what makes this a buffer zone.
He is not a commander-in-chief yet. My man, you don't know your military code, man. You don't know. So not tell people say, yeah, they're not making me fast, man. You can't. No, man. No. You're dead wrong, Conor Gray.
I'm not wrong.
He's not a commander-in-chief.
It is your late duck period with President.
I beg you, no. You will not come in. You got your brother speaking, Dr. Richardson. Chris, hold on 1 minute. This guy is dead wrong. Joseph Baka is not a commander-in-chief right now. He is not.
You see,
but then not the technical here. I know you
are. When you're a lame duck president, in other words, your rights are limited. That makes
no,
that's not true. Listen, go.
There's nothing in the Constitution at all about lame duck and your right limited. There's nothing.
The literal meaning, the definition.
No, let's go back to our Constitution.
As you're supposed to.
No, we're not looking at literal meaning. Let's go to the Constitution. They are working. They are living by the Constitution. There is nothing say George Manning, we are working relationship as a president is limited now.
At this point, any decision made.
Opposition. No, Stephen, let me come in before you come in, Stephen.
Let me ask you. Let me ask a constitutional question. Let me ask a
My
constitutional question.
opposition to Musa Dean becoming a justice on the Supreme Court, it has nothing to do with CPP or ANC, but more of, you know, has he stood up for the Liberian people? That's my primary concern. There are at least 3 incidents I can remember.
The ANC already declared support for Joey. So why you worry about?
Yeah, I just want to make that clear to Steve Josie and to then I still talking to you.
No, we gotta say I will agree with Conor Gray on this one. I will agree with Conor Gray. Can you say CPP Alliance CDC?
Yeah.
Can you put it in that alliance together, please? Collaboration.
However, let me just say something. Yes, George Weah is still the president for Liberia. He's going to be president until January 22nd. But when JMP takes office, he can say how he feels about it, even though he did not have any control of the situation.
And there are certain decisions he can take.
Yes, and that's exactly what I'm asking about, and that's why I'm taking your brain.
You're not playing your card before the time. But for instance,
no, I'm planting a seed. I'm not playing my card.
For instance, let's say there was some hiring that took place.
Really no power
let's say there was some hiring that took place in the last 30 days, right?
When you are limbed
you can pass an executive order when you take office. You can pass an executive order that will say all hiring done over the last 30 days. We'll put a freeze on it until we investigate. You know, those are basic things you can do, but for the Supreme Court, you cannot.
You know, I agree with you. Let's open the phone line. Let the people speak after that.
The reason why I support this position is that even in this period,
you interrupted Dr. Richardson, Prince. Is that what you do as ambassador?
As a diplomat,
is that what you do as a diplomat? You just interrupted the lady.
No, come on, man. More than even
no, but you just said she was speaking.
Dr. Richardson, please continue.
You always interrupt.
I don't mind it, man. Let me just say this to you. Let me just say this. Even in this period, right? President Weah can still declare war. Even in this period.
Yeah,
and that's the reason why he's still the president. That's the reason why.
I would question this guy's position as corner.
No.
He just make us shame. We that serve in the military, he just make us shame.
No.
So that's always have one commander in chief at a time. One commander in chief, brother.
And lastly,
the president cannot declare war without the approval of the Senate. You understand? So it takes it's a concomitant.
But yeah, still we know
the president cannot declare war at this time.
But it would not be Joseph Boyka. Right now, it will be George Manawea with approval of the Senate. That's what we are talking about.
Anyway, that's an argument for another day. But also, one of our comment here, Jalake Aquila. A presidential proclamation does not supersede a constitutional power. Let me just make that correction to you. A presidential proclamation does not supersede a constitutional power.
That's not true.
I will tell you the whole thing over and over.
No,
it does not.
That's not true. The president can enact special act right now that is not in consonant even with the Constitution. The president can go ahead and make series of declarations that will be acted upon without even going through any other legal.
I researched this.
No, but those executive order got to be in line with the Constitution.
Exactly.
It got to be in line with the president's right.
No, the Constitution.
The Constitution. That's supersede constitutional power.
You can pass an executive order that will violate the Constitution.
Exactly.
Why would you pass? Why if you already have the legal power?
No, but it's not. It's not carte blanche. It's not a carte blanche.
So let me ask you guys.
It's just that simple. Presidential proclamation.
No. It has to be in line with the Constitution.
So let me just ask you this, Stephen. Since
it has to be in line with law. I agree. It has to be in line with law.
That's superseded. That's superseded. That's all.
Because our president.
Can I ask you this one question, Stephen? Since you're on the transitional team, do you imagine that JNB is not in support of this nomination?
I can't speak to that. I've not spoken to him. I've not spoken to people in the high ups.
You can speak to that.
Oh, but I'm not spoken for
That's the richest way you just on the show.
No, I'm not spoken for the party.
She went jump on the yellow, come on.
I've not spoken to him. I can't say.
My second question, does anybody know if JNB had any working relationship with Musa Dean in the past, or anyone on his team has any working relationship with JNB?
Let me speak to that. Let me speak to that.
Kind of conflict of interest?
Let me speak to that.
Or create some kind of...
Yeah, let me speak to that, because I think I can speak to that. Dr. Richardson, Joseph Yima Boyka, president-elect, have nothing to do with this nomination.
Zero.
Number one, we all understand that Musa Dean was one time a UP member. Am I correct, Stephen Johnson?
Yeah, he ran on the party ticket.
So he ran on the party ticket. So let's go back in history, okay? But with this nomination and everything that have taken place, JNB is very far away from it. That will be left with the decision of those senators, 29 of them, to make the case as to whether to confirm Musa Dean or to reject him.
We're not there
But
yet.
either or, if he's rejected,
you sound like Remy Grace, sound like, you know, when you're traveling on a long trip with the children,
a fatigue,
and they'll be asking you, are we there yet?
The GPS system.
Are we there yet?
We're not there yet.
He said we're not there yet.
so I'm not even paying attention to him. I tell you, go whenever see people, they try to entrap somebody. Joseph Yima Boyka,
on a long road trip, right?
Joseph Yima Boyka is not. Joseph Boyka have nothing to do with the nomination. He will let it play. His people will decide. The senator will make those decisions. Take it or leave it. If this man is confirmed, if Joseph Yima Boyka take over, guess what happened, Prince Maxwell? He will work with each and every one.
That's true.
But,
I agree.
But he is Joseph Yima Boyka.
He is the president.
He will be the president, Joseph Yima Boyka. If you import Conor Gray there right now, he will work with Conor Gray. If you put somebody there right now, Joe, we are right now say, I'm going to appoint this person on a 10 position for 10 years. They're supposed to be there. Joseph Yima Boyka will work with that person. The man know how to work with people. Make no mistake. He knows how to work with people.
So just for the sake of argument, I imagine Prince and Stephen Johnson that Joseph Boyka will say, in as much as I did not nominate Musa Dean to the bench, I want Liberian people to know that I will be speaking and working and watching in their interest, because I understand that Musa
cannot do that.
He can do that.
You cannot do that.
Why not?
You know, that's the reason why you get 1%.
I'm not saying I'm not saying
that you get 1%. You're not serious. That's the reason why you get 1%. You put all this thing ahead, and you're saying that don't eat before the people or eat before the people. I don't know what that one means.
We don't eat last.
We don't eat last.
I'm not talking about him speaking now. I'm talking about January 22nd.
But I'll be even risking that time. Because
why?
Let's assume he's confirmed. Let's assume hypothetically that he's confirmed. Okay. For the president to make that kind of policy statement against a judge, it will be bad for him.
I don't know why.
You'll be factualizing the court.
Yeah, what you will do is you make the court like a partisan court. The court
I'm asking him to, and he can be savvy. My words are maybe stronger here.
But he can say the other judge, I'm in playing that when I'm in playing that, because you'll be when you're doing that, you give the court an identity.
What are you talking about?
It's not about who he, it's not about whether he made a nomination and assignment.
But politically, Ambassador Boyka can
the person who
Richardson,
to say that.
What are you talking about? There's a precedent for that in America.
Politically,
there's a precedent for that in America.
Yes.
When Trump nominate those guys. They were calling them Trump judges. The Supreme Court put a halt on that immediately.
Okay. Yes.
So they're no longer called, even in political cycle, they are no longer called Trump judges.
Yes.
They are justices and Supreme Court Chief Justice, period.
And the decisions are based on the law, not on
the law.
So again, I'm not being savvy in how I'm communicating this.
Justices, where you expect the decision.
What I'm trying to say is, I want
all kind of thing.
I want a statement to be made to say, if I were to appoint someone to the court, given the opportunity to do that, I would make sure that this person is, speaking for the people, make sure that they have won drug cases, things that the Liberian people are interested in, okay? In a way that he's speaking to say, this is who I like, and you don't fit the bill.
The second point to this is that you should understand there is a separation of power and there's different branches of government. If President Bouaka once January is over, he cannot interfere into the workings of another branch of government. So by saying that, you'll be interfering. So you can't do that.
Whatever.
You're saying, I got another judge. You can't even do that.
Leader, bro, the boy, yeah, eat. They get negative meaning.
Whatever. I just
leader,
that's all
who advised coming with this line? One of them is best line.
No, that's a book.
Best line, right?
That's a book. That's a book.
I know, but he shouldn't have said it though. One of them best line.
Yeah, eat. Well, eat.
But one of the best line, one of the best line was, listen, our country deserves better. That was one of Comi's best lines.
Yeah, Liberia
deserve better. But to come in and say, little eat last.
Leader, that's
I'm not even going to explain the concept to you guys.
The leader will eat.
I believe that.
I swear it's coming from. You're onto something.
Yeah, and that eating will be a big eating.
I really believe that.
Yeah.
I mean, he can be savvy and in Stephen Johnson nuanced way, in a nuanced way. That's it, Johnny, like in a nuanced way.
I think the only mistake
bro, when you tell somebody say eat, when you use the word eat,
it has a negative connotation.
It got negative meaning, bro.
Period.
It be kobacho.
Exactly.
He was quoting a writer, right?
My man, I read.
He should have called the writer. According to Johnson.
I don't know how I enter in
According to Stephen Johnson.
You want to go kill man? You tell your people you kill man. Say you don't
I'll say, let me give you a parable. There's a parable said by this person.
Say you don't eat lot.
Stand on setting everybody up on this thing right now.
No. My thing is that you know what I'm thinking about. I am thinking about.
I'll not use the word eat.
Don't use eat.
Leaders put themselves last.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But my thing is that I'm thinking every time we talk about Mr. Cummings, right? Seriously speaking, I'm thinking, Mr. Cummings, what will be his comeback message? His return to the political life message. What would that message be? Because he used everything he had in the book. And he got 1%.
All right, gentlemen.
No. That's a gentleman now. I'm just asking a question. So I do believe Mr. Cummings coming back, he should be praying right now. The work that Joseph Yima Bouaka are going to do, that will help prepare or come back for Mr. Cummings. If Joseph Yima Bouaka, talk to me.
The reason I doubt it is
let's talk
6 years from today, there will be new variables. Politics is not static.
Yeah,
it's dynamic, and there will be new actors, new players that will evolve. Mr. Cummings says bad political calculation. He had, you see, like, bro, politics, you don't normally get second chance in politics. Cummings was blessed, one of few politicians with 2 chances. Chance number 1, and I spoke to Mr. Cummings about this. when we met after 2017 election, and I asked about.
You don't say you normally don't get second chance. Most people went for second. At the third, you can get.
No, what I said second chance is in terms of his decision in the runoff.
Yeah, but that's a third you can get. That's a third you can get, not second. Yeah.
So
you can't get second chance to make an impression.
When we all lost the first round, in 2017, Mr. Cummings' decision to stay neutral was a bad political calculation. In 2017, it was a bad political calculation. When I spoke to Mr. Cummings about this at his office one time, I think in 2018, thereabout, he admitted that it was a wrong political move and that it was a decision reached by his executive committee. And when I asked him whether he would do it again if he had the chance, he said it's not something he was thinking about. So I was shocked. I was shocked in 2023 in the runoff where Mr. Cummings on.
Somebody
calling me. Liberian people, you see you on the show, then they're calling your phone. I can't stand it. Yeah, he calling me from Facebook. So Mr. Cummings was, he had a second opportunity this runoff to prove to the Liberian people as to his real position on issue. And all through the campaign, Mr. Cummings has said, he's on record, we have the video, that he will support an opposition candidate against Weah. So it was shocking that in the runoff, Mr. Cummings on one end, as a member of his executive, the stand-up bearer, the vision bearer of his party, on one hand going neutral, and the entire executive committee of your party supporting the candidate that you as a political leader thought did not deserve a second chance. So it undermined Mr. Cummings.
No, it undermined. I'm going to pause you there. Then on the third hand, because you said first, second, the third hand, Mr. Cummings went and he voted. But
on election day.
On election day.
So it just compounded for Mr. Cummings to make a comeback politically. There has to be some kind of cataclysmic revolutionary conversion that should happen.
Or hand of
like something abnormal, like maybe like an earthquake, a political earthquake, or some kind of cyclone that will happen, that will shift the view of the
I just seen her looking at leave the conversation alone.
Let me leave them promise to you. Let me
say this. I'm listening to you guys. It doesn't.
Our friendship state.
It's never a good strategy.
To tell you the truth, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah. It's never a good strategy to hope on the dismal performance. It's never a good strategy to base your hope on dismal performance of the incumbent. This same gameplay was what people were bunking on for George Weah. And he failed dismally. But does that help? Or did that help? You remember some people said George Weah will fail. And it will be my choice. And what happened? Instead of going up from the number you had previously, you came dismally down. So it's not a good strategy.
Yeah, that's why they say hope is not a strategy.
Yes. You cannot, that's not a strategy. So if Mr. Cummings is going to come back, I think he's going to coin something more.
I think you encourage. Let me say it real quick.
One of the biggest Mr. Cummings' biggest Achilles is the failure of the ANC to connect with the local. I think the ANC did not do a good job in connecting Mr. Cummings with the local. As they say, all politics is local. In our case, there are local and then there are cultural connections.
And it's one percentage and I went over CDC.
Let me say this. Let me say this. I beg you. Let me say this. You know my argument over here, Siri. My argument. And I will say this.
You part of being a system for so long. Y'all won by like few points. Then y'all
Siri, I beg you. Let me say something, please.
Since 84, we've had only six elections.
Mr. Cummins, right, Steven? Steven, I beg you, y'all wouldn't want me to. Steven, wait now, wait. I will encourage Mr. Cummins. Mr. Cummins come back. Hey, Steven, listen now. Mr. Cummins come back.
We are the total for
Steven seemed to be very passionate about this conversation.
But I mean, I went by 20,000 votes. You want to start celebrating? Mr. Cummins can come back, right? He can come back. Seriously speaking, if he come on the back of CDC, let's be objective tonight. No, brother, I beg you, mama, I beg you.
Say anything. I just shake
your head. If Mr. Cummings work his way back and look at Ed Reverend Grace saying no, Steven Johnson saying no, and he can get that CDC, that Josh Manor we have vote. If Mr. Cummings can get that Josh Manor we have vote, and forget about the whole CPP thing, because that's a damaged party now, right? And come back from a neutral position. I think, listen, the reason why we are talking about Mr. Cummings, it will be rough because you have young people, young blood, they're coming into the political life saying that they want to be president. You have either Jeremiah running again, or you have a Joseph Yima Boaka running again. You have other people challenging Jeremiah Kun or Joseph Yima Boaka. If Joe say I'm not coming, but that CDC, brother, that CDC will still maintain the 30%. And I tell you what, the only reason why they cannot hold on to that 30%, it will be based on the performance of Joseph Yima Boaka government. But when CDC go back in the chambers and they try to rejuvenate, recalculate, recalibrate, and they hold on to that 30%, that will be trouble for Unity Party. Because you know why? They got some good messengers in CDC right now. They do.
I have a question for you.
Let me say this. Stand on, let me say this.
So did you think that the 30% the CDC gets every time they go to election, is it because of the party or the political leader?
Of course, the political leader.
Of course, every time CDC got 30%, we are on the ballot.
It's
on the
both.
ballot.
It's both.
So you can attribute it that when we're on the ballot,
the CDC was
think
strong.
they'll get the 30%?
No.
So can I answer you peacefully, not interruption from these guys there, that opposition to me?
Go ahead.
Let me say this to you. I do believe President we are not on the ballot, but gave his blessing to whosoever. Hey, Steven, I shake your head. Oh, man.
Nobody can shake your head.
Stand up. We're going so far off. We're going far off of it. Yeah. Conor Gray.
But you see the other guy
was an advisor on the Spoon TV during that election. Conor Gray has many people in his camp. If Cummings were listening to the camp of Conor Gray's mindset people, he would have done better. All these you're saying here, Conor Gray said it right here many times over. Local content, local engagement. He said it many times. But he was never included in that inner cycle for people to listen to him.
I think we're done. I am going to say the last one I'm going to run because one of the issues here, once I say I got to run because somebody will give me a bad look. One of the issues here, Steven, people went to Liberia, right? All the women are drinking from the dirty bowl. They put out a Fiji water on the table with a Gucci bag and everything. Then they go to
where in the zero?
Yeah, but I feel saying they had a Gucci bag. Somebody bag with Louis Vuitton. The other person bag they have
with a Fiji water.
Yeah, everything right there. Just sitting there with a gold ring and everything, gold chain. Guess what happened? Then they tell you the poor woman there, you're gonna vote for her. The woman is doing for the beat. That originally ran away. I said I'm gonna go. But it was a good show, guys. Want to say thank you, Steven Johnson, Conor Edward. Great thanks. Thanks to all of our folks, man.
Thank you, guys. Nelson, how are you?
Yes, sir.
Nelson, man, how's it going, man?
Yes. I'm doing well, sir.
You're not sleeping today?
No, I'm sleeping.
Gibson is in Liberia. He arrived there today.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I told Gibson to book an appointment before he can come on Spoon Talk this time.
Yeah, we got to review a request.
Yeah, you got to. You got to book an appointment.
But man, you don't have the restraint to take opposition voice, man. Not good, man.
Why? No.
Gibson is not opposition. Gibson is just Gibson.
Man, you're ruling administration now, man. You can't be thinking I will.
But the party, what you tell? I went to you. It was still opposition.
Father, right now, you start practicing when you go forward.
No, come on, man.
Gibson is not opposition. Gibson is a sedition state or party that is in that ruling the country.
But the opposition
is opposition.
Gibson is staying in power.
Gibson is staying in power. Gibson going to Liberia receiving money from Samuel Twain. A balance money.
I breaking news.
The way to have fair right now, you're getting money.
What was it?
They go after the cow spoon and pay your
No, but you know what though?
They should not have the discussion on spoon because
so we'll get you on the ground.
I think Twa should come.
Let come.
But wait now, let me ask you, Steven Johnson. Why Twa all the beamer he get, he's scared?
Exactly.
Yeah. Nobody fighting you. It just come out
intellectual. You can come here.
Nah, surprised that Samuel Twa just scared the spoon. He blames spoon on everything. All the beamer you get, you say muya, Baku, you strong. Where Dio? Can you scared to come facing your friend there?
Where Dio?
All the female Americans, not some to spoon will start showing all the property, in America, in South Africa, in Ivory Coast. We'll show all the property. So now you got my spoon, we'll put the sanction document up on him. The one
we'll read the Manisky out on him.
I want to mention not coming. He said this is successful for propaganda.
Yeah, man. Look at it. You know, these guys that fell with you know, these guys that fell with innocent, right? They could buy everybody. And that's the stuff that was pissing me off, Steven Johnson.
Exactly.
You know, they felt that they could buy everybody. Just come make the case and go. Encourage the people to vote for George Barnum. You don't have to strangulate anyone.
Yeah, I mean, he sounded like one politician. I know that.
Yeah.
I took a
if you said no to them, they're telling people, say, don't go on spoon. You said no to them, don't give this person business. You said no to them, we'll take away your property.
Yeah, take
we'll take away we'll take your job. And that was wrong. That was absolutely wrong. And Samuel Twain and all of them. So now you said something bad about them. Somebody knocking your door, knocking your windows in Liberia.
To go on CNN or one of the factors that cripple him. Where you go where the power
you can't fight the media.
No,
you can't.
You go where the power
as you speak
the
here
media
tonight,
is where the power
tonight, you know how many person listening?
Yeah.
The power of the radio. Jack kept go to some gathering.
But you know how many besides radio, you know how many people will get every evening? 70 to 100,000 folks listen online.
Yeah.
5 days. Spoon alone bringing in 60 to 75. Imagine, we're not talking about super fabric YouTube, but the issue remains, these guys there, they make a mistake, and that was a bad mistake.
Yep.
To say we would not talk to these guys, we will push it aside. You need everybody. They may hold you, but you need them. And for any political party to have to say we want to come back, right? They need a strong media team.
Oh yeah,
they do. They need a strong media team.
Well,
you know,
I was telling people were saying, "Hey, what are you doing on Spoon? What are you doing on Spoon?" Well, life is not about one person. What about me? I want to be on Spoon. I mean, I want to be known as well.
Exactly.
You know,
it would make the case.
Remy, with your experience and knowledge, what other better outlets do you have that you can reach thousands of people in a distance?
Go back and look at John Modu presentation on Spoon 2-3 days ago.
Oh yeah.
Go back and read it. That thing is over 120-something thousand. And someone's to stay writing. He can start writing on what John Modu said. So John Modu told himself, remember, come beat me on Spoon, I will be there.
Yeah,
he said, John Modu must go to a Jade radio station to go meet it. Like your friend said, let's go in the public and go for it. He said, no, man, let's go behind the wall.
Show them. I said, leave me at Sony
Yeah. So but this thing, like this karate show, right? The man get gone, the man won't shoot. Then the man won't go ahead and act like he can fight karate. So that John Bodo and Samuel Tua right here. Look.
The man feeling fine. Not a man feeling fine. The man just started.
Listen, John Samuel Tua wasting the man time. John Bodo said, let go. The man said, no, you won't do this. Just tell Bob, they're feeling the man because you know what? Spoon is the biggest. People listen to Spoon. Samuel Tua, if you get a case to make, come on, Spoon. But you put a medic, you say party medic. We will not do it. We will not do it. Well, they beat you now because you say you're not doing it. And they will beat you again. They beat your sanction came on you. You say these sanctions are fake here and there, but you kept on hiding yourself in the corner. Imagine if any one of those guys were going to come on a big network like this and make the case to say, no, I didn't steal 25 million. These are the proof. These are the documents I can present. No, I didn't take 16 billion. These are the documents. No, I didn't sign on that agreement. They lie on me. Guess what happened? Look at this lady today, Stephen Johnson. Look at her, Madam Kofa.
Yeah.
She been there all this time.
She won.
Look how eloquent she is. She spoke well.
Man.
She went into the issues.
Her job.
Yes. People are complimenting her because she went into the issue step by step. But if Senator are going to tell us,
in the government.
I didn't know.
but if Senator are going to tell us, don't talk. You know why? Because when we talk to people from JFK, they will bring Dr. Wilhelmina Jada. They will bring the person. You know who the next person over there that is so good? Dr. Siakamano.
Yeah.
She worked at JFK. Very brilliant person. Well-learned person. But you won't come and hire yourself. The people ask you a question, you get vexed. Government is a public, open, wide book. You cannot get vexed. You cannot. So let's start playing. So whenever Samuel Tua comes, we'll keep the video for him. I know we got to go. We'll play the video for Samuel Tua. Have a good night, man. See you later.
Man, say not wasting your time.
No, man, no wasting time. See you later. Yeah, tomorrow, Stephen. Tomorrow, Ed Remy, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go Pastor Roman for this benediction. Let me go. It's 9 o'clock. You got to do your show. You see, I'm watching the time, though. I don't want you guys blaming me.
Yeah, we on time. We
on time. Let's go Pastor Roman. Let's see what he will answer. I know he won't answer. I can give the benediction.
Pastor Raymond is always answering.
You will not answer. The pastor of the Redeemer Lutheran Church. You see, he's not answering though. And I told you.
Pastor answer.
He rang 3 times though. 4 times.
Wow.
5 times.
Oh.
I told you.
You're getting serious, though.
You see, it was the answering machine.
Please leave your message for 26.
You see, he didn't answer. He didn't answer. Let's try again.
Wow. Wow.
But you know what, though? I can say exactly what he always say. So I come to say, may the good Lord keep you. You know what you can say? May the good Lord keep you. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord shine his face upon the man so.
As I remember,
May the Lord shine his face upon you.
So you give me
nationwide on your phone. Yeah, you disrespect me.
Oh, yeah. I tell you, what's the answering? Go ahead. Bless the folks.
May you close your mouth.
My man, go ahead, bless the folks. Hey, the other pastor, a first pastor.
May you close your mouth.
Pastor, you are live. Go ahead, please.
Now say hello, my dear brother.
The men are taking out to God bless you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Pastor Raymond.
Now say my dear brother, I will ignore Santa with us, my dear brother.
Oh.
Let God bless you and all the Liberian people. I say this all my Liberian people tonight. For all the confusion we have in Liberia, but may the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord make the Lord's face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May the Lord look upon you with peace and favor and give you all that you desire. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen, amen, amen.
Thank you very much, the pastor of the Redeemer Lutheran Church, Trenton Suburb. We said thank you, Pastor Raymond Carlson, for your benediction this evening. We appreciate you. May the Lord bless you too. Tomorrow we'll be getting ready for the brand new year come Sunday. We want to say we hope you can bring a Sunday message for us. And we say happy New Year. We ain't die. Folks, be safe.
We'll be on it.
Yes. The pastor, have a good night, sir.
All right, brother. Love you now.
Love you too. I want to say to you, Nelson, thank you, man. A beautiful show, like always.
Yeah.
Are we good, right?
Yeah, we're good.
Your position well, right?
Everything is good.
Everything is good. Okay. Copy, cool. Have a good night.
Okay, sir. Okay. Well, folks, again, we want to say thanks to all of you for following us on the program tonight. The Spoon Talk. Thanks for making your contributions via the phone lines and the comment section. Following online, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We appreciate all of you. But just before we go, we have a special birthday greeting that we want to send out here. So let me get this one coming up quickly just before we go. Okay, so this is it. So yes, so that is that. Again, we want to say happy birthday to you, Ms. Lusu Jacono, as you celebrate your birthday. Your husband to be, Joseph F. Kamara, is saying happy birthday to you, and also your sister, Mrs. Joyce Clinton Hammond. They're all saying happy birthday to you as you celebrate your birthday today. So till we come away again, have a good day. Of course, yes, you can follow Spoon Talk tomorrow. We'll be here again with another fascinating edition of the program. But also, you can join us tonight for the late night show. It's coming up very shortly. I'm Nelson Collet. Good night. Have a good night, and thanks for following Spoon.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand on with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band.